I must say you've got letters both in front and behind your name, so that commands a lot of respect.
Thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you.
Did Dr. Professor Clay, parentheses, PhD.
Well, yes. Actually, when I go into debates, the first thing I think is important to make people informed of is that I have a PhD and that I'm a professor and doctor.
Right. Well, actually, you should put it in your name all the time so
Wow,
that
both.
internet strangers know that you're important. I think that's very crucial.
If you
Yes.
don't have the paper on the wall, though, if you haven't framed the certificate, I'm not interested.
And make
And
sure you tell anyone you meet within the first 2 seconds that you have a PhD. That's absolutely
yes.
essential. Yeah.
Well, and if I debate you, I am gonna put my camera right below my face, pointing straight upwards to my face, and the microphone right into my face, so it looks like as I'm talking down to you. And I definitely have Professor in my YouTube channel's name, by the way.
You also a vegan, Clay?
Oh, well, yes, I thought about it. I think eating insects is a very futuristic and a positive way of going with the future.
Wow. Do you think that we should? Do you think that we should censor like flat Earth and stuff like that?
Well, um, well, censoring. Well, I mean, you're still able. You should be still able to open and freely contribute your information. But what is important is to um kind of correct flat Earth, where it might infect especially young people, because we don't want to have young people brainwashed with false ideas of a topographical plane or whatever you guys call it.
Wouldn't you say it 100% should be, but you'll only admit that it 100% isn't to us?
Yeah, we're
Wait,
actually
what?
not censored, dude. Duh.
Oh no, no. I mean, you can still find all flat Earth videos and
You're
channels.
right here talking to us, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah. Right.
So how exactly does one correct flat Earth?
Well, we refer back to the truth, which is the heliocentric model of the Earth, and that the sun is the center of our
Religion.
solar system. No, solar system. Solar system.
Solar
As,
system. Okay. Gotcha.
that's just a coincidence, but well, anyways, so yeah, so the sun is like a big star, and we're traveling all the time through the vast space, right? So to be more precise, it's a great achievement, of knowledge, and we surpassed these times of slavery that from like the Bible, like where people get to be slaves and uh, and they get to be suppressed, so they just do their standard work and never question things and so forth. Yeah, like these old school ideas. Yeah.
Slavery's still a thing, though.
So you're correct. You're correct in the straight lines by bending the truth, right?
Well, so well, if you talk about straight lines, you also want to imply this misinformation that is being spread constantly by flat earthers, which is saying that level is horizontal or flat, or means flat. But actually, when we say like horizontal, mean or level as in slightly curving around the sphere. Yes.
Does horizontal mean curved?
Well, horizontal means horizontal is just it is just a perspective, this as description of a perspective, right? So when you look straight in front of you, something can appear to be horizontal, but on a bigger scale, which you cannot perceive in the first place, it's going to be curved, if that makes sense, right? When we talk about the shape of the Earth.
Oh wow! So it's
Yes.
reference frame.
Yes, exactly.
Or gravity. I think gravity does it.
So you just squint your eyes till you see what you need to see.
Well, no, that's a false insertion.
That was a false insertion.
Get smoked, bro.
That's fantastic. This is wonderful.
I guess that's counter to like a proper insertion.
Let's keep it objective, right? So we can still going to talk about the truth, not make it sound funny and silly.
So you don't like subjective squinting, you like objective squinting. You like the other person to squint on your behalf, yeah?
I mean, we should stick to the topic here, right? So,
Does your script not have enough parameters to go this far?
well, the topic is like was inserted by Whitson was I think last thing we talked about was horizontal. So, let's focus on the topic. I mean, I've already debunked his misinformation.
Oh, quick question. So, is it possible to directly detect or measure the Earth's orbit around the sun, like from the Earth?
Yes, it is. Has been done many times, right?
Oh, can you just name one time?
How so?
So you can detect the orbit, for example, by let me quickly give me just some room. There's someone someone knocked at the door. 1 second. While I'm typing something in my keyboard, but just don't mind that I'm typing something right now.
You're gonna go feed the dogs.
1 second. So yeah, man. Yeah, natürlich.
Google says, I mean, the answer is
It's great.
I half expected him to say because we know it is.
It took
But,
me a
like-
while, but now I'll see where this is going.
okay. Like, dude, what optical experiment could Clay possibly Google right now? Does anyone know of one that's gonna satisfy this criteria?
No.
Parallax. Duh.
He's trying to non-falsely squint his eyes.
Well, like, it's funny. Like, if this was a real glober and he went to go Google, give me the one of the thousands of experiments that I know exist that proves this. What? None?
I've got a serious. I've got a serious question here for Whitsett though, because I hear him talk about the Michelson-Morley experiment.
Right, no, get down. Get down.
That's
Okay,
aggressive.
anyways, so I've
The
heard
team's
it.
brown.
I've heard it been explained as it proved that there's no ether, or it can prove that there's no rotation. So it's no lie. I listen to a lot of Alan Watts and Ram Dass and things like that. But one of the first guys I heard listen to was Alan Watts in philosophy of who we are in consciousness and things like that. And he spoke of the Michelson-Morley experiment, and he said that it proved that there's no ether, which is fine. But where does the rotation come in when it comes to that experiment? As far as I understand it, it's shooting a laser in 4 different angles, and it's supposed to reach at the same location. If there was any movement, there would be a slight overlap in the light or something like that, but it didn't detect any of that. Is that correct or basic?
Yeah, so it's not rotation it's not like axial rotation, it's orbits. It's the Earth's orbit around the sun. Well, yeah, they shot lights perpendicular to each other, and then they recombine in the middle, and then they go back to the receiver, and the light that's going against the orbit should have been a little bit behind the other light, which would give you a fringe shift, or like you said, the overlapping. But it was not observed. It didn't debunk the ether in any way. It would debunk a stationary ether, but if the Earth is orbiting. But yeah, it just showed that the Earth's not orbiting because it didn't show what was predicted. So then they came out with relativity, and they said that the apparatus contracted but you just couldn't tell.
So I'm sorry, I was interrupted by someone knocking my door. So we can detect the Earth's orbit through improved telescopes. There's astronomers that started looking. I'm trying to read why it shouldn't sound like I'm reading. For another proof of Earth's motion around the sun, stellar parallax, right? Right, Witsit? Can you already tell how I'm owning you?
I'm destroying you.
Well, yeah. So you can literally view it from the Earth through telescopes, the orbit of the sun. So very
Cite
simple.
it. And you can't use Highlighter magazine this time.
So there's, for example, astronomy.com, right?
Just all of it. Just all of it.
Which is not from where I just read the things I mentioned. It's also not the first thing that comes up when you ask Google for an explanation.
Sorry, I was checking out, but you actually owned me. So
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna have to tap out with this one. Yeah, I think you said parallax. Whew, man, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
That was profound.
Whoa, did you say the magic keywords? Yeah, I'm done. You got me. It's over.
So when I said directly detect and physically measure, you're stuck with look at the stars and claim they move because they don't move.
Well, it is the Earth that spins, and because the stars are so far away in the galaxy or in space, it is just you can literally see the star trails forming because of the rotation of the Earth on its axis.
Wow, that's crazy that we're just
That's very
talking about
circular.
that. Yeah, can we talk about the orbit now?
Well, what you perceive is visual. In this case, is indeed the orbit, right?
Do you believe that the apparatus in Michelson Morley actually contracted, but you just couldn't tell?
Well, yeah, it's just so slightly that we just can't tell.
Nope, it's very measurable if it actually contracted. So your religion, Clay, what it says is that it contracted in the reference frame of the sun, but everything on Earth, including the space it was in, also contracted in relation to motion around the sun. So since everything contracted the same amount, it looks like it didn't contract. You believe that?
Well, maybe you can cite your claims so I can take a deeper look at it.
Yeah. Relativity, Special and General Theory, 1915, Albert Einstein. Yeah, page 61.
Yeah, well, I've heard many people talk about how you make these claims. Most of the time, it's just like put out of context. So yeah.
Okay, well, you'll get there, man. You know, Einstein said briefly everything occurs. Well, that was Hendrik Lorentz said briefly everything occurs on the Earth as if it were at rest. And then Einstein says that everything happens on the Earth as if it is at rest.
Well, yeah, that's what Einstein perceived because it is what we perceive because when you look at the size of the Earth, it's just way too big to perceive something opposite to that. Like it's just a description of motionless while the Earth is actually in motion, but you're just like a tiny little ant on a clock. So you just gonna see it from that standpoint, right?
So basically,
like-
everything is an illusion.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
So you're
Wow.
not really here then. You're not really a professor.
Well, let's not insert some new type of topic.
All right. Well, this has been very enlightening. So basically, our options were either the ether exists and the Earth is stationary as we measured, or we can throw the ether out and pretend that the Earth is moving even though we measured it to be stationary. Is that about right?
Well, it's not pretending, it is actually moving with it. So, like, I mean, it's nice how you scrambled your words there, but it just doesn't change the fact that the Earth is actually, rotating on its axis.
Mhm.
It's just like I said, you're just like a tiny ant. Like imagine a tiny ant on a face of a clock, right?
Yeah,
It just. Mhm.
if there's no ether, though, how do you explain the energy density in the electromagnetic vacuum and the dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability measured in free space with free space impedance of 377 ohms?
Yeah.
Well, it's a, man, it's just, you always do this, You're just gonna insert so many words to make it sound like as if you made a point, but actually, it's no point at all.
Just words.
Yeah, you're just trying to divert at this point, man.
If there's nothing there, why does the vacuum have impedance?
Well, imagine like tiny ant juice, right? Like you want to make, dude. Like I'm sorry.
Someone's at the door.
I gotta take my dog. Gotta feed him. I'll be right.
I can't believe Clay hasn't told you it's called translation, not revolutions.
He's a tiny ant, but even if you're a tiny ant, you can still measure an illusion.
Well, ants actually can walk upside.
Guys, another question regarding what you guys talk about a lot as well, with regards to the atmosphere and the rotation of with the current model. Does the atmosphere rotate with the Earth, or is it separate from the Earth?
So the official globe model's claim, despite what some zealots in here say, is that the Earth's atmosphere moves with the Earth, but not in lockstep. So it moves with the Earth, but slightly detached from the Earth. And so as you get higher and higher, it's going to be slightly more and more behind it. And that we have something called Coriolis. So it moves in rotation with the Earth, but not directly in lockstep.
Okay. Yeah, I was checking. Britannica mentioned something like that. But yeah, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, so technically it moves separately. Yeah, which is why they say we have Coriolis effect. But whatever,
Yeah.
Well, you can treat it like the Earth isn't moving and like the atmosphere isn't moving either, and it'll all work out.
Well, I'm back, guys. I killed the other guy.
Okay. Murder's cool, I guess.
Man, it just, dude. When I talk like this and get into this perception of a globa, I feel slightly gay, which is weird.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Like, I don't know, man. It just turns you like it makes you like a faggot or something. I don't know.
Like mind-blowingly gay.
That's like super scientific, I think.
Mind-blowingly gay.
Yeah, I felt like this Fata Morgana of being vexed,
kind of weird.
It's all the
What?
pretending.
What was that word?
Fata Morgana, however you say it in English. Fata Morgana.
Does anyone know what that
Illusion.
means? Oh.
Yeah,
It's like
it's a type of miraging effect.
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Learning stuff.
That's actually one of the primary things that happens in the real world. You know, it's like basically this like reflection effect of the water. Typically, it's seen more prominently over water. Not that it's only seen over water. So yeah, and that's where you're going to get a real distinct hard cutoff, is because you're going to have a reflection of the water. Yeah, it's one of the most under acknowledged effects of the Atmos, probably. Clay, I think you might need to take a shower though.
Yeah, you've been fondling too many balls.
Mm-hmm.
You need to take a shower, bro. You got to feel gross right now.
And that was perfect work, though. That was good work. You know?
Yeah, it was. And he stayed really calm and like you need to throw a few more.
The false insertion was hilarious.
Yeah, if you could throw a little bit more, like if you truly understood in there, that would work.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, like less incredulity and way more dependence on God damn it, Elijah. on authority and, you know, science. Just like
Exactly.
science, man.
Yeah.
Hey, Whitson, how would they even measure that the atmosphere is moving with the Earth but slightly behind? How would they even measure that anyway?
Oh, well, they don't measure it. They just know that it's a basic tenet of physics, you know, like fluid mechanics.
That's a good point.
Right, so
you
they're
asked him a
applying
how
fluid.
question, he gave you a because answer. That's another thing
So
you need
they-
to do, Clay.
So they're
yeah.
basically begging the
Exactly.
question to begin with, right? And then they do their little fluid mechanics experiment on something that they're begging the question with anyway.
Yeah, but they all disagree about this, by the way. Like some of them try to say that it wouldn't move behind the Earth, but that it's not in lockstep, but it's just because of the wind and the weather. And then they say there's no friction, even though they claim there's a force that isn't a force that can be thought of like a force that has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass as the air moves perpendicular to it, and that this gravitational well actually holds the gas on the Earth, so effectively it acts as the container. But yeah, they're all over the place, man. They can't get their story straight, and the reason is because this part of the model is not like explicitly detailed anywhere. So then they don't have anything to go off of. But yeah, basically what they claim is that the Earth moves with the atmosphere moves with the Earth, but not in lockstep. But that it's such a small amount that wind would overcome it, so it just gets lost in the sauce.
So that's exactly the same thing as they're just begging the question all the way over. It's the same thing as that everything is contracting. You know, everything is contracting, but they can't show it. It's just a thought experiment.
Yeah, exactly. Time slows down
If I
by
probably
physically
went
expanding.
Oh, sorry.
I just letting you know that time physically expands, and so it slows down. Yeah.
Time physically expands. That just made my mind numb, dude.
That sounds so cool,
I
man.
tried to envision it and I just like short circuited. I went, what the fuck? What?
This sounds like something I should post on my Twitter account that has an LGBT flag on it.
What? You changed the Ukraine flag?
Oh yeah, sure. Never forget that. I stand with Ukraine.
Dude,
Wait,
if
is
you
it
could
still Ukraine
somehow
season?
if you could somehow mix the two, you would get like extra virtue points.
Oh, right.
Yeah, it's
Cool.
definitely still Ukraine season. You didn't know, Shane? I guess you being an uninformed flirt if you don't watch the news.
Right, where
But,
I still had my COVID decorations up, so I didn't have room for Ukraine stuff when that transitioned too quickly.
I feel very bad right now because I'm eating like chicken and it's like meat and yeah, I feel very bad, but it just tastes so good.
Globers love eating meat, bro. So like if Shane, just so you know what I'm talking about, like Stumbling Joe recently said something to the effect of, yeah, sure, this is how I'm pointing out that it's definitely still relevant in the news and stuff. Yeah, sure, our gas prices are higher, but what would you rather have had? Us not intervene and help Ukraine against Russia? So basically saying that he's like, yeah, the gas prices could be lower, but we wouldn't have gone and helped Ukraine versus Russia.
So
Wait, he managed to get an
so it's
incoherent
So
thought
he's
out.
like, thank God we blew up the pipeline. You're welcome. It's better for everyone that we did this. Is that really what the point is? Oh my God.
Yeah, but
I'm
they're just
surprised
like
he
they're just
even.
implying that they blew up the pipeline. Just so you know, they never formally acknowledged that they did. They just said out loud like 20 times
Yeah,
that they would do
You're
it.
right.
If
right.
yeah.
So they definitely didn't do it. They
And then
just said multiple times that they would. Clearly.
and then it
I get
happened,
it.
and then now no one knows. And then they blamed it on Russia. Did you guys hear recently that National Guards, a National Guardsman from like Massachusetts,
Yeah. He's getting framed with some
he
shit.
he came across documents supposedly that America has been fighting the war and that we're already at war with Russia, and American soldiers are actually fighting Russian soldiers, but that's being suppressed from the public. And that when they say that Ukraine is winning, the numbers actually show that 7 Ukrainian soldiers die for every 1 Russian soldier. And so he released these documents through Twitter anonymously. And then the news worked with the CIA. I mean, they're the same thing, to help figure out who it was. And instead of arresting the people lying to the American public about how they went to war without congressional approval and just did it anyway and then lied to us about the result, they arrested the truth speaker from our military that blew the whistle. And now he's arrested and facing like an immense amount of prison time.
So, but like the question is, how did this National Guardsman dude playing video games online have access to all this stuff to supposedly leak in the first place, or did it just like end up on his hard drive?
Well, that's all a good question, like as to the legitimacy of any of this. But I do think there is an actual event happening, right? Like whether it's all orchestrated
Oh, you
or
mean the
not.
war? Oh, hell yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So yeah, but we're being lied to about it, though. And I mean, as to the origin of it, I mean, I think we all can kind of put that together. Although it is very interesting that Russia historically opposes the Rothschilds and their banking system.
Yeah, people who like that usually are my enemy and the enemy of the world. They should probably be feared and avoided at all costs, I think.
Yeah, we should forcibly take them over and make them slaves in the name of freedom.
Definitely. If you don't have a World Bank, then you're probably evil. You should probably be forced to have democracy spread to you immediately.
Since we're talking about normie news, did you guys see they're now like starting to pump out in the media water rights?
They've been planning this one for years.
Wanted to say something with it when you get a chance.
I just want to quickly say that I think we should always stand in solidarity with Russia and love Russia when it comes to space. Thank you.
Yeah, never forget Sputnik.
That's so. What's up? Dyslo said something.
Someone said
something. I guess I'll just rap.
No. Then I want to. I've got to ask something. Then again, so regarding the heliocentric and geocentric model, so let's for the purpose of this question, let's say it is a ball Earth. Why did they need to change it to a heliocentric model? If I'm not mistaken, Copernicus came up with the idea, but was there an observation that he made that made him say, okay, no, we have to measure it this way? Because, yeah, the heliocentric model would need to work because for the model, the only reason why they would need to change it is if they detected or measured something that it's revolving around the sun, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he just worshipped the sun, man. Like he wrote about how he thought the sun was the symbol of enlightenment and the path to apotheosis, which is the path of becoming godlike. I mean, Yeah, they try to tell you a story now about how he looked through his dumbass little telescope and discovered we're flying through vacuum, but
The
that's just
ancient
all.
gamma male.
Yeah, just look up. Have you ever seen heliosorcery? It breaks it down pretty good. It's just a facade of science, when in fact it's religion, mass religion.
I haven't seen that. No. So yeah, I would think the same thing, because if you had to prove that that it is a heliocentric model, surely there's something that anyone could possibly do to go and do that. But yeah, for the sake of it, let's say it is a ball. I would be on board with the geocentric. But once again,
Yeah.
I'm not claiming any shape. I'm just I don't agree that we are spinning or
We have to give humanity something to look forward to. Hope. Give them some animation. Give them something that they feel that they're part of something. But if you tell them that the doors are closed and this is all that we've got, humanity would just go get bored and look for, so you need to give them something to hope towards, and that's why they did it.
Well, yeah, stationary and electric ball that's geocentric is much more viable, but like being the fastest kid with no legs doesn't really do much for you. But yeah.
Never heard that one. Never heard that.
Hey, Whitson, I
That's
wanted
good.
to say something to you when you get a chance. I don't know if you heard me earlier.
Yeah, I did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just left a customer's house. He's a retired math teacher for many years. And I got to talking with him about ether. He's never even heard of it, dude. And so I started talking to him about the contradictions and hypocrisies within the understanding of light, electricity, and magnetism. And he was super interested and intrigued. So I turned him on to your channel and, of course, Ken Wheeler's and Discord. So I don't know. Maybe that guy might make it around one day. We'll see. Do you have a link on your channel to Discord or no?
I don't think so. I think it's dead, but I'll try and embed it into my description when I get home.
Yeah, I heard you ask Geo if it was okay to like kind of turn on the general public to his server. I don't know what he said, but I'm really looking forward to that happening. I don't know if he's going to allow it, but I think that would be awesome.
No, yeah, he said it would be cool. I'm like, okay, just know you're going to get an influx of people, including toxic people, and you just have the infrastructure to deal with it, because I overloaded 24/7 at one point, and much more eyes are on my channel right now, and in the coming months, it'll be a significantly greater number. So,
well, I don't know if Geo's looking to get geared up to take on the onslaught, but I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great way to help build the server and enlighten others, and I don't know. I just hope it all happens soon.
Yeah, I think you guys have the infrastructure to support that. I don't know if that's what Geo wants, but I think that'd be a great idea.
he said he was cool with it.
Nice. Build it up.
I think a progression towards more honest conversation is the move. That's what that would do. Because when people hear me, say someone hears me like slice up Mark Reed for a couple hours, but it's just Mark Reed. You know what I'm saying? So like, they're like, oh, flat earthers aren't so stupid. This guy got destroyed in the debate, but it doesn't mean the earth is flat. There must be someone that's better at debating it than him. But then they go watch the other ones. They're like, okay, come on, someone step up to the plate. So then they want to know. They have a bunch of questions. And so like the best way is obviously like Discord accelerates flat earth knowledge to a pretty astounding degree, because you can live time interact and ask questions and stuff like that. So yeah, I was just pointing out that I know that they'll be thirsty for the follow-up.
Like an actual like auto description of all of your videos to lead them here for any discussions or anything, that would be terrific, man.
Yeah. But then if they come in here and they just hear like Zanet Kusho and Bacon talking about programming and modeling a rocket, they're gonna be like, "What the, like, dude?"
Well, that's why I think we need like multiple rooms, and if they want their own room to have those like, negligent remedial conversations, then that's fine. But when we have our room, they should only answer their views onto it.
I want to see Kosher build a rocket.
I'm just loading my clip for anytime I don't like the conversation, I'm gonna start rapping. I found out it's a very useful tactic. So ballers beware.
Is
Rap
Realm
about-
still here? Sorry, is Realm still here or not? No, it's not here. Okay.
What's it? Rap about the water thing.
About the what?
The water thing you brought up earlier.
The water or Walter?
Water.
I kind of want to hear a Walter rap.
Thanks, water.
Either or, go for it. But
Oh, water. As in
water,
like
bottle of water.
water. I had to go to the attic to get my water. So is it like you're talking about like agua? Agua.
Aqua.
H2O. Gatorade.
Una aqua, por favor.
You know that wet stuff that they say clings to the bottom of a bowl.
Hey, did you know that water is wet?
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Dude, that is top-notch profundity.
Thanks.
Citation, please. You can't prove that.
Gonna send you my PayPal.me if you want to.
I'm gonna sell you the knowledge that water is wet. You pay me now, I truth you.
Yeah, I only give those consultations in the paid group.
Okay, guys, I got another question. So I know you guys want to talk about these little funny things here, but it's just I don't hop on a lot, but I got a few questions that I don't often get to ask. Is so also in the current model, they say that there's the moon is what creates the tides, and it pulls the water, whatever, this way and that way, or it's got some sort of gravitational pull. Is it measurable in the sense that if I stand underneath the moon, I would weigh less than another day when the moon's not overhead? So let's say the sun's on the complete left side of me, or the east side, and the moon's on the complete west. Would I weigh more then?
No.
Okay.
Nope. They say that you're too small. That's why I say it doesn't affect lakes. You don't have enough mass. It has to be something like the ocean. Yeah. But speaking of tide, oh man, let's play. I'd rather play tag with traffic, I think. Heliocentrism is just a religion. They say the Earth's spinning, but nobody feel it, man. Who do they think that they kidding? Tides are boring, man. They're gay. Tides are gay. It's all made up.
Oh, yeah, tides are gay.
No,
I mean, it's kind of cool that there's like a vortex and different tidal nodes where the water vortex is around it.
It's kind of cool that it has nothing to do with the unified vector that matches any celestial body, including the moon.
But why would a human be too small for it to be affected? Because surely gravity is gravity.
Well, gravity's proportionate to mass.
Because reasonable questions don't get addressed in.
Yeah, they say gravity's proportionate to mass. So, like, it's interesting, but they've created a narrative where that is their answer. That is their answer.
But gravity is just part time, man. Didn't you know this?
No. So I'm asking questions. Just I can try Google it, but fuck it, it's a whole bloody million-page thing I got to read through, and I hate reading.
Well, just Google. Why does the moon not cause lakes to have tide? And it's gonna say, well, technically it does, but the effect's so small you can't really tell because the lakes don't have enough mass. This is why we don't need the ballers, because I can concisely and accurately depict their answer almost every time. You would have had to talk for 3 days to get that.
Exactly. That's why I'm asking this now, and I noticed the Discord was a bit more chill, and I thought I could hop in. But why would it? Why would I get pulled by the Earth's gravity downwards at the same speed? As other items. If I drop a bowling ball or whatever, I'm going to use the vacuum thingy where I drop a bowling ball and I drop a golf ball. They fall at the same speed. So they're different masses, but they're going at the same speed. So
yeah, because like the Earth's mass is so big that you wouldn't see any noticeable change unless you had another really, really big mass. Like basically, in layman terms, if you have two really big balls, so this excludes all ballers from the thought experiment, then they're gonna attract. they're gonna attract each other more. You know, like that's.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, for me, it's they always use the God of the Gaps thing for Christians. A lot of the things you're saying now sounds very much also like a God of the Gap sort of thing.
Yeah,
There's
yeah, on
no.
steroids, dude. It's way worse for them because they have to make up like 5,000 gods.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
So
yeah, it
read,
is the same.
read this. I'm gonna post in the chat what this guy said about Bim's question. It's a screenshot from Cora. Some guy's asking the same question.
Dude, the way you guys bastardize the English language makes me want to fight somebody.
What's your problem?
It's nothing. I love you.
Yeah, but what did I say that hurt your feelings?
Cora.
What does it say then?
Why can't you
Quora.
just speak American, Elijah? Okay.
Yeah, what the like, dude, we broke away from you guys and now we own the English language. You know, you don't understand that?
Except for aluminium, you guys can keep that shit.
You
Yeah,
own the
that's actually
language,
kind
but
of fire,
we
though.
own the language, but we own you, so it doesn't really matter.
So what about
But anyway, you're
Quora?
missing the point. Obviously, everything I say is right, but aside from that, this guy goes, the tides influence. So the question is, if the moon has an effect on the rise, fall of oceans, why doesn't it affect Lake? And this John Stockwell guy says the tides influence the entire Earth. I think that your question is motivated by an incorrect mental picture of what tides are. The incorrect mental picture is that the moon's gravity is preferentially pulling up water. This is not what is happening. What is happening is that the gravitational force of the moon is acting on every atom of the Earth according to Newton's law. This force pulls off with the square of the distance. So points on the side of the Earth closest to the moon feel a stronger pull than the points on the opposite side. The difference in force is equivalent to a tensional force pulling the Earth in opposite directions. This is why there is a tidal bulge on both sides of the Earth, not just on the side nearest the moon. We notice the effects of the oceans because water has no rigidity. The entire Earth bulges in response to the tides. Larger lakes experience tides. And then he sends a link. So he doesn't actually
Okay,
answer the question at
but
all.
he says larger tides, as if to imply the answer that I said, right? Which is that it's based on the suns.
You realize how these people? It's like, no. First of all, your question is wrong. Secondly, I'm not going to answer your question, and then blah. That's how they act.
Didn't you know on full moon you will always spill your beer?
He didn't even explain it right though. So, like,
I know.
their
That's
model
why I
is that
posted it. I thought you'd enjoy it.
yeah, the model is that it pulls the water towards it, but slightly dragged behind it. That the water actually doesn't climax. The magnitude of the tides are behind the moon, but that you have an equal magnitude on the opposite side because it also pulls the entire Earth. So it pulls the water, then it pulls the Earth towards it also, and displaces it right to around the middle. So you have equal magnitude on both sides, even though the water on the furthest side is the least affected by the gravitational quote unquote pull. That's not a pull, but you thought of like a pull of the moon. And so it continues with this centrifugal force, right? So it keeps moving around, and centrifugal force is going to be stronger than the pull of the moon. But since it pulls the Earth towards it as it pulls the water towards it, then it brings the Earth to the middle, and the Earth basically hula hoops through the water because of the moon. And you can think of the equatorial bulge as if a stationary wave with the Earth hula hooping through it. And that literally is their position.
What the hell
That's
did
the most
you just
ridiculous
say?
thing I've ever
And
heard.
you were complaining about me saying Cora. What on earth?
I would have thought that the salt water had something to do with it because salt, or at least the magnetic
salt's
field
heavy?
or electric. No. The magnetic or electric side of it, or salt water is more conductive, if I'm not mistaken. Would it not have to do? Well, yeah. No, I'm
Oh, in
giving
real
up my own
life,
idea.
there's probably an actual explanation, but we're not dealing with real life right now. We're dealing with their twisted worldview.
Well, we could deal with real life real quick.
Yeah, we could, but it's a bit of a hard question to answer. We'd have to.
I mean, like, I don't know if we have a
to the-
consolidated answer on all the tides. I know that we know amphidromic points seem to fluctuate tides around them. They are places of no tide, and that seems to drive the tidal amplitude all over the world more than anything else, including the moon. We do know that like the moon phases seems to coincide with really high tides and really low tides. And I think that probably there's an overall electromagnetic relationship between the salt water and the celestial bodies, but I don't think we know many more details than that.
Just the reason why I'm asking, because I've seen guys take magnets and they put it on top of water, and it actually puts a dent in the water from that field. And if I remember correctly, there was a more of a higher effect on salt water than there was on fresh water.
That's definitely true.
Makes sense. So does the moon affect space time?
Well, current visual space-time is always always expanding, Elijah, so you got to take note of that.
I think of space time as something a bit different. I would think it's more barriers between different mediums, and then the way light travels through that medium, and the speed that it travels. But yeah, I don't think of it. I think it's
Hey, hey, beer man. So like
Yo.
if anybody, so like if we had a local sun and moon, and either one of them or both of them were attracted to the Earth in some way, but when it went over water, a bit like a hoverboard and McFly, it can't hover over the water, so it's sort of a bit of a resistance in a way. Now, but I would say more the case of salt water being something that would cause resistance between those things there. So if they did slow down after the Americas over the Pacific, for a couple of hours, we would still register at 24 hours, but actually that area is not there because the moon has been slowed down by the salt water.
Oh, I didn't quite understand that. If you don't mind saying that again.
So if the sun and moon were slowed down because of the salt content in the water, so you've got the Atlantic, which is more salt than the Pacific. So if there was a good conductivity with the salt, but in the Pacific there's not that much salt, so when the sun and the moon are going over the Pacific, they actually are slowing down because they don't have the conductivity there. And we could lose 2 hours a day because of that, but we don't. We turn that into a measurement and say, "Oh, this is the size of it because of the speed," but we don't account for the fact that it might be slowing down because of the water.
That's actually damn interesting. However, isn't that that turning the clock's got to do with your time, just to give the people more time during the daylight hours, just to move that you wake up, that it's light outside, sort of thing? Well, I don't know. I live in the southern part of the
Yeah, I
world.
mean, I used to live in South Africa, so I'd say, yeah, pretty much we see the opposite of each other, and it's pretty much hand in hand. But if we account for the measurement of the Earth based on the periods of the sun and the moon, for example, and we go by the sun to set a great circle distance, and so be it that we actually knew, but we didn't disclose to the public that the sun, being the sun or the moon, were or both were being slowed down as it went around the Earth. And imagine if they were pulled by their magnetic equator. That's kind of like the opening, maybe of a. Anyway, so it's sort of like a track, like the bunny rabbit and the dog race. You've got like a tether and something that it's attracted to. If it's the water, the ley lines, or whatever like that. So anyway, the point being is that if they were slowed down, then time itself might not be 24 hours. It could actually be 22 hours, and it slows down for a couple of hours. Even if you go to the original 20, and maybe they just added in some hours because, I don't know, these things are being slowed down. We would still register, as civilians or whatever, like as normal people, still register the same amount of time, but the distance isn't there, if that makes sense. So if the
I just
Pacific was
I just don't understand the where the adding of time comes in. I can understand the moving of the time, but the adding I don't really understand because we
if
don't
we
touch our clocks. Yeah.
if yes we don't, and we measure a 24-hour on average, blah 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 blah. So and that 24 hours is based on the speed of the sun going around in a certain time. So no, we take the 24 and then we say, well, the sun is moving in that speed. So therefore that plus that gives us a circumference of such and such. And that's what I was saying, is that if there was any way that the sun was actually slowed down every single day, partially just over the Pacific, for example, in a place that no one would really notice, and it actually slows down.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
So
Yeah.
if that
So
Yeah.
if we don't know if it's like gaining altitude or descending along its path, because I don't think the sun stays at the same altitude the entire path. Even if it is, so its speed would be divided up between the two distances, right, between the two directions, and it could maintain the speed that it's going, and appear to us slow down.
Yes, totally. But
Yeah.
interestingly enough, the exterior of the Pacific is called the Pacific Rim, and it's mostly made. There's a lot of copper deposits there, and copper, as we know, with metals reacting with copper, the copper slows down the process. So if that, and also to do with the fact of the salt content in the water, the reaction between that and the copper or something like that, just has this effect that, if you've got the sun and the moon that need the earth to operate, like as in the earth coordinates everything. How it does that, we don't know, but
Well, if
is
the
the
if the field densities can be measured in different areas, then you could, I don't know, perhaps there could be some way to calculate that, because that's essentially what's going on with the copper, right? With the copper pipe, it's
yes.
constricting, making the field more dense. So,
But if you look at the magnetic equator or different depictions of it, you will see that the actual length of that line is not a straight line. So therefore, the length of the line is extended. So the period of time is the length of the line and not the straight line distance, if that makes sense. So the magnetic equator to me is the ecliptic. If you can get your head around that, because it's all 10-degree difference and a bit of this and a bit of that, and they move the north, the position of the north and the alignment of everything. So the magnetic equator dips suddenly at the top of South America. It enters South America and then just swoops down, and it swoops down 20 degrees from 10 north to 10 south. So there's a massive change there, and that there, so like I say, I mean, certain things, even the agonic lines, the main agonic line that runs through North America, through Florida, and the top of South America, it's almost like a demarcation line. So if that was a veil of some sort, a curtain, a magnetic curtain or veil, then things astronomically could be slowing down up above. But we would only sense that because we would either be positive or negative or east or west of zero. You know what I mean? Because there is something there we can register.
Realm, I tagged you in a is water magnetic little video there. There's a few other ones where they actually show the water changing or pushing down or changing its shape, but that's in the opposite direction. But this one just shows how you could take a glass of water or cup of water and move it around with a magnet without actually physically touching it. So it's very interesting.
It's diamagnetic, isn't it? But also imagine the content of mercury in the air, in the water. Mercury, we've got magnetism of one thing, and we look at the, mercury is something that's not talked about a lot. Argon is another. All these different properties that have more to do with each other than other things. But yeah, water definitely. If you've got mercury-induced water. All you have to do is induce it, and it's just going to swell, isn't it? It's going to move.
Oh Jesus, the doofus now gonna cause shit yeah again. No.
Don't. I wouldn't recommend reading what Tubas posts almost
It's
ever.
got fuck all to do with tides. Just asking a question about water, but I need to reply to him because he keeps fucking saying I'm a what?
Yeah, but even
Don't. I wouldn't. I would just
I'm
ignore
like a
Doofus
pet.
entirely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even tides, right? Even tides, you could just like the attractive force of static with a ruler going against water. So if you have these sort of properties, and that's all happening with the sun building up a static charge, then it could easily pull up the water from the earth. As it does because it affects the rain. So when it's local, it lifts up the clouds, so the moisture is higher up in the atmosphere. So we can definitely show that the moon is attractive pull is more to do with static than anything else. And in argon, was it argon? No, ozone. I think it was ozone. Ozone. We've got the ozone layer, which is the blue sky that we see, which is in a liquid form. Is it? Yeah. Anyway. So that's what I'm saying. You saw the tides being an attractive force because of static and not this gravitational effect that we're led to believe.
Yeah, it's interesting topic. But yeah, it's this is unfortunately something I don't like to go into too much detail. Well, at least my thoughts, purely for people like the comment now, doofus. He'll hop in and completely text something out of context. But yeah. Oh, there we go. Yeah. So once again, complain all I like. I'm I'm not saying that I think that fucking the magnet is causing tides. I'm saying here's something that's happening. Could there be something similar going on, or could this explain some sort of phenomenon? And could the magnetics influence our bodies in the sense of we also got water in us? Um, there is a magnetic field on the earth, and all things like that. That's why I ask these sort of questions. Um, I'm not trying to get an answer of okay, is this how tides work? Okay, cool. Yeah, it is magnetic. So I wish Doofus stop taking me out of context if you're listening on YouTube or whatever, and stop coming up with assumptions as well. You know nothing about me or what I think and how I perceive things.
One thing to think of is that the Arctic, the water that goes into the Arctic comes out again as sort of like a filtration type of system in and out. But if you go down to the Antarctic, it goes around it. So like you've got I think we had a conversation probably a week or 2 weeks ago of a guy saying that the waters are draining in so the water's draining and it's being filled up. It's just draining, filling up, sinkholes, plug holes, that type of thing there. The simplicity of it, because when they were talking about some places have no tides because they don't have any continental shelves, so they're not going to have any splash or whatever like they do on their things. So tides, yeah, I think could be simply the effect of the earth as a sponge type of thing that just absorbs the water and then releases it up in the north. Simple as that, really.
Yeah, I'm not too sure about how that whole system works. I do know that we had quite a severe drought here in Cape Town a few years back, and we were almost at a point of what they called day zero, where there'll be no water left in our dams. So a lot of the people were using borehole water to fill up swimming pools and water gardens and things like that, and it caused a lot of problems with the land foundation sort of thing, where we would end up with roads that would just collapse and gardens that would sink. And I don't know where that water goes to again. yeah, it's most likely yes in the Earth, but it's going to take quite a while to get back down to that lower level of water. But could that water be channeling through an underground river system? I don't know if that's what you're trying to get at.
A sub-level, water table, whatever. I guess all depends on, in South Africa, not Cape Town, but in South Africa, average elevation 1,500 meters. You like from Cape Town or Durban, Drakensberg, and then all of a sudden you go up 500 meters, and then you're on the next level, like the next plateau. So it's like having a drought. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess it's bad planning, isn't it? If you're at the highest of the area, then like you can't get water from any higher, can you? And therefore your preparations are better to have a water table that's higher than your highest, and therefore you're always going to have water, a bit like a canal system,
Yeah, yeah.
Would you say your weather's? Would you say that your weather is getting more extreme, like it's getting colder and it's getting hotter?
It's
And
getting,
summer and
for
winter?
me, I would say cooler. I'd say getting cooler. I remember our
For
summers
you?
used to be scorching hot, and no, it's not like that anymore.
It's getting like that. It's getting like that now in UK. It's almost like the weather's interchange with one another. We had records of cold in our winter, which was we had record temperatures January, February, like -9, -10, which I've never seen it in 20, 30 years. And then in our summer, we hit 40, maybe 41 degrees Celsius. I've never seen that before. So if you guys are getting less extreme in your winter and in your summer, I mean, like in your winter time, are you still seeing frost on the floor and like thick fog?
No, I'm on the coast, so I've actually never seen frost on the floor.
Yeah, we used to have frost. We used to have frost on the floor on the way to school up in Joburg, but maybe I don't think that's the case now. So it's interesting.
I think inland they get it a bit, but let's say about 50 kilometers from the ocean. But I'm right on the ocean, so no, I haven't seen that.
They were saying that the coldest temperatures Africa was like -15 in the Cape Province, Huddersfield or something like that, Huddersfield, and it was like -15. I was like, yes, that's quite cold, eh?
All this I've been, it was like -3, and that was in Matrursburg, or -5 was Matrursburg when we went to go look at the snow. Other than that, no. My average is the coldest, I would say, average in winter for me is about 9 or 10 degrees, and then during the day, say 12, 15 degrees Celsius. And then summertime is around, say, 15 in the mornings and say 25 in the afternoons.
Yes, so that's a lot cooler and not as cold as it was before. So yeah, interesting. And what? Yeah, that's all I can think of.
Wouldn't that suggest that the path of the sun probably changed? Which it probably does all the time anyway, like it goes in cycles.
Oh yeah, man. If you imagine we're geocentric and you look at it from 0, 0 coordinates, and you're looking at Africa, and then you see the dry bit from Arizona to North Africa to Australia, the angle there. So if that's the angle of the sun at the moment, imagine that moving clockwise at a rate of 5 kilometers a year. And imagine that. So 5 kilometers a year, it would take 8,000 years, whatever, to do 40,000 kilometers. So a cycle of 8,000 years. easily. And that's the cycle, I guess. But half of that, every 4,000 years, you would have a magnetic flip, and then you break it down to a quarter or whatever, and this and that. So yeah, that's what I see in the UK. I see the sun's path turning clockwise as it gets closer and closer, but at the same point, it's moving further and further away from South Africa. So making South Africa a bit less of this and a bit less of that, and the UK more. Because if you look up, the tropics are expanding. So if you look, it's like 3 miles a year. That's pretty. If you take that angle tilt, like I was saying, from Arizona, North Africa, and Australia, and you make that anti-clockwise, and you go back in time, that'll take you back 520. It's either 300 or 520 years. But anyway, 5 kilometers a year. It needs to cover, 520 years. That's right. Yeah. So 520 years ago, the sun would have just been at the sun path would have just been going around the equator, and therefore the rest of the world would have been the dark ages, would have been snow, frozen, because there's no sun. And then, if that helps,
The
it's
only
overall.
difference,
Sorry.
sorry, Ron. The only difference regarding your weather question, the only difference that I've noticed from when I was a kid, this is what 25, 30 years ago, is that the overall humidity was higher, and the grass and everything was greener. It does appear to be becoming more desert-like, and if you look at the history images of Google Earth, it appears to be becoming like a desert. If you look at Namibia, it's almost like it's becoming a mini Namibia. Yes, it's still green, but there does appear to be some sort of change. But when it comes to the temperature-wise, I wouldn't say it's getting hotter at all. But there's definitely some sort of change in the land itself, or for me at least, from what I remember as a kid.
Yeah, it either sounds like a lack of direct sunshine, direct radiation, a change in nitrogen in the area.
I think it's less rain, if anything.
Yeah, I thought that first.
Well, that's my theory that that's what the moon is responsible for is precipitation.
Hell yeah. When the moon is in the south, it precipitates in the north, and vice versa. When the moon is in the south, and when the moon is in the north, then it doesn't precipitate and it's drier.
Geez, for me, I was thinking rain is coming from that barrier. So you got those different density layers, and sometimes when you're driving along the road, you can actually see the clouds are sitting on this like perfectly flat or level, whatever you want to call it, flat barrier. So it's all puffy on top, but it's like flat at the bottom. And when you can actually see it from a distance. When it breaks through, it's like these lines or this whoosh coming down, and you know it's raining in that area. So I don't know if it's got something to do with that it's just not that barrier itself, that the electromagnet or whatever it's not. It's not probably not even electric, whatever you want to call it. Between density layers, there's something that keeps those two barriers apart. What that is, I got no fucking idea. I'm sure maybe one of you guys know what it is, but it's almost like that is getting stronger in a sense, because it can be cloudy, but there'll be no rain. Yeah, I think it's got to do with that.
Well, when I was growing up, I mean, we had snow every winter to where we could sleigh ride and everything else. And then when my kids grew up, that was non-existent. And it's still non-existent here. That kind of snow, to where you have 6 inches on the ground pretty much all winter to be able to sleigh ride.
Yeah,
But
weather's
like I
definitely
said,
changing.
I just think the sun goes through cycles to, and wherever it's needed more, that's where the precipitation and the heat and the cold and whatever it needs is going to be prominent. I mean, that's theoretical, of course, but I think this place takes care of itself, if that makes sense.
I believe it's more vibrational. Higher frequency, the higher rate something vibrates. The lighter, the more energy, the more intense energy, or infinite energy.
I mean,
Anyway,
it could
I think the
be.
sun would be more likely to be a cause, one of the causes of tides. I think the sun could probably have more of an effect. I mean, when you look at it, it only makes sense, and they do invert everything. So, but you can almost, it's almost like when you look at the sun, you can nearly see the energy flowing out of it, right, and creating this pressure within the ether as it moves. Only thing is when there's a pressure on the surface, and it, like that wave that it's going to create, it's going to start out slow, but it's going to take it much longer to travel than it would the sun once it moves away. Has anyone heard of a white hole? They're referred to as a white hole. I know they say that they can't really confirm that one exists, and it's hypothetical. Exactly what they
I've seen
describe
them. Yeah, I met a few of them.
a white hole to be is exactly what, I mean, it
Yep.
sounds like they're describing the sun.
Yeah. Somebody said something about Kosho, I think. Might have evidence of this.
Yeah, it was his something to do with his mother.
Yeah.
But it could be a light hole also, or white hole. Yeah.
You can nearly see it in photos too, you know, the color bands. It's like, sometimes you can use a filter, sometimes you don't have to. There's a pressure perturbation extending outward from the sun.
Yeah, I would love to get into that discussion with the white hole and black hole, but when the Discord is too busy like this, I can't give my opinions. As I hate the ridicule, and for instance, there's this guy in the chat that doesn't hop into the VC that you can actually explain yourself or actually have a discussion with. So I would love to actually have that discussion with you. So if you don't mind, Truth, if we can actually, if I do see you in here and the Discord's quieter, if I can bring that back up again.
Sure.
Yeah, Beer Man, I wouldn't worry too much about it. It's one of the main tactics of just like making you feel like you're being silly for having these ideas, which is gaslighting. So I wouldn't worry too much about it.
I just don't like it. I think it's disgusting. I think it's inhumane. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's why they do it. They do it, bro. They do it to make you feel that way. So just ignore it.
Yeah, that's why I don't even look at the chat when I'm in voice chat. I just don't care. I get enough flack here, so.
No, you're fine. I enjoy these sort of discussions. It's just a pity that that those sort of people do these sort of things. It's just, yeah, I don't understand why they want to do it.
I used to be able to ask questions in the chat. People used to read the chat more often. They kind of ruined it. Because if you want to ask a question, the people you're really talking to generally don't read the chat. It's like when Dyslow mentioned the math guy that he was talking about, that he never heard about ether, and maybe by name. It seems like they got rid of it so that they could introduce the relativity, gravity, and all this other stuff for heliocentrism. And then at the latter end, want to reintroduce it under a different name. because they talk about things like neutrino and quintessence, and to me, quintessence sounds like ether.
Check this out. So quintessence, quint is 5. Quintessence, essence of 5. Why did they say that? Or does it mean shit?
They refer to it as like the fifth, like earth, water, air, and fire. The fifth.
Oh,
We can't see
like a five-sided star or something.
the essence that all things are made of.
It's because they're obsessed with death. 5 represents death.
Sounds like
Why are
ether
you
to me.
obsessed with something that like ends your curiosity? It's like I'm obsessed with something that when I have the thing, I won't be able to be obsessed with anything anymore. Counterproductive. Anyway.
Oh, the Rhesus satellite was supposed to enter Earth's atmosphere today and fall to the Earth. Wonder where it landed.
Ideally, in the ocean.
Nah, it must have landed in the pages of fictional history.
Well, of course it did. I was just asking.
I heard it
And
landed.
it's so funny that the end of the spelling is ISS. So
I heard it landed on a trampoline, and probably.
Yeah, landed on a trampoline.
Boing.
It's just odds. It's bound to happen sometime.
well, at least it didn't land on somebody's pillow like the asteroids do. So
Yeah.
Which
How
satellite
rude.
was this? Because I mean, most of them just burn up in the atmosphere. They got to be really substantial to make it to Earth.
Yeah. The high-end asteroids go under the pillow. In hotels or something.
yeah, but it's funny that the Rhesus satellite has been up there for 20 years, just like the ISS. So
Wow, that's funny. What's funny about that?
Nothing funny about age. No reason to be defensive about it. Isn't that about how old like planes get too, and then they kind of decommission them?
Well, that's because the planes experience weather and patterns of dynamic systems that wear away at the stuff inside. But that shouldn't be happening in space. So I guess their story matches up with their story. It can last out there because all they need is minor fixes, and it can just orbit and kind of just hang out, right?
That's just incredible.
Yeah, it's
like
it's almost like we shouldn't believe it. No, never that, right?
It's almost like you should be wary of someone who's trying to forcefully convince you of a story that you can't verify for yourself.
And it's not that I don't want to believe experts and authority and such. It's just that, gosh darn it, every time I test one of their claims about the Earth, why it does not match reality. So that becomes a problem. I don't really want to be here, you know, yelling at my fellow man, having him yell at me when we won't agree on what reality is. And I'll always say this: somebody's lying, given how reality presents itself. Flatties are lying, or globers are lying, but one of us is not, completely upfront about this.
The most important is that you take in the information and you do with it what you want to do with it. Don't take that information and accept it for because someone else said you must accept it or it is the way it is. I'd say do with it what you want to do with it. It's your life. It's your understanding. It's your reality. So that's how I do it, at least.
Yeah, man.
For me, that's more important. I don't like to be told what to do or how to think.
One of the greatest feelings I've had since discovering a lot of these realities is to see someone's face when they realize they've been lied to about these things. To watch, like, some people cry, right? Some people it's an emotional, it's like a spiritual experience because it just hits home as a real truth. I didn't have to watch somebody else on TV or listen to my teacher or listen to my parents or anybody about anything. I just now came to the realization on my own of a very, very deep truth that has implications, wide implications. I think that's one of the main reasons that a lot of these folks won't let go is because they may not have the minerals to get through such a realization, a personal realization. First, of having been duped, yes, you were, but that's okay. That's okay, dude. As long as you can admit, yeah, I was fooled, and I'm no worse for it. In fact, I'm going to find out what some truth is and finally better myself.
Yeah, if it wasn't for this topic that was introduced to me, about 8 years ago, probably even more than that now, I would never have discovered or gone into different religions such as Hinduism and all these other religions and understandings like Buddhism, which is actually not a religion. It's more Buddhism. I wouldn't say is a religion, but I would never even looked into it if it wasn't for this topic, because I realized, oh fuck, wait, there's more to life than what I've been told, and that's changed my life and my outlook on things, and I would say I've had a massive reality shift. I wouldn't even say I can remember how I thought, or why I thought things the way I did think them. Say 4 years ago is when I really got into a different line of understanding of who we are, what we are, and different religions, and I understand. Oh, for me at least, I understand why Hinduism's there, why Hinduism is there, why Buddhism is there, and why Christianity is there. I read the Bible a little bit differently than what I read it before, but once again, I might have misunderstood it before. But I see things totally different. I see how they're all linked, and it's changed my life. And I like to discuss those sort of things because I realized it doesn't help being told and then not discussing it because I might have misunderstood something. But yeah, when you get ridiculed for questions or for your own thoughts, it's like it sort of feels unfair, because that's the way I think it works, or you know what I mean. Don't fucking shit on me because I think differently to the way that person
Do
thinks.
do you, do you think you had like blinders on before, like,
Oh, most
and then
definitely.
and then now you've kind of like increased the aperture of your knowledge?
It's like I had chains, not really chains. I don't know how to explain it. It's
Go
just
ahead, say chains. That's cool. Chains on your eyelids, something like that. You can't see. All right,
no. It's
just
like it's like you must think this way. If you don't think this way, there's something wrong with you. And yeah, I
right.
got rid of that.
Because I don't know, like we're just children in the educational system. We want to please people and like and show that we understand things. You know, we want to make our teachers happy. We want, don't we? I think a lot of kids do anyway. Maybe not all, but
N-
you know,
No, no. So I get it this way. For instance, when I studied IT engineering, um, I know that I have to understand it that way. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to fucking build a a network. For instance, if I understand it wrong, I'm going to build it wrong. But I think when it comes to life, I think everyone's got a different understanding because yeah, there's well, I can't build life, or I possibly could, but if you know what I mean, I don't think there's a manual for that. But
right?
there's a manual of how to build a network. So college, studying things like that, or I also did
Yeah.
project management. I followed by the books, with my own initiative as well. But the books surely helped me,
Yeah.
and I still use
I
it
guess
today.
in a way, I'm sort of stumbling over what Glatt said about like being fooled, and it's like you can fool somebody that might have an idea about what's going on, but you can just like tell a child something, and you're not fooling them. They just believe you because they're built nice. You know what I mean? Because they believe things. You know what I'm saying? It's a sort
Yeah.
of
Yeah,
it's a
but
little
they've
bit
still
taken
been fooled.
advantage of. You know
They've
what I
still
mean?
been fooled. It doesn't matter
Oh, they're being
whether through
they're
innocence from their part or not. They've still
they're having
been
a game
fooled.
run on them, and they're not aware of it. It's different than, ooh, I got your nose. That's different. It's like, ooh, ups, I got your cosmology. Oh, it was right behind your ear, kid. You know, that's a joke, but
Yeah,
serious too.
being fooled is
It's
just
offensive
another.
to me.
Being fooled is just another way of saying of being deceived. Anybody can be deceived. Mature people ought not to be deceived very regularly, but it's
Well,
still possible.
when you are the fool, it means you know shit all, and it means you have to learn everything. So, like, to be made the fool when you might have half an idea is kind of like there's something incorrect about that. You know?
Has there always been this sort of awakening going on, or is this something pretty new? Because the reason why I'm asking is the more where I am now, the more I see all the shit going around. I see more and more people, I would say, talking about it, and it's almost clear, in the sense of, if you see a soccer ball going down the road, you would say, "Oh, there's a soccer ball going down the road. There's no question about it." In the sense of there's something fucked up going on, but I never noticed anything. I would say 15 years ago, I would say I thought this is life. I thought this is what it is, and yeah, that's all there is. But now, with the shit that's going around, for me at least, I'm saying shit. I see more of this. Um, this crazy, not crazy, but deception going around. Is that a new thing, or has it always been there? If that question makes
Well, I
sense.
think I mean, there's always been bullshit. So there's always been lies from the beginning, right? If you read scriptures, whether you believe in them or not, it doesn't really matter. It's still true, right? There's always been lies. So people have always been fooled, but people have also always been given the opportunity to wake up to the lies, right?
And there's always been
With
people waking up.
right, but with respect to your other question, I would say that we are in a unique time in terms of the world as a whole and the era that we're in, because not only has the awakening quote unquote, if you want to use that term, increased quite dramatically, both because of the times we're in, but also because of the facilities that we have access to, like what we're doing now, talking online. But also the magnitude of and the sheer ramping up of the lies. So it's kind of, we have this natural order understanding of reaping and sowing and such, right? So one example is in nature, if you try and cut a population, they tried this with jellyfish someplace. They tried to get rid of them because they were causing problems. So they tried to cull them, but they failed because what ended up happening is they just burst in population as a countermeasure to that, and then they had a bigger problem because they didn't handle it wisely, right? So equally, as the lies have increased, as the abuse of truth has increased, so too has the awakening to truth. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I got you.
Cool.
Well said, Elijah.
Can I talk about bullshit real quick?
Never seen it, mate.
Just
Talk about
saying,
the
like,
globe?
well, right. But when we talk about bullshit, we talk about like bullshit is equal to a lie, right? But I don't know if that's true. Because people do bullshit about things, right? We might not know the whole facts of something, or maybe we're just talking about something, but we're bullshitting about it.
Yeah, it's just colloquialism.
That's a
It's-
phrase, but
it's-
it doesn't imply that we're lying about something. We're not conspiring and lying. It means that we're just talking. And so sometimes talk
it's contextual, right? So the way I used it in when I
get it.
just said it now, I was applying it to the lies. So I was using it
That,
as a
well,
colloquialism to the
it's,
lies.
the truth
But
is,
you can
I
also
think
just
that
just shooting the shit with your
I
buddies.
get it, right? Shooting the shit, but it's their bullshit. Like you can have bullshit, like you have your own bullshit, right? I have my own. We deal with our bullshit, right?
But you know where the phrase comes from, right? Because obviously it's not a literal phrase. The reason it's used is because you've literally never seen bullshit. Now that's hyperbolic language, right? But it's to get to the point. The reason we associate it with falsehoods and lies is because you've never seen it, so it doesn't actually exist. So when someone says, "Oh,
we can call something
I
bullshit.
scored a 10 last night" or whatever rubbish, right? It's like your mate calls bullshit because he's not seen it. There's no evidence for it. That's where that phrase comes
Right,
from.
but you're not calling it a lie. You're calling it into question. You're saying is there veracity to it? I would say like bullshitting is the process of arriving to truth, and some things are bullshit because they're not quite truth.
That's something a lawyer would say. Hey, but I got something to say
There's a
real
whole
quick
book
about
on
that.
it, dude. I'm
about
sorry.
that whole bullshit. I just wanted quick interjection.
Okay.
The whole
It's also a
bullshit thing,
card game as well.
As I was growing up, I thought bullshit was like, especially if you go in a saloon in the cowboy days, you sit down and someone says, "What's that smell?" And you, "I don't know," and they go, "Bullshit," because you got bullshit on his shoes. Farmer, rancher, whatever. No, I don't know. I'm just saying. I like to think of it that way because, especially like during a card game, you're gonna bluff during a card game. You're gonna bluff. Oh, he's got bullshit. Oh, bullshit. Let me see your cards. And they just go with it. I don't know. Anyway, go ahead, guys.
Right. I'm just like opening it up. I'm sorry. I'm opening up the can of bullshit here. It's just there's a book called On Bullshit. It's a short read, but it talks about all the different like use cases of bullshit, and that's actually not the worst thing in the world to like vilify. But go ahead. I don't know. Whatever. Everybody does have their own context for it, and there are many contexts. I just doing a little topic sorbet. Sorry.
Especially as
I'll
nobody
stop
is
now.
ever applying it literally, unless they're herding cattle, right?
Hey, Elijah.
It's obviously going to have interpretation room.
Real quick.
And contextual application. Go ahead.
Hey, Elijah, I want to ask you about what you were saying, but I just want to make sure that the room knows that I hear often that a lot of Snack to the Future's witticisms are being unheard because I've known him for so long, and there's some really witty things that he says that I just wish other people would get sometimes.
Don't witness.
Yeah, because last night he came on and they were talking about people eating other people, and then he said humanitarian, and it just like went over everyone's head, or they weren't listening close enough. It was great, but yeah, as far as bullshit goes,
he's too deadpan sometimes, for sure.
No, yeah, that's the problem because it's so good that it's not like forced in a way that like that's his way of doing it. But anyway, what was it you were saying a minute ago? Anyway, Elijah, what do you mean that you've never seen bullshit? I don't get why that would be the sense of the
That's
origin of it.
but that's the phrase, right? Have you ever seen it?
Well, it could see. It's not like something unseeable.
Have you ever seen a bullshit?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well,
That's
well,
not like
I call
it wouldn't
bullshit,
be
man.
rare if you were around bulls, right?
Well, I call
Dude,
bullshit.
I've spent a lot of time on farms with bulls, cows, sheep, goat, all kinds of things.
I didn't know if there was something I was missing about it that you were implying, but
But I mean, it's the whole point. It's clearly a colloquialism. It's a turn of
yeah,
phrase.
of course.
So that's
Well,
why
yeah.
you respond in turn. Bullshit.
Yeah, I think
Bullshit.
5
Have you
minutes on the
seen
topic
bullshit?
of bullshit is good. More than 5 minutes is total bullshit, and we don't need that. But I appreciate you guys chiming in on it. It's really cool.
I like what you were saying about, I got your cosmology behind your ear. There it is, right? Kind of like that's exactly what it is, the gaslighting that goes on with this whole topic, which is great.
Well, because like I never gave my mind to that shit. I was just like, I have to accept this because this is what I'm being told right now. It's not like it's a difference to me, you know. And so like
Right.
I could be lied to, yeah. But if I just give you that, then you didn't lie to me. I just like I don't know. I just shouldn't have believed you.
Right.
You see it as basically.
It is almost like they put it out there in that way, kind of like I always say, like they're faking it poorly on purpose to either clear their conscience or give the thinking man, the opportunity to see through it, and not to give them more credit than they deserve. But I think that's kind of like the whole idea behind playing golf on the moon and doing the ISS water tricks and stuff like that. It's kind of like, well, if you believe this, we don't really feel that bad for you. And like Issa always says, you know what, if they never deceived you or made this the obvious truth that you don't see, then what would you have to wake up from? And this waking up process is something that is liberating in a way that you might not have if they made it very obvious or told you the truth with a bunch of more lies. Like, yeah, we're on a
I
flat
hear
Earth,
you.
we're inside a dome, and you can't prove that wrong.
This is prospiracy thinking on Issa's part, though. This is prospiracy,
I know,
which
and I
doesn't
like
really
it.
exist.
I
There's
like
no
it.
real such. It's a portmanteau. There's no real such thing as there's everything that's a con about conspiracy, but no pros about conspiracy. But that's
Well,
like that goes
you
back
can look
to like
at it that
Plato
way.
Republic to me. Go ahead.
I hear you.
Yeah.
I hear you. But there could be something, even if it's just a justification on their part. At the same time, the point that he makes is true about like that. We could have been told we're on a we have a firmament, we're on a flat Earth, and there's nothing you can prove to yourself that's wrong with that because it obviously seems like we're stationary and level. But then they could do that. They could add a whole bunch of pseudoscience that we'd never be able to prove to ourselves is wrong. So in a way, you could look at it as a gift because they made the what they're saying is the truth so ridiculous
Right, and
that
I don't believe
anyone
any
with
of this
common
shit,
sense can
but
see
like
through it.
it is so. But more conspiracy thinking, like the bullshitting of all of the people about space, like that people were talking about it. You know what I mean? Like that it was bullshit to start with, and you know what I mean. Like there's a process like that, like just people chatting about stuff, whatever. If you want to you could call it something completely different now, right? We're measuring things in tweets and shit. You know what I mean? But like just to have people talking about a topic, to have it trend. That is bullshit. Trending is bullshit. It means that the bullshit is high. That's what it really means. The bullshitting level is incredible. It's going through the roof, guys. Yeah, that's what I think. Like,
Yeah, and they're
I-
feeding
I-
into it by making it even more ridiculous and gaslighting even more and waking us up on purpose, I would argue almost for whatever means to an end they have in mind.
some of that over like there's something like what age of reason was that age of 7 or something like that. Is like age of majority. That's when you're an adult and you can like get drunk. Is there some other age that is after this, like where you're like, oh, I have age of like I understand society a little bit now. I didn't when I
Right.
was 20, right? Then I was trying to drive fast cars and drink a lot or something. Let's say I wasn't
Right.
personally, but maybe a lot of people do that. It's not until you get a little bit older, you get a little bit of back pain, you start slowing down a little bit, and you take a look around. So I think there's some other type of philosophical age that we actually do reach, and
Right.
it's in your
And some would
30s.
argue that's what they're trying to avoid is us getting to that enlightenment stage that might happen through the blooming of the pineal gland, if you will, or something that, maybe the fluoride's blocking us
That
from
sounds
getting
so
to.
gross when you say it like that. Don't say that. Those let's strike that from the record. No more. That's cool stuff.
You need
what
your
did
I
you
don't mean
penis
to take it off
and your
track here.
food, bro.
I forgot what we were talking about, but I figured somebody would be kind of turning the topic
Yeah,
around soon.
I like that analogy though. Like, I got your cosmology. Here it is. It's kind of like
It's
I
like a
always think
trick.
about
Yeah,
it.
that's the kind of joke level that it
It
seems like
is
somebody's. It's like a Santa Claus move. You know what I mean? It's on that
right.
level. It's like, oh, it's okay to play jokes on kids. They don't know. It's fun. We get entertainment out of fooling them. It's cute. You know what I mean?
Right. We're going to treat you like a kid. And if you're going to accept that, we're going to keep doing it until, you have a mature response. And that's kind of what this whole thing's about in a way, is a mature response to this gaslighting.
It's
It's like
preparation too. I mean, there's
yeah.
like
It
the
only
first time
works because
somebody
people
takes your nose
engage in
away,
it,
you
right?
really think it got taken away. The first time somebody takes your nose, you're like, oh shit, the dude just took my nose. The first time. Okay.
You see,
Maybe.
those kind of games are just like magician games. It only works because you're watching him. You're engaging in his performance. If you don't play the game, then you don't lose.
Right. But then again, part of appreciating the game is kind of what I was getting at with the prospiracy stuff in a way, because it's like, I don't know, maybe you could justify it in that as a whole, the people can't handle the truth, but at the same time, they're conditioned not to handle the truth. So it's an unfair game to begin with, to have our schools dumb people down on purpose and accept these things at, childhood level and just assume that they're true doesn't give them the opportunity to see through it necessarily, unless you have the internet or a group of wise friends that are cluing you in or whatever it takes. That's the thing that is changed now, because the information's available. People are out here talking about it honestly, and so yeah, the Overton window is definitely about to collapse, it seems.
I don't know. I mean, it's overall fine. It's a question we never ask ourselves for a long time because it's kind of fed to us so early, but we would never even think to kind of question that. So it's so like in the root programming, you know what I mean, of the education system. So
Yeah, that's what makes it unfair to a degree,
yeah,
But it's
absolutely.
like, yeah, but at the same time, you can see why it works so well to have the game board be false from the beginning. So all the legal fiction and everything else that we pretend is real, like money and everything else,
you
can just be
you
fiction
you
as
you
well.
grow up without these questions because like if you had to dwell on these questions when you were young, you wouldn't develop past a certain point. You'd just be like, oh wait, what the fuck am I on? Where aren't what is this? Where we you know what I mean? If you were through, you're learning about dinosaurs and believing that shit. You know what I mean? That's what you're doing at like second, first grade or some shit.
And it serves for production value so well because
It's
maybe
just
there was a problem where people were just philosophizing and spending a lot of time like we are right now talking about the deeper issues rather than just getting to work and going and doing the 9 to 5 to make the society get to the point where the internet was possible and we could talk about all these things. So it's kind of a trade-off.
but like I never was taught stuff. It's like I always like I could hear stuff. But it didn't. It's not real information because you have to pursue that yourself. I think the only real knowledge that you can get is stuff that you actually push yourself to know.
For sure.
So
Well,
before
it
that,
would make.
do you agree with that?
I was just going to add that it would make sense that the reason they would roll this out is to, especially before the ultimate and total control of AI in 2018. I mean, that was the focus. It was kind of a big thing at Davos. I
Yeah,
posted a
they
video.
now have enough of a dog catcher net to like save themselves if everything goes fucking wrong.
Before they do, if they want to identify a group of individuals, because it's like they can't. They tried to tie certain other topics in with it. Just like if they want to identify a certain group of individuals who are not subject to the brainwashing, who think for themselves, because they don't want you thinking for yourself. Like, what better way to do it? To release something as one of those, release something that they know is true, as the CIA term conspiracy theory, and then create, communities for these people so that they can influx it with military intelligence for social engineering. Makes total sense.
I
really,
yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say it really does, and at the same time, it's like one of those things where it's so obvious to us, at least, that that it's like, wait a minute, okay, I'm not going to live in a world that's not going to just like have the obvious be something that we're all tiptoeing around for the rest of time that we're on this plane. I mean, we have to normalize the conversation at least, which is I think we've done successfully. And if they're gonna just like get rid of all the people with common sense, then what do we really want to stick around for that anyway? Right? And as far as the AI is concerned, yeah, the digital age is perfect timing for it. I'm sure within their thinking, because they want to make everyone realize or think that what they're giving us is, which is true, that they're giving us such a fake version of reality that the artificial world or the augmented reality or virtual reality is just as real as the fake world that they've given us to live in. So we might as well just escape to that anyway.
And if they can socially engineer the behavior, like consolidate these individuals into groups, if they can socially engineer their behavior and socially engineer them to behave certain ways, or amplify and I don't know how to, maybe let's just say amplify the behavior of those rotten apples that are organically in them, socially engineering the people who are vulnerable to that kind of thing to act in certain ways, so that they can paint all of them in a bad narrative and create this idea that they're the criminal and that they're the enemy of humanity.
Yeah, it's like psychologically inaccessible topic for some people who are just like stuck in the space paradigm and entertainment and playing space games. They're just not going to be able to like have a like you could arrive at this idea to research it through multiple different avenues, right? Not every flat earther has the same story.
Yeah, for sure.
To say, right? So everybody comes through some different spectrum of truth or pursuit of knowledge or something like that, or even just rubbernecking in some kind of weird way. Interneting, could just get hooked into it, because you're curious.
For some people, this is the door, the first door that opened for them, and for others, it's the last. And
Right.
for many, it's just along the path, right, somewhere in the middle.
This discussion was the first door that opened up for me. Was this the flat Earth topic? I'm not saying that I've gone totally with it. However, I've really opened up my mind to the idea of it. But I want to also add is, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think human nature, I think it counts for most of us, is there's that old saying is seeing is believing, or you won't believe it until you've actually seen it, or you won't believe it until you've experienced it for yourself. At least you can trust, then you're believing something, but if you've experienced it or if you've seen it, then you know it. So
Well, it's a
you know
belief
that's
until it's a belief actually until you experience it. Then it becomes knowledge. You know it. So if you know
Yeah.
something and you've experienced it, someone can't come along and convince you otherwise. But if it's a belief and someone has convinced you of that belief, then someone can come along with a stronger, more persuasive argument and incline you to believe something different.
Hey, Beerman,
yeah.
have you at least gotten to the point? Have you at least gotten to the point where you realize that there's no way we're on a spinning ball?
Yeah, so I'm going to carry on there before I forget my thought. Then you can ask me that again. Hold on a sec. So, for instance, when you're a kid and your mom tells you, or a teacher tells you, or someone tells you, don't put your hand in the fire, you're going to burn yourself. But as a kid, fuck, no, I don't believe it. I put my hand in, yes, it burnt. And I was like, oh, damn, I learned a lesson. Yes, they told me it is that way. Or my mom would tell me, don't put your hand on the iron, things like that. But we test, or I at least tested it. And yeah, I hurt myself. So I was programmed by myself in that sense of, listen to that person, they know what they're talking about. And then as this topic came up, this flat earth topic, over 30 years later, the what happened with me is I started now looking through different things, and I was introduced to lucid dreaming, and these lucid dreaming videos came up, and I thought, oh, this is absolute bullshit, absolute nonsense. Eventually I started trying it for myself, and it only got my first one, a couple of years later, but then I was getting them almost every single night. But I wasn't believing it, but I kept on going, and eventually I had my first lucid dream, and I was like, oh my goodness, this is wow. And that sort of awakening is really awesome. And when I say awakening, I would say that bit of truth is finding a real bit of truth when I really thought this is absolute nonsense, because I couldn't get it right, and all these people are saying they're getting it right and it's this and it's that, and I was like, oh no man, until you get it, it's like wow. But yeah, I just wanted to add that I think everyone has got their own truth within themselves. But
Well,
yeah,
do you see? Because I know a lot of people that kind of say that they're not necessarily or whatever however you want to phrase it, like on the fence or whatever it is that you don't have to like it, a lot of times they're seeing it still the way that it's been kind of laid out, as if you have to declare that you think the whole thing is this or that, rather than getting rid of the fantasy to begin with, which is our reality is not the opposite of what it seems in every way. We're not on a spinning ball. That's obvious. And then you're left with your base axioms, which doesn't mean that you're declaring that the whole thing's flat, because you can't see the whole thing. You don't know the whole thing. But that was never a belief before the belief of the ball came in my opinion, because people would never think that they're on a ball before there was like this idea of it presented with the picture from space and all that. And it's just ridiculous to even consider that. So flat Earth was never a belief before the belief of the ball came in, and now they're trying to make flat Earth a belief. You know what I'm saying?
okay, yeah. So let me get your question was what is your question to me now? It was a good
Have you at
question.
least gotten past that point of thinking that it's possible that we're on this spinning ball?
Okay, yeah. So to answer that is after all this now, when I realized, wow, I need to try figure this out for myself. Oh, I need to try get the answer for myself. Then I went and I bought the P900, because this is a couple of years after I was introduced to the topic, and then I did some of the tests that the guys recommended. It was still the days when you could YouTube something and you'll get a hell of a lot of recommendations. And if I remember correctly, I think 2018 yeah, I think 2018 it was the most searched topic on Google. So there was a lot of information about it. So I went and did a few tests, and I could see what the guys were finding, but for me, I started noticing the refraction thing that I was what I talk about is where I say, okay, there I see something's happening, so I can't trust what's going on afterwards. Yes, I see something, I see further than I should be able to with the calculator, but there's a reason for that. But the reason why it's doing that is something I don't know. So I was doing a few experiments for myself, and I'm able to replicate it, or not replicate, but get an understanding for both models. However, I am at this point, I don't think we're spinning. I I don't even think how do I say that? It could be a ball, but it could also be flat, and I'm open to that. I'm not subscribed to a model at all, but
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like
yeah.
that's how they've stigmatized the conversation to be like you have to have this model in your head that you believe in, rather than okay, I'm done with the idea of a spinning ball, because well, if you think it's not spinning, that's a start, and then they just still think it's a ball, then you'd have to come up with the whole idea of how we could be like upside down relative to each other without the spinning and all that. So I mean, like I always say, like I think if someone's over the belief that you're on a spinning ball, in my mind, you're a flat earther already, because it's not like like they've pigeonholed it to seem like you have to have the model of flat Earth, otherwise you're not a flat earther, because nobody has the model or knows what the whole thing is. It's impossible. So that's the misnomer in the whole thing. It's not even flat anyway, because it's obviously we have topography. So it's just that I think that some people get hung up on like I don't know one way or another, when they're really done with the belief of the spinning ball, and they realize that must be more like it seems than the opposite of that.
Yeah, I've got to the point where I've even considered it being like a bubble Earth, and with the way a bubble works, and electromagnetics, and sort of things that I'm not smart enough for these sort of things. So I try to put it in my head, and I put something together for myself that say, oh, okay, it could actually be that way. So think of like a bubble, but then there's a plane between the two that separates that off from that other off. So you got the top and the bottom bottom worlds, if you want to put it that way. I've even considered that, but that's a topic for another day. However, I'm this might sound woo woo, and I could be completely wrong, but I don't think there's anything that's physical. I think everything is either light or electric, and I fall more to the light spectrum, but almost as if it's a wavelength, and
Right? Yeah.
yeah, there's nothing that's physical. I think if you had to chop, like I've said this before, if you had to chop yourself up into as small as you possibly can, eventually it's going to just be a piece of energy. It's not going to be something that you can't cut anymore. I mean,
I would agree with you.
yeah. So, what is this place? I don't know. What is a
Right.
dream? I don't know. Um, that's what
Sure.
lucid dreaming, for me at least, taught me, is that I can go do awesome stuff in a lucid dream. I can't wait till I can do those awesome things in this waking life, or I can't wait to actually wake up from this one, that I can fall asleep again and try it again. Um, but yeah, I'm getting to
Okay.
that point.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say you should classify yourself as a flat earther either and make you commit to something either. I'm just saying that in my mind, you already are a flat earther in a kind of loose way of looking at it, because we all have these considerations still and suspended in as possibilities. Like you're saying, I bet a lot of us would agree that everything is electric and possibly not necessarily the material that we accept as reality.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion. Great philosophy topic, if that's the correct word to use.
Philosophical, yeah.
Philosophical, yeah. Um, but it's difficult to talk to two people about this, or not a lot of people are open for the discussion.
Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad because
How
I
about your
think
wife, if you don't mind me asking? Is she
she's chilled.
what's that?
She's chilled about it. She not into it. She would listen and she would be like, oh well, yeah, that makes sense. Or, but not phased. She says no. She just wants to live.
Yeah, right.
She doesn't
I
give a
understand.
fuck. Um,
Yeah.
and
I think for a lot of
she's always
people that's part of the hang up, is that they feel like then they have to commit to like thinking that it's one way or another, and that people in their lives might be taken back by that too much for them to feel committed to it. So they kind of just suspend it in this, possibility realm for a comfortability or for whatever reason.
Yeah, my wife's very arty. There's good artwork and stuff. So very creative mind. So I wish I was actually in her mind. I'm very I'm not. Where's the correct word? I'm not as. I think she's very open minded. And is not phased by these sort of things, and the discussions that happen on this Discord, and the sometimes screaming and shouting and arguments, she's not up for that, and that I think why she's not interested in this topic, purely for the arguments instead of a discussion.
Yeah, understandable.
But yeah, she's on my side and supportive of what I do and why I
Yeah, and
do
what
these
you're
sort of
doing
things.
is so like you're so that's why I was kind of like asking you, because what you're doing with your work with the ether band stuff and the lensing effect that the atmosphere creates is right on key, or right on cue with a lot of what we're talking about right now, and realizing that visual observations don't determine anything literal about it necessarily, because like we were talking about earlier, like what you expect to see or what you should see shouldn't even enter the conversation when we're talking about looking through the atmosphere at distant objects or anything, right? It's not, that's how they want us
Yeah.
to think. This is what you should see. Like there's some kind of consistency to it, when what you've done is shown that there isn't.
So what I did, a lot of it was for myself, and then I started uploading. Is It's a very simple thing, in my opinion. I just don't have the equipment to do this, or I don't have anyone that can do this for me. I'm looking forward to the day that it actually gets done, but is just to what'll make or break this, or not make or break, which will give me an answer is if there's a measurement done from the observer to where we see the refraction taking place. Everything between that, I think, would be, for instance, a straight measurement or straight laser, whatever you want to call it, where we should there should be detectable curve or no curve. Once that measurement is done or that experiment is done, that'll make it for me. I'm waiting for that to happen. I don't have the equipment. If I did, I would love to do it. But that's where I'm at when it comes to this topic. I love the rest of the discussion. I'm really waiting for that experiment to be done, and I think it'll will nail it for me at least.
I'm sorry, what is it that you're saying that you want? It will make or break it for you?
To measure if there's any curve or no curve between the observer and to where refraction visually takes place. You know, when we, for instance, when we're looking over the ocean, or you're filming a sunset or whatever you're doing, where that water is meeting the mirage, basically. There's that, I call it the focus point.
And how would you know, for instance, like how would you know if that's objective?
What do you mean?
Like you're saying that there's some kind of test that you could do that would make it or break it, like you would be able to know if there's curvature or not for sure through an optical experiment.
Yeah, so for me at least, an optical in that visual space will do it for me. So if you're standing on the shoreline and you're shining a laser, and visually in a telescope, a camera, whatever you're using to confirm that that person's still within the non-affected visual space, whether there's no refraction or no miraging taking place. If you're able to shine the laser there and it's from the observer, you plumb shooting a 90-degree angle laser across, and you got a little board up, and you expect it to be 6 inches above the ground, should it there. If there's any drop or if there's no drop, there should be measurable. There will be so little deflection or movement of that laser that it wouldn't affect it much. For me, at least, I understand the guys say, "Okay, no, but it's going to be curving with the Earth." I don't care that. That's for them. For me, I think that it'll hit on the same place. Or I don't think we'll detect curve. I personally don't think we would. However, I would like to see that done. But yeah,
Well, it's not
it's very
subjective like that. For you, it would mean this or that, but then you'd have to be able to show that it's objective for everyone to make it really something that proves one way or another, right?
that's again, there's going to be an argument on both sides. I don't know why this hasn't been done or shown. It might be a stupid experiment, but like I say again, for me that'll be like, okay, cool. Now I can relax and I can say this is good enough for me now to say, okay, I believe it's a ball, or no, okay, I believe it's flat. But at the moment, I'm
I'd have to like maybe if you outline what it is that you're talking about, so that then I can know whether that it seems like something that would be more objective than what's been done so far.
Okay, yeah. Let me get a picture up, and I'll draw something on the picture in Paint or something.
Because it seems like what you've already done is shown that that anything optical, it could be an illusion, right?
It could be, yeah, but for me it'll be good enough for now for me to say, okay, cool. I'm game with what you guys are saying, and
Well,
yeah,
here's
let's
the
chat about it.
question. Here's the question I have. Go ahead. I thought you were finished. I think you
No,
were
no, no.
still-
I'm done. Go ahead.
Here's the question I have about optics. So the problem with the globe is that we see way too far. We see far beyond the point at which the Earth should begin to curve away. And what perplexes me is if we want, there needs to be an answer if the Earth is a sphere, right? There needs to be some answer as to why we see so far, so much further than what we should, and why it appears to just extend out flat and level. The thing that bugs me is if you want to If you want to see the furthest, then you would reduce and limit the impedance on light in your vision. You want like the least impedance. When we have a situation where we see further than what we're supposed to, impedances is what's invoked because that's what refraction is. It only reduces. It's a reduction in your visibility. It's not an enhancement. So I don't understand how that's ever even an argument for, and I'm not saying you're making it. It's just a thing that perplexes me because we need it's like there needs to be an explanation. If they're saying that it's not flat, it just appears to be. Do we need some kind of explanation for it or an effect that's known that could cause that? And there aren't any. The only thing that's ever brought up are impedances and hindrances and how far we can see. Because that's all refraction does. Fraction.
I mean,
is
sorry,
a
go ahead.
reduction in it. I was finished. I was just repeating what I said. Actually, it's just a reduction.
We've actually demonstrated like having a line of sight on a light and then just changing the atmospheric conditions and the light you cannot see the light anymore. So, I mean, Pebbles in the Pond did it. I believe Sky Free's done it.
Yeah, and Beerman, if you were to do this and it seems decisive about curvature or whatever for you, and you've already gotten over the idea that we're spinning, then before you actually commit to the idea that we're on a ball, you'd have to also answer how we could be on a ball with all the other things that we're supposed to take into consideration without the spinning. That would have to be a consideration then to think that it's a ball, regardless of how decisive you think the experiment shows curvature.
So what part of the say we are just a geocentric ball? What is the one thing that is say,
Gravity? How does this gravity idea work that we're upside down relative to each other without the spinning and all the rest of it that they're theorizing about?
So that's where I would say is electric and light being. So think of it's one of the things I did as well in a water bowl was with a projector. That you can shine onto a wall and you can watch a movie, that sort of projector.
Mhm.
So I shine the projector through a bowl of water, and I look inside the water. I can actually see the light rays shining through this water. Blah blah blah. And if I put a put an ice block in, and it starts creating a different gradient, I can see sort of see pictures in those little differentials, those little mediums that's been created. There's the gap between each gradient. So that's why I say we are, or for me at least, the way I'm thinking it is that we are beings, electric beings, receiving
Mhm.
light from the outside, and we're in this medium, and yeah, it's been projected down. So
Yeah, I
yeah.
can understand that concept. But then if it was a force strong enough to hold us antipodal to each other, then regardless of the description of us being electric, that would be a force that would be measurable and easy to show.
So I don't think
If
it's
a force
force.
strong enough to hold you upside down from where I am right now, and objective reality should show that, and it wouldn't be a pseudo force. It would be something that we could show would be strong enough to give this illusion that we're on a plane, even though we're on a ball upside down from each other.
So I wouldn't think that we upside down though. If it is that model, I wouldn't think that we that you would be upside down.
Well,
I
if it's a
think you
ball, you'd have to be, right?
sort of. It depends where you're looking from. So, how do I say this? If this is everything, how do I explain this?
I don't think you can, partner. Listen, if you can see the whole ball from afar, and then you look at the bottom of the ball from your perspective, you should see people upside down. There's no
Yeah.
question.
So I get that. I'm trying to get to the point of the way I could consider the world. For instance, in my dream world, when I'm having a lucid dream, I could be in a room. I could walk upside down in a room. For instance, we actually watched Tomb Raider today. You know
What?
when they go.
Where did you go? Hold on. Where did you go? Tomb Raider? We're talking about the Earth.
No. Yeah. I just want to give an example of what I'm trying to explain, and it's like an analogy. Am I allowed to do that?
No, go for it. Yeah,
No.
sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay.
Yeah, it's cool. He's
Take
just
it
walking
easy
through the
on him,
process.
Blatt.
So, for instance, in the movie Tomb Raider, where they get the Pandora's box, and Lara Croft is upside down, and then the other dude is right side up, but they're in the same room. She's not feeling the gravity because they are there. So I'm saying, for instance, if I'm in my lucid dream, I don't know which way is up or down. In my dream, I'm just there. So when say there's a ball and I'm walking along, I don't know the size of it, firstly, but I wouldn't feel that I'm upside down or see myself as upside down because I'm being projected to the center, which is in my head.
So it's kind of like a simulation. Kind of like if it's a ball, it kind of needs to be a simulation in your mind.
Yeah,
Or
so
not a
I'm
simulation of anything else, but just like a projected reality rather than a real reality, is what you're saying.
I'm both in and outside of myself. So the light is traveling through into my eyes, and it's going through my optical nerve. It's going to my brain, and my brain is interpreting things outside my body, but it's doing that inside. So I'm inside outside.
Right.
Yeah,
Well, it's just confusing. I think the reason that Glatt got a little triggered because we're talking about like trying to establish an objective reality through your test that you're talking about, and that would decide it for you. So through this objective test, you might decide it's a ball, but then when you have to acknowledge the reality of it, you start going into this virtual, I'm inside outside, imagination land rather than what's really going on here. Are we really upside down from each other? Let's establish that rather than start calling it electric virtual.
yeah. I posted the picture in the live stream, which I was saying.
Hold on, real quick, Beer Man.
Yeah.
Real quick, I was on a phone call. Can you just run me through the test real quick?
Yeah, so I posted the pic now in the live stream. Let me just quickly get new perspective tagged. I'm a bit slow on a PC. Okay, there we go. So I'm saying, if you look at that picture that I posted, if we can get a measurement from the observer to that little red thing with the little yellow lines on there, and we don't detect or measure any deviation, I would say it's flat. If
Deviation.
Yeah, so for instance, you observe on the shoreline, you 6 inches from the ground, and you shine a laser, it should hit on that board 6 inches up. If you're
Okay.
going 90-degree plumb, anything past that point, you will have refraction, because I'm saying that's the last we see. That's not. I don't think that. Oh, for me, I'm gonna say I know that's not a geometric curve from the observations I've done. Being is I've seen how water breaks through the top there. That oh man, there's so much actually videos of this as well, but that is not a curved point there. A physical
So it's a
curve
laser
doesn't.
test.
It
It's a
can
laser
be,
test.
yeah. For me, it'll be a laser. I'm saying this is going to do it for me, guys. I'm not saying this is for everyone. I'm saying this is for me.
No doubt. I hear you.
But I think that'll do it for me. But I don't see that as a geometric curve there. That's not a physical point that we're seeing there. That's
It's just an
like a
optical
road
point
bridge.
of
So
convergence.
that's why I was trying to press you on, like, if that does it for you, and you think it's a ball, then you have to stick in the objective sense that you think it's a ball and people are upside down, really upside down from each other, and the force that holds them upside down at the same time makes them feel like they're right side up no matter where they go, would have to be objectively analyzed to actually do it for you in an objective sense, rather than going into, well, we're all light and it could just be, an illusion, that this whole thing could be an illusion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What?
You can't make an objective determination unless all of those questions are also acknowledged. If it's a ball that's not spinning, is all I'm saying.
Oh, we're definitely not spinning.
Yeah. So I don't think we're spinning, but
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying,
obvious.
yeah,
But
I
I think
would
it's
love to.
obvious we're not on a ball too, to be honest.
So hold on. So what's his name? Beerman? What the fuck is it?
Beerman. Yeah, Beerman.
Okay, so
I have
so
my
I
beer.
take it. So I take it. Wait. So you think it's a ball, but it's just like geocentric though? Is that what you're thinking, or?
So I don't know what the shape is, but I do think we geocentric in the sense that we don't spin. I honestly don't think we spin.
We're definitely not spinning, Beer Man. You're absolutely correct on that. No matter what happens, we're not spinning.
Well, no,
Dude, how crazy is it that like the ballers are still saying in 2023 they're still saying that you wouldn't have a horizon on the flat Earth? I don't understand these people, man.
Because
So
they
you will-
think the horizon is the leading edge of the curve.
But then they admit that it's not, and that it's just apparent. Then they agree to the definition that the horizon is where the sky appears to meet the
Keep you
ground.
going in circles.
But then they say appears has nothing to do with perspective. How something appears has nothing to do with perspective.
Just
What
keep
the
on
It's
going in
the breaking
circles with them.
point
That's
because if
it.
they have to acknowledge what you're saying, then the whole thing crumbles. The house of
hey,
cards is so fragile that they
hey
have to stick to some of those
Ar-
talking points.
Arma, how something appears, does that have to do with perspective?
Not necessarily. It could be. It could, perspective. Well, no.
Okay, name one example where it doesn't have anything to do with perspective.
So if something appears, I don't know, like bluish or something, because it's in the shadow of like a house or whatever, that's not perspective. It's a bluish because it's in the shadow of the house.
Yeah, but how you perceive whatever you're looking at, you're perceiving it through perspective. Nothing can appear, period, unless you're utilizing perspective.
I mean but that's sort of that's not how I took the question. Like, sure, I guess we perceive things through perspective, but that's not really.
No,
If
there's
anyone's
no I guess. You don't. Nothing appears unless it's due to perspective. You can't. When we see things, is it perspective?
sure. Hold
Okay.
on.
So if the sky is if the
Mm.
horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground, is that perspective?
Sure. I guess perspective does cause those things to
Okay. And on a flat Earth, would you still have the sky and the ground appear to meet?
Sure. I don't see why not.
Right, because the alternative would be all sky or all ground. Yeah.
Yeah, but
that'd be
you've
crazy.
but you've heard this argument though. Like, no one's saying like there wouldn't be a sky and a ground, whatever. It's just that if if you're dealing with like an atmosphere, for example, we had this argument before. If you have an atmosphere, obviously the farther you look, the more that's gonna sort of like fade out or whatever. Like, it's not gonna like I think most globers are arguing that there shouldn't be a hard cutoff unless you're dealing with something else, like, I don't know, some weird refraction to where it literally cuts off at a certain point. You know what I'm saying?
But then we point out all the images where you don't see a hard cutoff, and all of a sudden that doesn't matter.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
No, the higher you go, the higher you get up in the atmosphere. Hold on, real quick. The higher you get up in the atmosphere, the more it starts to look like the
blurry,
the Glober's account of what a flat Earth horizon should look like.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, of course, because at that point, at least on the ball, right? The higher you go up, the more ground you would actually see. Because I mean, that's literally the math, right? And so at that point, yeah, you're going to be looking through more atmosphere, and then there's still going to be. I feel like there's still a hard cutoff. I mean, it's faded, but
No,
it's
there's
still
not.
But hold on,
No,
hear me
there's
out.
not.
Well, I mean, not from what I've seen though. There's still like two colors. Like, there's sky color, and then there's the last color that the ground was before.
It's
you're
it's a
saying that the
gradient.
sky and ground wouldn't have colors on a flat Earth?
Well, can I see these pictures where it just kind of fades out? I've never seen these
Holy
personally. I mean, I'm
No, the
asking
way that-
respectfully, Witsit. I'm not trying to be
Okay.
like a dick or anything. I'm asking respectfully. I want to see this.
The way the Globers describe it is there wouldn't be a hard line. There would be like a gradient, and that's what you see from these videos of 100. When they're 100K up.
So what's the
it
argument
looks just
then?
like that.
So what's the argument then? So you guys are saying it's just both? I mean, I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm so confused on what your guys' argument is, because on one minute you're saying, oh, we would get it, to be a hard cutoff, like, but then you're saying also, we would also get like a weird fade, on the flat Earth. So this is kind of a weird argument. I don't know. I mean,
No, sometimes over water you have like a reflective effect over bodies of water that can give you. You'll see the water slightly reflected above it, which gives you that illusion of a hard cutoff. And we also know that the atmos can actually obstruct things. It can literally make things disappear. You can be looking at
Pebbles.
something but not see it because there's atmos between you and it.
Literally, Pebbles in the Pond did this on Brandon's. He had a warehouse. He opened a warehouse door behind him. He had a light going. He turned the lights off. You could see the light. He opens the door. You can't see the light no more. Nothing went. He wasn't playing light. It wasn't like a trick. It was because it was freezing out and it was warm in the garage or some shit.
Yeah,
So
but we've
even
even
under
done it
some
with
condition.
infrared where you can't see something. It looks like there's nothing there. Then you use the infrared, all of a sudden you see what's there.
I just wanted to add because this was asked to me early on. So this is I posted a video at 11 minutes past the hour, from about 49 seconds is what I was talking about. Where this is not for me, this is not a physical horizon. When we're looking over the ocean, you will actually see for those 10 seconds from between 49 seconds and 102 seconds, for instance, you will see that water is there's water in midair it's like it fades into it. It's almost like the water's breaking through a band and showing itself through it. So if it was physical, it wouldn't do that. It shouldn't do that. There's a clear band miraging happening from that point, and it's breaking through that barrier, and that's why we're seeing it peel like that. And it looks like it's sky meeting water, but it's not sky meeting water. It's a different medium or a mirage meeting the water.
Dude,
Well, and
even
it's
the mainstream definition of horizon is where the sky appears to meet the ground and that it's an apparent optical effect. You guys are goofy. Arma, there's a picture. Zoom in on the horizon.
All right.
Yo, these guys think the word appears when they're using the word appears. They think it means really. Honestly, I think that's what they think it means. I don't know.
You know the funniest part too? Globers never ever answer this question. So first they told us that we know exactly where the curvature of the Earth is. It blocks things physically. We know where it's at based on the size of the Earth. That's 2015. Then we just start absolutely destroying it with hundreds of observations. Then they change it to 7/6 SAR. You never see the real horizon. You only see the apparent horizon, which is painfully redundant. So we only ever see the apparent horizon. So then I asked them, so you're saying that we never see the actual position of the geometric horizon? They say no. So then I say, okay, if you can never see the actual curve of the Earth, how do you know it was there in the first place? They never answer. Never.
You just changed your statement from seeing the geometric horizon to seeing curve. It's two different things.
Okay. The geometric horizon and the curve of the Earth are two different things.
Yeah.
Bacon was actually arguing with me for hours the other day that actually is Earth curve.
Dude, he just said that
Result.
the geometric horizon is
It's
not
the
the curve
result
of the Earth.
It's the result of the geometry of the surface of the Earth.
Yeah.
Which is a curve.
Now, this is what I don't understand: is if there is something if it is curved, there should be a physical place where we can look at where you can't look beyond. But yeah,
Wait, I'm just wait. We got. No, the Globers have got to answer this question. It's been like 2-3 years. They never answer the question. So Left Lane desperately tried to obfuscate, claiming that geometric horizon and the curve of the Earth are different things. Okay, the geometric horizon is the physical obstruction based on the geometry of a sphere and the surface curving, thus physically obstructing things in the distance. Geometric horizon, geometry of a sphere, curve, physical obstruction. Geometric horizon is the physical actual location of the curvature of the surface of the sphere. That's the definition.
The curvature goes all the way around the surface of the Earth. The geometric horizon is the result or the effect of that geometry.
So if we could see the geometric horizon, would we be seeing the curve of the Earth?
Hold on. Yeah, I
No,
don't think that.
no,
yeah,
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah,
This
hold
is
on.
why you guys should be
Yo.
banned from here. You
Well,
shouldn't
hold
be
on.
allowed to talk.
Yo,
You should
hold
literally
on.
be kicked from the
I'm
server.
after Arma.
Hold on.
Hold
Okay,
on. I'm
yeah,
going
let me,
after Arma, then me.
yeah, so let me real fast sort of like I guess Steelman left lane's argument. The thing is with the geometric horizon, right? That isn't so much Earth curve as it is the last bit of surface that you see before the land drops. So I don't really technically it's the stuff afterwards that would technically be the curve. You know what I'm saying? Like that's I don't know if that really counts. That's sort of a weird, kind of question. That's
Oh my God.
like
Hold
sure
on,
you
let
can
me go
like
with
sure you
it.
hold on, I guess let me just add one more thing, right? So like
It's
sure
just
I guess you
retarded.
could
They're just time wasters, dude.
well, no, I mean, like, I'm just trying to think about it in terms of like a technical, on the technical side. Like, it's like, and you could look at it both ways. Like, sure, that at that point, right, everything after that point is where things start to drop, visually or
No,
not
it
visually. But,
dropped away from you. It drops from you.
yeah, but that's not. But
let me get in.
I don't know. I just don't know if the horizon, like,
Okay,
looking
your
at that is.
objection's been your objection's been duly noted.
Okay, go ahead, Jeremy.
We hear you. You disagree. That's fine. And me and Bacon disagreed the other day. I was saying that I was asking how far do we have to go up before you do start seeing Earth curve. So if you're saying the geometric horizon isn't Earth curve, how high do we have to go up before we do start seeing Earth curve?
Okay, when you say Earth curve, are you saying like left to right? Is that what you're saying?
You guys are saying that you guys are arguing right now that the geometric horizon is not Earth curve, right?
I mean, it's just. I guess you could argue that there would be some Earth curvature there, though, but you're not going to really. I don't know.
This is the dumbest shit I've ever.
It's just a weird. It's just a weird way to like look at it. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
what's weird is that you're just being so dishonest. That's what's weird. So here, answer this question: does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance? Yes or no?
I mean, I guess so.
I would say no. I would say
yes
no.
or no.
Well, okay. Well, first off, all right, don't talk to me like that. All right, I'll answer you if you talk to me respectfully. All right, but second off, all right, like I said, it's
yes
a little.
Or no.
No, hold on. All right, I'll answer at my own pace. All right, so, and maybe with the yes or no question answer.
All right,
right.
next Glober. Yes or no? Arma
Already
can't
answered.
answer. Okay, so you said no. So the curvature of
what's
the
the
Earth
question?
doesn't. Does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance?
Broken question.
It's just I don't know. It's just weird. I mean, like I guess you could argue,
Dude, that's been
sure.
the argument for like a decade. Does it? Or
I know
doesn't?
the boats disappear behind the curve of the Earth. We've heard it 400,000
Yeah,
times. But
yeah.
now that I've set them up where they don't have an answer, they're desperately being sophist to avoid
I'm
answering
answering
the
you directly, Witsit. I'm answering you directly. I'm not him-hawing around about it. Giving you a straight answer. What do you mean I'm not answering?
So boats don't disappear behind the curve of the Earth then, left lane?
Boats are obstructed when they go beyond the horizon, which is the point at which you cannot no longer see the surface, and it continues to fall away.
Yes or no?
I don't call that. I don't call that curve.
Disappear behind the curvature of the Earth? Yes or no?
No, they disappear behind the horizon.
It's just it's just a weird question because yes, I guess you could if you want you could also someone could answer yes, like sure it disappears behind the curve, but it's just a weird question though because it's like, for example, okay, like I don't know, the best thing I can think of just off the top of my head is because I was thinking of something around like I don't know, like my knee or something, right? Like, oh, if I put my hand behind my knee, is the curvature of my knee blocking my hand? Like, I mean, it's really more so my knee that's blocking my hand than its curvature.
Guys.
You know what I'm saying? Like you could argue technically, yeah, because it's curving, that it's curvature.
Let me go next, please.
No, I'm just thinking about it in a technical sense. Like technically, my knee's curvature doesn't really have anything to do with blocking my hand. It's my knee. But sure, my knee is round, it's curving, whatever. Like I don't know. It's just a weird question. That's why I personally was answering the way I was answering.
Oh. Okay, so how high up you're saying the horizon we're looking at, the geometric horizon or whatever that horizon is, that's not Earth curve. How high do we have to go up until we start seeing Earth curve? Because I just had an argument with Bacon a couple days ago, and he said immediately you see Earth curve standing on the ground. So now you guys are saying that's not it. I'm just wondering what's going on.
My thing is, I'm not disagreeing that technically the horizon that we would see, right, would technically have some sort of Earth curve into it, because obviously we're looking at the surface, and the surface of a ball would have to be curved, sure. But it's just weird when you're saying like, oh, that horizon we're looking at is that Earth curve. Like, I mean, like technically it has Earth curve into it, but I don't know if like it's just it's just a weird argument the way it's like worded. You know what I'm
You're
saying?
weird, Arma.
No, you're weird. Don't fucking say I'm weird, all right? But anyway,
You
it's
are
just
objectively
So
weird.
okay,
okay. You're
how
weird.
high
All
up
right?
do we got to get? How high up do we got to
Sorry.
get before we start? Do we got to get before we start seeing Earth curve?
Technically speaking, okay? Hold on. When you say see, I'm assuming human eyes, human perception. Hold on, hear me out, right? Because technically the curve would always be there, right? It's just that visually to us, right? We can't really discern really, minute amounts of, curve and whatnot. So in terms of us judging it, right? Then I guess we would have to be, quite, a bit up. You know what I'm saying? Maybe around 20 miles at least up, at least.
20 miles, then you can see Earth curve.
I mean, it depends on once again. It also depends on the person too. Some people are more keen eyes than others. Like I have a really keen eye.
Dude, this is getting so far in the weeds, man.
But it's not.
Can
but
I,
it's
can I
hold
ask
on.
you
You
a
can't
question?
really hold on. You can't really quantify this because like some people have better eyes for that kind of thing.
Yeah,
You know what
well,
I'm
oh
saying?
my God, dude, I just learned so much.
All right.
Go ahead with it. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so we all know that they claim that the geometric horizon is the curvature of the Earth, the leading edge of a sphere. The Earth curves down and away from your feet. Then, when you look out over a great distance, the Earth's curvature physically obstructs things in the distance, which causes us to have a sphere edge or a geometric horizon. You guys claim that the only way we could have things be blocked is because of the curvature of the Earth. Okay, so then the curvature of the Earth blocks things in the distance, and the curvature of the Earth, or the leading edge of a sphere, is the geometric horizon. So the geometric horizon is the curve of the Earth.
Arma, would you agree with the statement, the horizon is not the curve of the Earth, the horizon is the effect of the curve of the Earth?
Well, yeah, that's what I was kind of agreeing to too. Because
Okay,
like,
so
technically speaking, like the horizon, the horizon line is like the last bit of surface that you see, and then technically everything afterwards is the stuff that really, starts to, drop in your.
I don't know. We don't have to complicate it. We just talk. What is the horizon? It's where the sky apparently meets the ground, and it's the result of the geometry of
Red
the
herring.
surface. I don't know why we have to go any further than that.
And Witsit, by the way, it's
we're
not.
gonna
It's
keep
not.
on doing it. I'll stay here all night, buddy. You're not getting away from it. So
hold
if you want to play semantics because you guys are sophists by definition,
No, you're the one. You're the one
I think you
sophist
actually
right
left
now.
me left limited.
Hold
Okay,
on, one
after
at a time, guys.
I know
One
you're
at a time.
emotional. It's okay. So look, if you guys want to play semantics and say, "Oh, it's the effects of the curve," okay. So the geometric horizon is the leading edge of the sphere. And due to the curvature of the sphere, then the surface that is curving blocks things in the distance, correct?
After you got to the horizon, after the word horizon, I disagree with everything you said after that.
Dude, it's just like you should just retire from Discord, go back to driving trucks. Do any of the ballers in here want to pretend to be honest for once?
Well, I mean,
Yes.
geometric
Witsit.
horizon
I
is the
disagree
geometric
with
horizon.
everything you
Is the
asserted.
geometric horizon
Well,
the
Witsit,
leading edge of the sphere? Yes or no?
Wait, hold on, Witsit, but
No.
I did. Hold on, but I was kind of agreeing on both sides. Like, it depends on how you want to look at it. Like once again, though, that I personally find just a weird question because, like I said, I could block things with my knee, right? But like
Yeah,
you
but
could
then you
always,
straighten your knee and then it wouldn't block the thing.
what?
Okay, so if I'm sitting there and I bend my knee up and it blocks something in front of me, if I straighten my leg, all of a sudden I can see what. No, it's not relevant. The curvature of my knee blocks what's in front of me. This is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
Hold up.
You're saying, "Oh my god," because your arguments are sub 100 IQ and flooded in sophistry. I've even changed the argument now so that you guys can shut up with your semantics. I said,
No.
"Is the geometric horizon the leading edge of the sphere?"
Wait, hold on, wait. Let's go back to the knee thing because once again,
Answer
that
the
was
question.
hold on.
Arma.
But you sort of put a twist on my knee example. My knee example wasn't this whole thing that you tried to put the whole straightening the leg thing. All right, then we can switch to a basketball. If I hide like a piece of candy behind the basketball, right? Like the piece of candy is just hidden because the basketball is in front of it. It has nothing to really do with its curvature per se. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I
Holy
don't like
shit.
this. Well, I'm not wrong, right? If you put a piece of
No,
candy behind a
that's
basketball,
totally
the curvature
irrelevant.
isn't the thing hiding the.
That's like the most profound thing I've ever heard, Arma.
That's not even relevant. That's not even analogous. It's like putting an ant on the basketball and then putting an ant on a ruler, and the ant can see further on the ruler than he can on the basketball because the surface of the basketball is curving.
I know.
So the curvature of the surface of the basketball
I
is
agree.
blocking what the ant can see.
Yeah, but I
You should go get a
agree.
Nobel
I'm just
Prize
saying.
award,
Hold on. I agree. I'm just saying. I just don't like the question because you could look at it that way too, where it's like, well, technically speaking, the basketball is hiding the piece of candy, not because it's curving though. It's just because it's in front of it. So that's why I personally don't like the question. Yes, to the average person, you could just word it that way, like, oh, is the curvature of the Earth hiding things and whatnot? And sure, I'm not the one
Guys,
that talks
everyone
fast.
relax.
Spencer does it too. All right, so shut the hell up. Anyway,
No, everyone relax. I do need you to relax, Arma, please.
All right. Point is, all right, I don't personally like the question though, all right? Just because you do have other ways to look at it. That's why I'm answering so weirdly.
Yeah,
But I
Arma,
don't disagree with you.
Arma, I mean, you should hold on. I was to say with Arma and your basketball now, you take a little tech skateboard, those little mini skateboards, and
Yeah, those are cool back then.
Yeah, you got the basketball in front of you now. You got a little tech on the opposite side of you. You move that little skateboard from that side, and you're moving it to the top of the ball. Eventually, you're going to see the tip of the nose appear. Then you're going to see the trucks.
I know that. I know. I'm just saying I don't like the question at the end of the day. I get
We don't
that
care what you
you
like.
could word it that way,
Next
sure.
caller.
And to the average Joe, yes, that would be fine enough. Or I'm just saying I like to take apart some questions. Like, okay,
No, your objection has been duly noted. We wrote it down. We understand you object, but we gotta let's carry on.
Crypto was trying to get in. Patient.
Yeah, can I get in there? Yeah, I mean,
Okay,
the question is so obviously a good question because what's going on is you're saying that there are two things on the surface, right? So if the surface isn't curving, then of course the surface can't be blocking from one thing to another thing if they're both on the surface. If you're talking about physical blockage, this is such an obvious thing that I'm amazed it needs to be explained.
I understand that. I literally said I just have an issue with just like how, because once again, you could take it as, remember my fucking basketball example, you could have it where, yeah, you can hide candy behind it. The curvature of that basketball isn't the thing that's really hiding that candy though. And
yes, it is.
Like, it's just, all I'm saying is that I just find it just weird. All right, sure, I'll agree with you, but I also think you could look at it in another way too, where it's like that's not really the thing that's truly hiding it. It's just technically it's the Earth that's hiding it. Hiding things behind whatever. But
take a deep breath and then
Yes.
just-
So how would you physically block something if you've got two objects on the surface of a flat table?
I know.
How could you? Yeah. Okay, cool. So when you answered, you didn't stop talking, and then when I was talking, you were talking over me constantly. Why don't you just not do either of those things?
You talking to me?
So what I'm talking. Yeah, do I get to finish?
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, Arma, just don't talk. Don't talk for 1 minute and 30 seconds at least. Put a timer on. You've been talking nonstop. Just let someone respond, bro.
Fair enough.
So I mean, obviously, the question is to do with whether a surface can physically block two objects from seeing each other, right? That's obviously the question. And the question is, well, can a spherical surface do that? And can a flat surface do that? Yeah? So your idea of, you can just hide a piece of candy behind a basketball, yeah, but that's got nothing to do with it being on the surface, which is the relevant part of that question.
Exactly, and I pointed that out. But do you guys remember when I told you that for years now they've never answered the question? Do you see what it turned into? It's because they can't answer the question.
That's the perfect example of why.
Real quick.
Go ahead, Jeremy.
Yeah, we know. You guys all object. That's why I was arguing with Bacon the other night, and it was reverse. The roles were reversed. I was arguing that it wasn't Earth curve. He was arguing that it was. So I mean,
that's
these
all
guys
I
got to
could've
get
done
their
that.
story straight.
Yeah, I could have just like said
Whoever
the
wins
opposite
here,
to
one of us
trap
is
them.
going to win.
So
Yeah.
can
I could have just said the opposite to trap them into saying that the geometric horizon is the curve of the Earth first. That's what I should have done. Normally, I am more tactical to set them up because you have to do that with them.
Well, it doesn't matter because the
can I
Earth's never
respond?
going to be a globe.
Yeah, please respond.
Okay, the analogy with the thing you would never be able to block it is a perfect example of why the sun would never set on flat Earth.
Okay, we're not diverting.
Well, hold on. It's
I
been
know-
a minute and a half. It's been a minute and a half now. All right, I'm
All
coming
right,
back
make it
in.
another minute and a half because I'm
Well,
trying
no-
to make my same point. I'm trying to make my same point. So
All
see
right,
if the
calm down.
Glovers can answer this, okay? Because you guys are being sophists. It's the definition of sophistry. So if there's a tool online, it's a calculator, okay? And you can put your observer height, and it can tell you how far you can see before the Earth blocks it. There's a tool online. You put your observer height in there, you put your target distance in there, the target height in there, and it'll tell you how much of the target will be hidden. It'll tell you how far away you can see until the geometric horizon blocks your view. What's the name of those calculators?
Yeah, so I actually made one myself, and I don't. Here's the thing. I think it's a semantic
That's
thing.
not
right?
a name.
Hold
That's
on.
not a name.
It's Earth Curve, the Earth Curve calculator, whatever.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but
All right,
here's the
well, you
thing.
guys just spent,
Yeah, but
you
hold
guys
on.
just spent a bunch of time saying it's not Earth curve and
No,
ran us around in circles saying it's the effect of it. What is the problem? What are you guys avoiding?
Well, hear me out. Hear me out.
My
Right? So,
question I opened with, you may have missed
hold
it.
on. So one thing, I don't really disagree. I get what he's getting at, but I'm just this is a semantics thing, right? So the thing is, all right, it's just weird to say, oh, it's the Earth curve that's blocking, these objects, because it's really the surface of the Earth that's blocking these things, and the Earth curve is allowing that to sort of happen. All right, the Earth curve makes the geometry of this sphere, right, do what it does. All right, so
Hey, is the surface of the Earth curving?
Yeah, but it's not the Earth curve that's blocking things. It's the Earth's surface, or it's the Earth itself that's blocking things. That's why it's a semantic argument. It's like saying, okay, imagine if I had a giant blue ball, for example, right? And I don't know, I hit obviously I move the thing across that ball surface, right? And then it starts disappearing, right? It's like, in a way, it's not obviously a one to one, but in a way, it's like saying, oh, it's the the blue, the blueness of the ball that's hiding the thing. Like, sure, the surface is blue, and it is the blue surface that's blocking the object, but it's not really the blue that's blocking the object. It's the surface of the thing. It's sort of like taking an attribute, right, and then sort of saying that's the thing
It's
that's
been
doing
10
the thing.
minutes. My question still hasn't
All
been
right,
answered.
take another minute and a half, Arma. Take another minute and a half.
Hold on. Point is, it's just I think it's a semantics thing. No one's disagreeing. It's just semantics. It's just yeah.
Okay, bud. So listen, have you ever heard the term?
All right.
Have you ever heard the term? If I can't dazzle them with brilliance, I'll just baffle them with bullshit. That's what you're doing.
No,
Your whole
it's
team.
not, though. No,
Yeah, so I just want to point out this is just so that. Go ahead.
I mean,
Arma, hold on a second.
Nah, go ahead.
It could be easier said, not blocked by curvature, blocked because of curvature.
Okay, if that makes you
have to say
feel
all
good,
those
now we
extra
can
words.
get.
That was too many words, Arma.
Fair
That was
enough.
too
Fair
many
enough.
words.
You're right. You're right.
Now we can get to the actual point, which is that the geometric horizon is the curvature of the globe Earth surface.
You would be ignoring optics in that case.
Okay, that's why it's called the geometric horizon.
Right. So if you're talking about what's
okay.
in your view, you have to consider the other part.
Non sequitur. The point is that
Thank you for shouting over with it. Thank you for shouting over me. Now I get to do it to you, right?
Well, I'm just saying you guys are wasting my
Is that
time.
okay with you now? Is that now part of the rules? We can yell over people when they're just saying something?
Well, you're just changing. You're intentionally diverting away.
I'm not. Because I'm trying to address a topic that you raised 30 minutes ago.
What was my question?
The conversation was about what we can see. It's caused by two things: the shape of the surface we're looking over and optics. You need to consider both.
Okay, fair enough. That's not what the question was. I said the Glober started by saying a few years ago, the boats disappear behind the curvature of the Earth. We know where the curvature of the Earth is because of how big the Earth is, and it's always going to block our view. Ha ha, flat Earth debunked, right? And so they invoke the geometric horizon. The conversation's progressed now where they now claim, unanimously, cult-like, that we never see the actual position of the geometric horizon because of what you said. You have to account for optics and the atmosphere and refraction. And so the horizon we see is the apparent horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground, right? But that's not the actual position of the geometric horizon, which would be the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, the leading edge of the sphere blocking our view. Okay, so the question was, if according to you guys, we can never see the actual position of the Earth curve, how did you know it was there in the first place?
Zenith to zenith measurements will do fine because there's no refraction on those kind of things.
Zenith to zenith measurements is how you knew where the curvature of the Earth was.
No, that's how we know how curved it is.
If we can never see the actual geometric horizon, i.e. the curve of the Earth, then how do we know where it is in the first place?
You can measure how curved it is by doing zenith to zenith measurements.
Okay, so you agree any methodology they used to look out and look at the horizon was completely fallacious and inadmissible.
Not entirely, because it depends on what the conditions are.
Okay, so what they did was they looked out of the horizon and took.
Is he dropping or am I?
I
He
don't
is.
know. I'm going after Witsit though. When Witsit's done, I want to go next, please.
He cut out.
Go ahead, Jeremy, because I have something I'd like to say after you.
And then I have a thing to say after you. All right, just because yeah.
Wait, we got to play the WWE music for before Jeremy
Let's
comes
see
in.
if Witsit's. Let's see if Witsit's done first. Hold on, he might come right back.
No, he's
Well,
gone. You might as well.
He's gone. All right. So I just want you guys to know, whoever loses this, somebody's losing this argument, because I was arguing the same exact thing with Bacon. He said Earth curve immediately from ground zero.
Uh-oh.
And now you're saying that's not it. So I'm wondering who, what Earth curve is Bacon seeing? What's the Earth curve Bacon's talking about? Because we went deep in this. Geometrically, we went very deep on this. So we're
Well,
going
I just want to
is
point
he
out
in
that
here?
the answer was, if you can never see the geometric horizon, how do you know that the curvature of the Earth is there in the first place? The answer was to beg the question and assume that it's there.
No, that's not the answer I gave.
Yes, it is.
You know that wasn't the answer I gave.
Yeah, to take zenith measurements and assume it's because the Earth is physically curving that you get your results.
No, that's a measurement. You're measuring how far in any direction something traverses your zenith.
Yeah, and then assuming that it's caused by the Earth curvature.
The only cause we got.
Well, that's your claim.
we can measure the atmosphere to do only one particular thing, which is to cause distant objects to be higher than their geometric appearance in the vastly common case.
No, that's incorrect.
Why?
Because robotics has proven, even on a small scale, that visual space can cause equilateral triangles to appear to have spherical excess, can appear to make things drop optically, that there's actually hyperbolic, and then it extends into elliptic visual space. This has been measured with experiments on a precise scale for robotics and machine learning.
So you're saying we can't do zenith?
Which in no way addresses the thing that I said.
Yeah, it does. You just claimed that it only
has
raises
nothing to
up.
do with robotics, does it?
You just said it only raises up. That's incorrect. So hyperbolic visual space can cause things to look flat plane shapes or appear distorted, for things to optically drop. Then the atmosphere will act as a lensing effect that simply exemplifies and exaggerates those visual space effects. And again, just to clarify here, if we can never see the actual position of the geometric horizon, how did we ever know it was there? How do you even know it's there in the first place? The answer is zenith measurements, in which we assume the Earth is curving and interpret our data based on that.
No, it's not an assumption. It's a direct measurement. And you
Of course,
did
that's
make
not
an
how the
earlier
globe
statement
did it, though.
You did make an earlier statement that refraction was brought into this argument sometime in the past 5 years. That's funny because I have 18th century texts which describe exactly how refraction affects what we see.
Okay, so according to the actual community of people discussing flat Earth online, that the incessant call to refraction began a couple years after the debate. This is very verifiable for anyone that was in the community and just knows that's a fact. So you can deny if you want to. 18th century is relevant, and the main point here
Yeah, it's not a new argument.
is that if we can never see the actual position of the geometric horizon, then how did you know where the curve of the Earth was in the first place? The Glober's only answer is, well, we assume it's curving and then interpret data based upon that begging the question fallacy.
No, it's a direct measure.
No,
I'm
it's by
sorry.
definition a begging the question fallacy.
I've
No, it's
been
the
trying to
zenith-
get in
zenith
for a
measure.
minute now. Can I, real quick? Witsit, implicit in your question is that the curvature of the Earth starts at the horizon. And that's where we have an issue. We don't live on a dodecahedron. No one's claiming that. The curvature is implicit throughout the entirety of the surface.
I'm the one that said that. I'm the one that said they tried to say that they just curve starting at the horizon and beyond. I'm the one that said no, it curves from your feet beyond. And then that curvature causes physical obstruction at a certain distance relative to your height because you have a tangent on a sphere. Duh, leading edge of a sphere. So back to the actual point once again is that the only thing that the globe has, because they say we can't even see the actual geometric horizon ever, which means we can never see the actual position of the curvature's obstruction on the Earth. We can never actually see it. We can never see its actual position. So then how do we know that it's there in the first place? The answer is, well, we just assume
You
it's there.
described exactly how you get that measure or that mathematical number. And you're right, we don't ever see it because we see through atmosphere, and I wear glasses, so I see through corrective lenses, and the light is bending and twisting, doing all types of weird shit. But mathematically, we know it's there by the process you just described.
Mathematically, well, the way that you would get the math is to already know the size. So
No,
right.
You're measuring it directly with the zenith to zenith measurement.
You're not measuring curvature directly with zenith positions.
Yes, you are, because if the relationship between the amount something has moved across the surface to retain the same same position overhead is linear in all directions, the only shape that describes that kind of relationship is a sphere.
Spherical geometry of vision?
Spherical geometry of vision doesn't tell you why something is in a direction. That doesn't address anything.
What in a direction? What are you talking about? You just conflated to azimuth now? We're talking about the zenith, the overhead position relative to your geographic position. That's all based upon optics. Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't conflate anything because zenith is a direction. Don't do that with it. Don't do the
We
thing.
use azimuth to determine our direction. Zenith is just overhead. So if something's overhead and then I change my geographic position and that star is no longer overhead, that doesn't mean that the Earth is curving. Again, in conclusion, because I have to go help with Leah, like the actual answer for the globe is that we have to assume the Earth is a sphere and then we interpret the data based upon that. Simply hijacked perspective, misidentified it as Euclidean, and then claim that the Earth's a sphere.
You just said zenith is not a direction. What the fuck, dude?
Is zenith
What's
directly
wrong
overhead?
with you?
Is zenith directly overhead?
Yeah, that's directly up. You look in a direction in order to look at zenith.
Okay, cool. If you want to be semantic again, but we actually use azimuth to determine true directions, not up.
Yeah, azimuth is on one plane. Zenith is not on that plane. They are both
Zenith
direct.
is not. Okay, if that makes you feel good, the way to avoid the point again.
You wouldn't
You really messed it up with it.
No, you're just avoiding the actual point for like the 50th time, which is that you guys hijacked perspective, misidentified it as Euclidean, and then superimposed it onto assumed convexity of a spherical surface. Whenever you cannot actually directly observe the actual position of the geometric horizon, you presuppose it's there. The only evidence you have for it existing and where it supposedly is to assume it by interpreting visual data with the assumption of sphericity.
Zenith to zenith measurements do not hijack perspective. There is no calculation necessary to account for perspective because zenith is only in one direction.
Oh my God.
Right, you said we hijacked perspective. That's completely false because perspective has nothing to do with which direction zenith is.
Dick, first of all, isn't zenith always directly overhead?
It's the direct opposition to the direction things fall, yes.
So it's directly overhead. So then why are you saying the different directions of zenith? It's always up. So your claim is that if I take a
I
zenith
didn't say the
measurement
different
here
directions.
and then I go a certain, you did. If I take a
No.
zenith measurement here and then I go a certain amount of miles away and I take another zenith measurement, I'm going to compare the relationship between my zenith measurements and my geographic location and show there's a linear relationship or that there's a drop, right, based on our optical measurement. You guys claim that we see in perfect straight lines forever. We're seeing like effectively actual positions of stars. They don't change due to perspective, and that they're only changing because we're changing physical location on a convex surface. That's a begging the question fallacy by definition.
Yeah, that's not how that happens either. Because there's no drop involved in the measurement. I don't even know why you put drop in the whole conversation. That had nothing to do with it.
Okay, so if I take a zenith measurement and then I take the rest of my elevation angles, all the stars around me, as I move from zenith, am I going to have to drop down?
That's not even the method I mentioned. It's zenith to zenith. You're only using zenith. That's the one direction you're concerned with.
Okay, so if I take a zenith measurement and then what? I go to how far away and take another zenith measurement?
You track that same object, or in the usual case would be to wait until it comes around again if you're going the other way. Wait
Okay,
until
so
that
you track
same
the object
object is
optically drop.
wait until that same object is directly overhead in another position. Measure that distance along the surface between those two positions.
Okay, so the stars move over top of us. Well, then we measure the angles and the time compared to the distance, and then assume the Earth's surface is curving.
That's not it either, because
That
the
is
only
it.
way that you can get a linear relationship between distance and the only way you can get that linear relationship between distance and where it's been it's observed to change zenith is if the surface of the Earth is spherical.
That's just a baseless claim of exclusivity, which just basically asserts you're begging the question fallacy for like the 57th straight time. So, no, you hijack perspective. When you take your angle
It has nothing to
measurements,
do with perspective.
it does actually,
Right?
because
We're not hijacking perspective. That's the fifth time you've lied about that.
No, you are, because you're drawing
Yeah,
straight lines from us.
Just don't interrupt, Doofus. Just let him talk, man.
You're just drawing straight lines from us to the zenith or to any other elevation angles or measurements in the sky. When we look at something and then take a measurement, that intrinsically involves perspective.
Okay. One direction for one object. You do not need to account for perspective in order to figure out where that object, what direction that object is in, because it's just one direction. The only time you would need to account for perspective is if you were trying to figure out the angular relationships between two objects or the angular size of something. That's not involved here.
Well, that's what you say, but it is intrinsically based on perspective because the sky is moving over top of the earth, and then we perceive things within a limited field of view. You guys assume that we can see forever and that our limit is simply imposed by the curvature of the earth.
Yeah,
How do you not understand this?
Well, that comes back to the other thing that you didn't address in TC, which was that the claim is not necessarily that we can see forever, but that we can see a lot less than we definitely should be able to. Because you guys like to cite a 273-mile-long world record observation. But why can we only see from practical altitudes maybe 15 miles of the Earth's surface?
Did you guys notice how he
Oh my
blatantly
God.
diverted away once I
my
completely
God.
destroyed his argument? That was funny. So anyway,
Right, you lied about my argument. So
yeah, I
had
just
to move to
destroyed it
another
and you
one.
diverted away to mountains and all this other stuff. But the point is that you hijack perspective. We don't see forever. And if you say that the argument's not that we see forever, then okay, are you saying that there's a limit to perspective?
No.
Oh, so we do see forever then.
No.
Well, perspective wise, we can see forever. There's no limit to our perspective. Yeah, yeah. So we can just draw straight lines out forever, and that's an accurate representation of perspective, in your opinion.
Right. The angle relationships and objects on the surface, all being equal, perspective as it's actually defined, the vanishing point is at infinite distance.
Well, perspective has actually experimentally been proven to not be Euclidean.
No, perception has been.
No, not perception. We're talking about optics.
No, because
Talking
the
about
papers that you like to
robotics.
cite are about visual spaces, and visual spaces are only formed in the human perceptual system or any robotics that are attempting to mimic the behavior of the human brain.
Oh, so any optics, so human eyes, cameras, any optics
No, I
see in
didn't say
curved
any
visual space.
optics with it. That's a lie.
Buddy. So when they used robotics to look at an equilateral triangle, and then based on optics, it looked like it had spherical excess. Does that mean that the perspective was Euclidean or non-Euclidean?
Right. The perception of that triangle kiltered off in perspective was causing the angles to measure differently. The perception of that triangle after perspective is flawed, which is what the paper actually says.
No, you don't even know what paper I'm talking about. You didn't
Yes.
even read it. No,
Right.
what did they do exactly then?
We're going to talk about computer vision, right?
It wasn't about computer vision.
Yes, in robotics. They have to use the same kind of models.
No, what it says was they
neural
used
models that
Euclidean
they've been
perspective.
using to do computer vision have the
No.
same kind of issues as human perceptual systems do.
No, it says they used Euclidean perspective models and that it didn't match the natural data and that they had to update the perspective models to non-Euclidean visual space.
Yep, and the visual space there is key because that involves perception.
So they assumed a Euclidean perspective model, but it didn't match the natural data. So they had to replace the Euclidean perspective model with a non-Euclidean perspective model.
Go back to the paper with it.
Okay. All right. So I gotta go, but I just in conclusion, like all you ever get from a glober, if you say like, oh, so we never see the actual position of the geometric horizon. So if we can never see the actual position of the curvature of the Earth, then how did we know it was there in the first place? And now in 2023, what you're gonna get is just bold-face begging the question fallacy. That's all they have, is to just bold-face assert baselessly the subject in question, right? So that's all I was trying to point out.
That's a direct measurement, though.
You didn't directly measure curvature. You measured stuff in the sky and assumed it's caused by physical curvature of the Earth.
We're using the sky as a reference point to measure the surface of the Earth directly.
You didn't directly measure the surface of the Earth.
Go back and
the
listen to
distance
that,
on the
Doofus. Go
surface
back
of
and listen
the
to yourself
Earth.
saying that. Go back and
The
listen to
distance
yourself.
on the
Fucking funny.
surface of the Earth is definitely directly measured. Don't tell me that it's not, because that's bullshit, Witsit.
We're all telling you it's bullshit. No, what you think is bullshit. Trying to let you know.
Yeah, thanks. That was fantastically eloquent.
All right. Well, begging the questions are fallacious. They invalidate your argument. So maybe you guys can have a little team meeting, try to come up with any evidence for the globe void of logically fallacious reasoning, and then we'll come back together tomorrow. Maybe you guys can enlighten me.
Good luck.
Nice.
Does geodetic surveying use the sky? I didn't think they used the sky.
It kind of does. Depends on which methods we're using. If it's more modern, they'll use GPS to establish a position. And
which begs the question.
Horizon got anything to do with the sky, left lane?
No, GPS
It begs the question. They also compare it to astronomical coordinate systems. They also use their azimuth. They also use zenith.
Yeah, I didn't finish, but that's fine.
Well, geodetic surveying also hijacks perspective, presupposes Euclidean, non-limited visual space. Later.
Perception is not perspective.
Do surveyors deal with visual space?
Yep. Visual space, all these visual space papers, you look any closer into them and they're talking about Most of them are about the human perceptual system. The respondents will report what they perceived for the specifics of the space that they saw, but that those don't necessarily match up with the Euclidean measurements of the space in question.
Fascinating.
Yeah, even for robotics, and like as soon as I start to walk away, Bacon jumps in. You guys just baselessly lie again.
Oh,
It's not just about. It's not just. It's
Nobody
not
lied.
just about.
Nobody lied.
It's not,
Didn't
yeah, you
nobody
guys
lie.
basically lied. That's
Yeah,
probably
nobody
why you're
lied.
censoring me, is because no
I
one
don't know why
lied.
you have to say somebody lied.
You did, yeah, you lied. You said that the
Most
papers are
lied.
only about human perception. That's patently false. So
No, he
No,
said
I said
most.
most of the papers you find will be about human respondents estimating the
no, well,
the
good thing we're
space.
talking about the specific
However,
papers.
what I actually said was,
All right,
what I
dude.
actually said was that most of the papers involve human respondents. I didn't say all of the papers. That was bullshit. Another lie from you, Witsit.
Okay, well then, cool non-point you made there to talk about something irrelevant then, because we're talking about how the robotics and machine learning models, they used a Euclidean perspective model and it didn't match the natural data, so therefore they had to revise it and update it to a hyperbolic and elliptic perspective model so that the visual space models would match the natural data, so that the robotics could actually achieve precision and accuracy, which means they've shown, even with an equilateral triangle appearing to have spherical excess optically based on perspective, Euclidean perspective is not the most accurate way to actually depict how it is that we view visual space. You guys can keep saying "nuh-uh" when I
Just gibberish.
Left
Yeah.
Lane said gibberish. Oh, Left Lane, you're crushing, dude. You should go get a prize or something, man. So
Hey, man,
the point
it's
is,
not good that you think that's gibberish, Left Lane. Not good at all.
yeah. So like anyway, in conclusion, 'cause I actually do have to go. I'm just gonna have to like immediately get out because I'll get baited back in. But the point is that if you guys built the globe model with optics and observations, assuming Euclidean perspective, but in fact perspective is curved and non-Euclidean, then that has drastic and dire consequences for your model. Experiments have actually shown that to be the case.
Oh, but the measurements don't care about perception, do they?
Right, and if you line
Bacon,
up
I need to talk to you. I need to talk to you, Bacon. Remember, we were arguing another day for a long time about we see
That feels like every
Earth
day.
standing on the ground. Yeah, but remember
Oh.
specifically we were talking about. Yeah, but do you remember specifically we were talking about how high up you got to go to see Earth? What'd you say?
I said immediately.
So where exactly are we looking when we see it?
The horizon?
So the horizon is Earth, and we see it immediately. Okay. These guys were just arguing the opposite of that, I thought. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Bacon.
Like,
Are you saying the horizon is the meeting place of the sphere Earth and the sky?
I think that's by definition what it is, right?
No, it's not by definition what it is. It's the meeting place of the ground and the sky. It's not.
It's not what?
I think he wanted to presuppose it wasn't a sphere.
No, I'm just saying that the definition of horizon doesn't involve a sphere Earth.
Right. It's where the sky seems to meet the ground, isn't it? The definition of it?
That's what I was saying.
I thought that was the thing I just agreed with. Or maybe
Okay, but you are saying
these guys were saying.
Yeah, they don't say it's the curve of the Earth because we see too far and all these other things. So then they have to bring up it's a refracted thing. So then they have to say it's always a refracted thing. It's not always just the actual physical edge of the sphere and the sky, but it's this refracted thing that can bend and warp all around and very oftenly, usually always, makes the Earth appear as an extended plane.
I thought I made it pretty clear about a half hour ago when I said it's caused by two things. That the surface of the Earth is a particular shape and due to the optical conditions that are occurring at the time.
Right, but that's not what Bacon's saying.
No, it is. Like I didn't say what you see is exclusively the geometry. Like if you're seeing a refracted curve, you're still seeing that curve even if it's refracted. Like the fact that it's refracted doesn't really make it not true that that's a curvature that you're looking at.
So you're seeing the curve. There's no curve. Like when we see way too far beyond what the horizon should be, you still think you're seeing a curve. It's just flattened out.
Well, when Jeremy asked me that, I was more specifically talking about like left and right curvature. Which doesn't make sense when you say you're seeing too far. I don't know how you're combining those two things, so I'm not sure how to answer that.
Yeah, so no, the thing we were arguing about the other day, though, that where, you know, how high up you got to see Earth curve. You say these guys, arm bar in the left lane, didn't know that was. I don't know. I could have swore they were just arguing that that's not Earth. The next thing you said, we see immediately standing on the ground.
It was a
You gotta get your story
semantical.
straight, man.
No, it was a semantical argument. All right, because the main reason why it
Just
was
be
a
making
semantical.
up whatever you need to win an argument.
Yeah, but
No.
you made it semantical, and now you're calling it a semantical argument.
Well, no. Yes. Hold on. I'll say
That
why I
wasn't
made it.
my answer either.
Well, hold
Do you
on. I'll
remember
tell you.
my short version, Arma? Do you remember the short version I gave you?
Kind of. But hold on though. Let me just. It kind of relates to that though, right? So the reason why I made it semantical is because I was only given a yes or no. Yeah. He was saying, oh, is yes or no? Is this curvature or whatever, right? And so when someone gives you a yes or no question, right? Of course you're going to start to think hard about it, right? Because you don't want to just be like, oh, yes or no, whatever, right? Like, because there might be more factors to it. So that's why I was making it semantical. I was like, okay, well, technically speaking, if look at it this way, whatever, then yeah. So that's why I made it semantical, because it was a yes or no question, and I'm not going to just.
Which's question was a child level question. That's
Your
why
problem
it
with
was
yes or no questions.
Yeah, because if someone gives you a yes or no question, right, then it's like you better think about it, right? Because you're only given those two options, so you really have to think about it. Like, okay, is there
Everything you say can and will be used against you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I made it semantical. If he just left it like open, if it was more open ended, like, oh, is this curvature? I might have went with the more colloquial, more like chill, more like like I probably would have been like sure or whatever. Like I would have just
Okay, armbar.
average
So
Joe
you were
answer.
going with the technical sense of armbar. So you were going with the technical sense of curvature. That's what me and Bacon were also going for the technical sense of curve. Is that Earth curve? All right. I mean, we got more technical and semantical than me and you got. Right, Bacon?
You're breaking up, Jeremy. The part that's technical is whether it is curvature or is caused by curvature. That's the part that is hanging up the whole thing.
Yeah. There you go, Jeremy.
That was the short version. I hope you were going to say.
Sorry, yeah. I have a habit of
You love the long version.
Yeah, always. I don't know. I gotta make it quick.
What is Doofus your mentor? What's going on here?
It would appear so.
Yeah,
Oh.
like
I would
Palpatine
love
to your
to see-
Anakin Skywalker. Sort of.
Nothing could be more.
I would love to see the kind of the planning that's done in y'all's DMs, like how to attack us today, and like, oh man, it'd be so cute, so cute to see that.
Show you my DMs.
Just don't tell anyone in your real life, Arma, that you have a globe earth guru on the internet whose name is Doofus. Just don't do that.
Well, no, I mean,
Daddy.
all the Globers are my mentors in a sense. Like I have been learning from them, whatever, because I'm not the best at what I do. So I am trying to learn. In terms of when it comes to debating, in terms of the knowledge, because I don't know everything about the globe. You know what I'm saying? So
They're teaching how to double speak correctly.
no, come on.
Well, don't pretend we don't have evil plans in our DMs right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot of you. That's funny though.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. You're good.
Okay, so we were very semantical the other day, right, Bacon? But you couldn't have got more semantical and intricate and technical than we did, right? About when do we see Earth curve?
Challenge me, and maybe I can.
Yeah.
I mean, you were arguing that we see Earth curve immediately from the ground level.
Yeah, I mean, I'm
As
ignoring
we're
refraction.
saying, no, that's not it. I don't get it.
Yeah, I'll ignore
Yeah,
refraction
despite
for that conversation
the
because
refraction.
yeah, because it makes conversation more difficult than necessarily. You can incorporate that later. But yeah, despite refraction, you'd see immediately that the left
Yeah,
and right.
and that would be the horizon. That would be the horizon.
Well, despite
These guys,
for
yeah, these
topography.
guys were. Yeah. So, all right. Is everyone clear, or I don't know?
Clear on it yet.
Yeah,
It
they're
is and
basically
isn't there,
saying if
Steve?
they,
All right, got it.
if they didn't fabricate a form of refraction that makes the Earth look flat, it would be a globe.
That's not fabricated.
Oh, it doesn't look flat. It still has left and right curvature.
Wait, now you're saying you do see left and right curvature?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Wherever the horizon is below eye level, you're gonna have left and right curvature.
Right.
And where have you seen that?
Oh, it's much more pronounced in recordings of high altitude balloons.
Right. I've got a photograph I've personally taken that people love to argue about.
It looks better when you can compress the photo, I guess, is what they're telling us.
Of course, that makes any curve more pronounced.
Without compressing it, it just makes it more obvious.
Yeah. No, compressing the image doesn't make straight lines curve. So if you see a curve when you compress it, the curve was already there. It's just easier to see now. And you can
Is it Bacon that has spotty internet, or is it me?
Sorry?
I didn't hear you for a lot of that. Is it my end?
Mic check. Can anyone hear me well?
Can anyone hear either of us?
Yeah, both of you. Bacon was good though the whole time.
Oh, okay. So probably my end then.
Well, I was saying that you can, if you know how high the picture was taken from, and you also know the settings of the camera, you can draw how curved the horizon should look like given that height and the camera settings, and then you can overlay the line of the horizon you would expect on the sphere and the picture itself, and you can compress them together, so you can see both curves, the one you expect and the one that is there, how they compare when you compress both of them together. So that's a very fair. I think that's a very fair way to compare them.
Yep. The photo I use is actually one of three. I take the picture of the horizon at 3 different points in the frame, so I can rule out the lens as a cause for the curvature of the horizon.
Okay, so the horizon is definitely Earth curve. When we see the horizon, it's definitely Earth curve. Yes, got it.
The horizon is the last part of the surface you can see, and if that surface is curved, then the horizon will be where you see it.
Just trying to be clear, like geometrically, the horizon is the Earth curve.
No, not geometrically. The horizon is by definition apparent. Right.
Right.
And there are.
So it's only this is only optical. This is not geometric. The horizon.
He didn't say that.
You realize we argued the opposite stance on this from each other like 2 days ago, Bacon?
Oh, isn't there? Yeah, it seems like everything has to be mutually exclusive.
Right.
Yeah, there are two components to what you're seeing. There's the geometry of it, and there is the optics of it.
That's what I said like 45
Yeah,
minutes
and I
ago.
was trying to explain to you, that you're only seeing it. It's not geometry.
Why? Why is it not geometry?
You guys were just arguing for that. They were just arguing for that 5 minutes ago that it wasn't the geometry, left lane and arm bar.
No, they were saying that it wasn't strictly accurate to say that the horizon is curvature.
Yeah, I said it was due. The horizon's there due to the geometry of the surface. That's what I said.
Yeah, and it's not curving. And you said that wasn't curving.
I did.
The
I didn't
horizon.
say it's not curving. I just said that it wasn't curve. That you don't see a curve on the horizon. You know, human
Bacon's
perception.
arguing you
The
do.
horizon's flat.
Bacon's
You really can't. You can't see the surface curving away from you. Human perception, you can't see that. You just see the horizon, and things beyond it become obstructed by the horizon. I mean,
Because
it's an
curved.
effect. It's an effect of curvature, but I don't call that Earth curve.
So, like the example Whitsett said, or if you have a pregnant woman and she's got her tummy, she's 8 months in or whatever, in the last section of her pregnancy, and she's got a big tummy, and you have a little something on the other side of her tummy that's hiding it. You would not say that the curvature of her tummy is hiding the object on the other side of it.
Tummy's
behind her tummy.
What's a tummy?
Belly, stomach.
It's a
Right.
clothing company. Tummy Hilfiger.
Tummy.
Yeah,
How
it's
do you
just
call it now the name Tommy sounds real weird.
No, man. See, it's this. The pregnancy is a result of curvature of the belly. Right? That's what's going on.
It's a result of having sex now, is actually what it is.
Oh, that's right. That's
what's hiding. That's it. It's the sex that actually is hiding the thing.
okay. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny. No, but
I don't know why you guys have a problem with that. If I was a globe earther, I would be like, yes, it's the curvature hiding those things. Damn
Earth curve, bitches.
Yeah, you got to rep for your thing or whatever.
because me personally, is because I was given a yes or no question. If it wasn't a yes or no question, I probably been like, sure. You know what I'm saying? I would have been more chill. More. I would. You know what I'm saying? I would have been more just. Yeah, but
What the question was is the geometric horizon the curvature of the Earth? And then the next question was, does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance?
What the Earth does.
Those are basic.
Yeah, they were saying the horizon wasn't the geometrical curve a minute ago.
I know, it's just goofy. It's like for years they've said the curve of the Earth blocks the boats. The curve of the Earth. They'll show a picture of the horizon and say, haha, there's the curvature. We're like, hey, where's the curve? They'll drop a picture of the horizon. There it is. But then whenever a flat earther asks them point blank and they know there's a follow-up question or a reason, they all of a sudden have amnesia and they have no idea what I'm talking about.
No, if you want to.
See, I could have swore that's what we were talking about. I was talking about with Bacon the other day about when we look out there and you see that curve. Sorry, what?
Doofus is a bit low, but he was.
Yeah, Doofus, your mic is low and muffled. I don't know what happened to your mic these days, but it's bad.
I'm sorry, but this is the best I got at the moment. If you want to point us to somebody who says the horizon is curvature, we can be like, okay, but really the horizon, things being behind the horizon is caused by curvature. That's not is curvature. Sure, we can go correct those people if you point us to them. That's fine. We'll be okay.
Well, we used to ask a long time ago. Oh my God, I thought you were done for that.
That's fine.
You used to ask a long time ago, like, where would we see Earth curve? And people used to tell us to go to the beach and look at a horizon. Bacon was arguing it with the horizon the other day, a couple days ago. That is geometric Earth curve.
Yeah, you do it every day.
And you would see that immediately.
Yeah, when you ask for evidence of Earth curvature, they literally show you pictures of things obstructed by the horizon. I mean, it's just hilarious too, because you can just look up mainstream sources that define the geometric horizon, and it's the curvature of the Earth. And like, it's just such a semantical argument when you knew what was actually being said. And of course, when we see the horizon, that's when we're seeing the effect of the curve. That's when we can actually see the curve of the surface, because it's blocking. That's when we can see, oh, that's curving down away from that point. So we're seeing the curve. It's so goofy, bro.
Let me clarify my position with Jeremy yesterday, I think. It's not that he asked me for curvature and I pointed to left and right curvature. I remember the conversation starting by you asking how high I would have to be to see left and right curvature. Not that was my answer to where you see curvature.
No, dude, the question is the geometric horizon the
I wasn't directed to
curvature of
you.
the Earth? Yeah, but that you're
Hold on, real quick. No, real quick. Me and him were arguing the other day about how high up do you have to go to see Earth curve? He said you don't have to go anywhere. We see it from the ground level. I'm like, yeah, but that's when you're just optically seeing a circle get bigger when you go above it, right? Remember that? I'm like, when would we actually see the actual geometry of the Earth curve? You said right away at the horizon.
Yeah, I was explaining that you're gonna see the horizon curving, like if you create a horizontal line, right where you see the horizon, the two ends of the horizon from that center are gonna be below that horizontal line.
Does the curvature of the Earth block?
That's gonna happen immediately after the horizon has any dip below eye level. I wasn't just answering the question where we see curvature. I was explaining how the horizon look based on how much it's dropping. That was what I was trying to explain yesterday.
Hey, Bacon. True or false? You're full of excuses. True or false?
That wasn't an excuse. Just
Hey, does the curvature
clarify
of
what
the
my
Earth,
point was.
does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance?
It might, yeah.
it might.
Yeah, I can see things in the distance that are not being blocked by the curvature. So it doesn't
that would
always do that, right?
What the? Do you see what they do, bro?
It means there's no curvature. There's no
No,
curve.
it means there's not enough curvature.
Hold on.
Not enough. Now it's changing. It's
Well,
growing.
let me elaborate. Let me just elaborate.
No, you
my
don't have to
answer.
elaborate. It's just sophistry. It's just disingenuous, tedious,
No,
pedantic.
disingenuous is not allowing answers to be elaborated.
Okay, please
So
continue.
if I have a target,
2 hours to get to maybe. From
one
you guys.
second. If I have a target, well, the question was just answered. They didn't ask the question 2 hours ago.
No,
If I have a target, oh my god.
We've been
If I have
on
a
this for
target-
2 hours, but go ahead.
I wasn't here 2 hours ago. If I have a target a mile away from you, I can still see it, right? So there's no curvature in the way. So that's why I'm saying not always. That depends on the whole setup of the situation, how far it is, what's the condition of the atmosphere, what distance we're talking about, what's the observer height we're talking about. All that is relevant. That's why I said not always, or maybe it might, because it depends on the situation. I don't know why that's so surprising. It should be the obvious answer.
No, the obvious answer is yes from your paradigm. The obvious answer is yes.
Well,
Like
it didn't specify a distance.
if someone says, "Does my dog bark?" and you say, "Well, it depends," they're gonna be like, "What is wrong with you as a person, dude?"
Yeah, because that's the same level of conversation that we're having right here.
Yeah. I'm obviously
in
asking
casual.
if physical curvature of Earth blocks things in the distance. There's no scenario that it doesn't. Okay, like sure, if there's a certain distance where the curvature is not high enough. No, dude. The curvature of the Earth is always going to block things at a certain distance. No one got into how far it was, how high it is. It's just a basic tenet.
So
You
it's not a
guys just
certain
have
distance.
to be. Oh my.
It just mentioned other variables, so it's not just at a certain distance. You also have to include those other variables.
This is so goofy, dude. So based on geometry,
It's anything but concede, bro. You know that. They know that you're right. Just
and
how
it's
it
not
is.
even like a concession thing, though. It's just
Yeah, I know
it's just
he's right.
disingenuous, pedantic sophistry. That's all. It's what it is by definition. Like if I say, according to you guys, the answer is yes, right? Does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance? I didn't ask you if it does it every time. I didn't ask you if it does it in all scenarios. I didn't ask you if there were other variables. I didn't ask you any of that. I said, does the curvature of Earth block things in the distance? Did I say all things that exist on the Earth at all distances and all variables and all conditions? No, I didn't. I said, does the curvature of the Earth block things in the distance?
And I said it might. If you want to be more specific, to get a more specific answer, go ahead.
So the answer is just yes.
Asking a general question, you're going to get a general answer.
And like that's what I'm saying. No one sees a problem with how he acts. Like it's just me. Because Arma does the same thing, and Left Lane does the same thing. Arma and Bacon
Yeah,
are
let's
the
talk about
masters.
people.
I am.
Let's not address the point.
Thank you. Yeah, I am. This is addressing your point, which is
it's not.
nonsense. Okay, so this is the problem with the Glovers, right? They've told us for years that the curvature of the Earth obstructs things in the distance. And then when I just ask them the same thing they claim every day, all day for years, they can't answer.
That wasn't
Right?
me,
They just
was it?
they're actually in here just to waste time. Yeah,
Okay,
yes,
so
for
so
sure.
you're putting me to, yeah, you're talking about other Globers claim and you're putting that on me, but I didn't make that claim.
Yeah.
I'm not making that claim for years that the
Yes, you have.
curvature obstructs things. I'm not making that claim here.
Wait, the
I
curvature of the
rarely
Earth does
argue for I rarely argue for optical obstruction as
No,
an
we're not
end.
talking about. No. I'm saying the point is that what if you took the atmosphere out of the mix, you can only see so far because of the curvature of the Earth. If you throw the atmosphere in the mix, then sure, you guys claim that stuff refracts up over the curve and you can see further and blah blah blah. It has to refract up over the curve because the curve is blocking it, which means in all scenarios, the curvature blocks things physically. The fact that you have an illusion of refraction that optically raises things is irrelevant. The fact that sometimes things aren't far enough away to be behind the curve based on your height is irrelevant. The
Well, it's not
curvature of the
relevant
Earth,
because
it
we
is
often use
irrelevant,
observations to talk about whether or not that's curvature or not. And that's
buddy.
relevant for the observation, so that's relevant to the subject.
No, you don't know what the subject is. You like the good faith answer would just be obviously yes. Okay, so the answer in your paradigm is yes. Since the Earth's a ball, the
Well,
surface
it's
curves.
not bad faith to have a different answer than what
Funny
you
how when you
expect.
interrupt, it's perfectly fine though, huh,
Yes,
Bacon?
you are attacking my character here. I will interrupt every time you do that.
Well, then I'll just mute you.
Well,
Don't attack his character.
I did.
Yeah.
What did I say that I attacked this character?
Well, I'll be muted then. Well, you said
What I-
a person of bad faith would answer a different answer, which you're calling me a bad faith.
No, I
right?
didn't even say the
Same.
word bad faith.
Oh, you didn't say, but you said that a good faith answer would be a different one than the one I gave you. That
I said
implies that my answer wasn't in good faith, which implies it was in bad faith.
Oh, so you
you're
get to
you're
selectively
implying an
choose
assault.
when you interrupt. Is that right?
No, I interrupt when you attack my character, even if you do that implicitly, as you just did.
Oh, so Bacon's the arbiter actually runs the room, and he
No, I
can
don't
read
know. You
into.
can mute me if you want.
Well, now he's interrupting again.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is,
I never keep
I mean,
interrupting you if we just talked about the subject. But you're not willing to talk about the subject. You want to keep attacking my character. The conversation is not going to flow if you try to keep doing
You're
it.
such a little girl. You're not a victim, Bacon. Like the fact.
I'm not saying
you
I'm
can.
Fucking hell, man.
You're
just
the one
call me a
always.
little girl.
Listen, you're the one always acting like a victim all the time. Come get the hell out of here, man. What the fuck?
What are you?
Yeah,
dude,
I can.
Why are they allowed to do this? Why are the three gamma males allowed to pretend like they're
No,
touching the
it's,
internet?
it's alpha. All right,
Let's
remember
go back to the
alpha, super
subject.
omega. All right,
It's got gamma Cerberus.
super
Yeah.
alpha
Go
omega,
back to
man.
the
Don't
subject.
forget.
Go back to the subject.
No, he
now
told
let
me.
me make
He said
tell me what to
gamma.
do.
Hold on, Winston said gamma. All right, I told him already. It's alpha.
Okay,
Oh,
I said
alpha.
Cerberus, but they're Greek things. It's
super
just
alpha
letters.
omega.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't, let's
Just
move
look
on.
at how me and Jeremy discuss, right? I trigger him, he triggers me, he pisses me off very often, but we don't get away from the subject to attack each other, right? And the conversation can go for hours. It might not be the best
Dude,
conversation, but we
is someone
don't
gonna
leave the
take down my
subject
power
just to
to
attack the
this
other
guy
one.
and give him
right?
a warning? Is someone they're gonna have to, because
Hold
in
on.
reality, no, I'm talking, dude.
My bad, my bad.
Guys, relax.
It's a joke that 7 straight times they've interrupted. All I was saying was that just a good faith interaction in the conversation is yes, the curvature of the Earth blocks things in the distance. Okay, so you don't have to interrupt me. It's stupid. The point is that on the surface of a curved ball, the surface will block things in the distance.
Let me say this two ways. That ship off in the distance is obstructed by the horizon. That's a true statement. Or I could say that ship is hidden over the horizon due to curvature. They're both true
And
statements.
the horizon is Earth curve. Tell them about how Earth curve is or the horizon is Earth curve, Bacon.
I wasn't arguing that. I was explaining how much the horizon would curve left and right based on how much it dips.
Do you hear how they're like a cult,
Dude.
right? So like one globe earther in here said one globe earther in here decided to be pedantic and semantic with the question. So now they're all like unifying together to double down on the like pedantic nonsense. Dude, everyone knows
It's
for
called
years
being
you guys
precise with the answer.
and then there he is again.
Yeah, because now you're monologuing about what we're doing instead of just going
I
back to
haven't
the
been talking for
conversation.
10
You're
seconds.
getting
You're talking
away
about
from the topic
I'm about
all
to
the
mute him.
time.
Why is no one else modding him, dude? Is Bacon have
Oh,
some
go
super
ahead
like
and
super?
mute me, dude.
Does Bacon
You're
have
free
like
to do that.
advantages on the server that no one else does? Is Bacon allowed to
No,
interrupt
just
every single time?
he's definitely not. He's definitely not. Come on, guys. I'm at work. I'm trying to get shit done. I'm way behind mopping floors. Let's go.
Okay. So the point is that it's just a in my assessment, it's like bad faith. Okay, like the horizon. There's an apparent horizon, right? So there's just the horizon where the sky appears to meet the ground. That's the only one we ever see is the apparent one. And then there's the geometric horizon. That's the Earth curvature blocking things in the distance because it curves up from our vantage point and causes physical obstruction. It's like the geometric horizon is quote unquote due to Earth curve. Well, if we're seeing the horizon, okay, if we were to see the curve of the Earth, that would be the horizon. The horizon is where we can see the effects of the curve. So if I see the surface, it's curving. If it's curving and blocking something, so I see the surface blocking something, I'm seeing the curve of the Earth. It's like such a ridiculous argument.
Yeah, I wish we had mine and Bacon's argument the other day. That was for a while on this. And then I wish we had what just got said here just now tonight. It'd be ridiculous.
I just want to know why we have to keep arguing with grown men about.
We don't. We can move on. Let's move on. What else we got, guys? What else?
Well, yeah. Anyway, because the whole point is that it's like pretty funny if you think about the big picture of everything. Like even Aaliyah thinks you guys are being goofy. She's laughing. Like if you think about the big picture of everything, you just realize that like okay, they say we can never see the geometric horizon, which would be like the actual position of the Earth's curvature blocking stuff. They say we can never see it. So it's like, well, how did you know it was there in the first place? Now, here in 2023, they'll make up all kinds of stories. They'll be like zenith positions, celestial navigation, all this nonsense, right? But that's not how they came up with it. They went out and they looked at the horizon. They took averages and then said that it was how they got the radius. So it's
what
just
was
funny,
the guy's
right?
name? What was the famous one? Rooney. That's it. All right.
Yeah, it's like they want to act like that. Their model wasn't built upon all kinds of fallacious assumptions that they now disagree with and disavow. It's super
Well, I don't
funny.
think Alberoni's measurement of the circumference was the main one or the first
It was a
one, or the most
radius.
precise one.
It was the radius, yeah.
Yeah.
He got the
which
radius.
Get
Yeah,
whatever.
didn't he get further than Aristophanes? He was
Further?
more wrong than Aristophanes. Yeah.
Yeah, and later.
Dude, Alberoni's too is attributed to coming up with a radius, and he looked at the horizon. And like, what's super funny though is like, you guys act like no, they just went and took zenith positions, and then they determined that the Earth was curving. That none of that didn't happen, you know. And it's just like how they looked up at the sky and they were like, I wonder if Venus is the same size as the Earth. You know what? That sounds good. We're gonna assume that Venus is the same size as the Earth. And then they made an entire model based on it, and they just
Wait, who did that?
yes, it started as early as the Greeks. Aristotle called it like the sister Earth or something, and then hundreds of years ago they guessed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and
They
then
did that with no measurements?
the official story is that they guessed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and that later on it got verified.
Without measurements? They didn't have like
Yeah.
any measurements. It's just randomly
What do
guessed.
you
It was
what do you
same
think the
size.
Greeks were using to measure?
I don't know. I'm asking you. You seem to know
No.
about the story. I had never heard of it. I'm trying to
Yeah,
get
they
more
just looked.
information on it.
They just looked at the sky and made stuff up, man. That's all they did, bro. The official story is that they guessed it
Can
right,
I-
but they luckily guessed it right. I'm sitting outside with my daughter, bro. You can look it up. Why don't any of the other ballers be like, yeah, Bacon, that's the official story? Like when I told Left Lane the other day, he was like, that doesn't sound right, and then Blue jumped in and was like, he's actually right about that. You know, like I would love if Glovers would do that more often and really save some time.
Oh, it'd be nice if there was someone here who knows where that thing came from and the details on that.
I just told you the specific details that Aristotle's the first one to do it.
No, I mean the details, like what information they had. Or they're just
Yeah,
random.
it came from Kepler's laws. Like with Kepler's laws and Newtonian gravity, you could figure out the ratios between all the planets, the distances, and the the distances to all the planets basically.
Yeah,
Just the
if you
ratios
have
alone.
one,
the
if
same
you have one
problems if you do
distance,
it.
if you have one distance,
Right.
Yeah.
and 1 second, if you have one distance, because you have the inverse square law applied to gravity, you would be able to get all the other distances just based on the
Gravity doesn't follow inverse square
if
law.
you have all the
Exactly.
other, and if you have all the other distances, and then you also can measure the inverse size, which was pretty easy, even
Gravity
thousands of years ago.
Gravity doesn't follow
You can
inverse
also
square.
get you can also get the size.
Yeah, they made the
Find a
guess that
random
Venus
guess.
was the same size as the Earth, and they used that relationship relative to the sun to make the rest of the model, dude.
It's like they probably just hijacked the Islamic model anyway.
Well, I'll have to take that on your word for it.
Well,
What we all know about this Venus story is that this is not in contention. What's the problem? Why is this somehow a thing?
It's because I said it.
He didn't say it was in contention. He's trying to ask about it, but regardless, it was just because of the relationship that they had they knew for certain based on Kepler's laws, or not for certain, but they knew the relationship between the planets and the sun. They just didn't have a base, to go off of. That's why when they knew Venus was going to transit, they had no choice but to assume it was the same size as Earth, because for all they knew, it was the same size, but they had no guess at it. So at the very least, they would get some sort of estimate to the distances of all their planets and refine
Right, so
it
they
later.
just luckily guessed that Venus was the same size as the Earth, and that's the official story.
Yeah, but it's not the same size.
Yeah, but how would they
What-
even assume it's a ball? That Venus is a ball out there?
Wait, it's extremely close to the same size. Why would you do that?
Well, it's not the same size, so the numbers they got were wrong. They refined them, just like I said,
But
which they knew
yeah,
they
they
knew
had
was
to
going to be the
refine the
case.
whole model. But don't you agree the model was pretty close to what it is today?
Well, Venus is the math. I mean, the size is fairly close. So it's like 75 versus 8,000. So it's fairly
Right.
close. So yeah, that alone would give them
An accurate model.
decent numbers. Yeah, but so would using Aristarchus's method to just measure the Earth to the Sun. Which so all they have to do is they when they do Venus and they make that assumption and they get a distance and it corroborates or it comes close to some of the other values they would have already had, then yeah, they're gonna feel confident about it. If it was the case that Venus was the wrong size and they thought it was the size of Earth and they got something very different than some of the other methods, then they probably would have gone back to
Dude,
the drawing board.
the claimed distance to the sun has changed numerous times, dude.
Yeah.
Like, why do you guys say stuff? And not just by a little bit, not just more accurate. It's gone up and down, above and below certain numbers, and it's changed by thousands and thousands of percent.
Yeah. But if you use the same method that Aristarchus used, they could have used at the same time when they measured Venus's transit, and they would have gotten much more accurate than Aristarchus did. And you can do it today, and you get much more accurate than either of those two numbers.
That's
and
what's
it
up,
approaches
man.
it approaches the number that they get from doing other methods.
Okay, so this is like Kosho is the best the ballers have at this for sure. Like making it sound like it's just totally logical and it's not a crazy coincidence at all. But in reality, right, you should be a defense attorney. I'm not even meaning that in an insult at all because he is very good at that. But the fact is that they just luckily guessed out of necessity that Venus was basically the same size as the Earth. And then they built the entire model off of it. And they were just luckily pretty much correct, right? Where the whole model could stay, the proportions could stay, the relationships could stay. And like all the distances and sizes were pretty accurate. They just happened to luckily guess it.
Coach wasn't saying it's not a coincidence, right? They're just saying that you can get the same distance using different methods.
Yeah, you guys have a religion. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Do you understand what I'm trying to say to you? That your whole thing was made up. Like Aristotle said that he thinks Venus is probably the same size as the Earth in like 2000 BC or whatever it was. Like, look up the first people to talk about Venus and the Earth being the same size. It's hilarious. They mention different Greeks in their writings talking about Venus and the Earth, Venus being the sister of Earth, and all this stuff. So you're talking about like so long ago, these people that thought the Earth must be a sphere because that's the perfect shape. You know, they just happened to figure out based on their religion of Venus that it was the sister of Earth. It's just goofy, bro. And then you look at Copernicus, who wrote in his writings about sun worship and the apotheosis of man through the symbolism of the enlightenment of the sun. So it's only logical that we go around the sun. The sun's the center of everything.
Well, I get.
Go ahead, Megan.
Oh, yeah, I would say if it's just the way you're describing, yeah, it sounds like too much of a coincidence. I'll give you that. But it seems like you're using that to say that somehow that's that should be telling about the model not being true or something.
Well, yeah, dude, this is how they came up with the astronomical unit, which is then used to get the distance to the sun and then used to get all these other distances in this fabricated medium of outer space. So it's foundational in terms of the astronomical unit and how they measure, distances and light years in space.
Yeah, they had to have an AU to do anything. But like, it's not that it proves the model wrong, but it's like it's a well-kept secret, right? Because the truth is that this entire model's foundation was fundamentally philosophical. It was ontological. It was spiritual, right? It was sun worship, like literally, and it was based on sorcery and occultic beliefs. And if it really is correct, they just got lucky, but it was started with basically religion and wild guesses and lucky happenstance. But they don't say that. They tell you the story of Galileo like he did something scientific. They tell you the story of all this stuff as if it's scientific. It's not.
Well,
though.
apparently
It's not
there's
even close.
one wild guess that they got right, which is the size of Venus.
Yeah, that was the foundational guess. Like, what are the odds, dude? Now think about it. Think about it. Think about it
Guess if you
skeptically
can
from
get
the other side. Think about it
how's that a
skeptically from the other
foundational
side,
guess if you
because that's what they used to get the astronomical unit. They needed the AU to do everything, dude. But this is
you
what
can
I
do-
want you to
you
think
can
about.
get the
from the
same
other-
distances without using the size of Venus, can't you? And if you do those other methods, if you get the same answer, then it's not that the foundation is the size of
How
Venus.
do you get the distance to Venus if you don't know its size?
You can get the transit. You can use the transit of Venus, I guess.
No, you have to know its size to know its distance, dude. I don't know why you guys don't understand this basic concept.
That's how it works. When I got the
It is
distance to the moon. Sorry.
Yes, dude. Based on
Well,
the
when I-
observation of Venus and then an assumed size, that's how you can use the relationship of the sun, moon, and the Earth to try to get a distance.
Oh no, I think
could've-
that's how you get distance, right? But the thing is, you don't need the size to get distance, unless you're talking about like distance from surface to surface. But usually we talk about distance from center to center. So like when I measured distance to the moon, I didn't use the size of it for anything. I only used the angle and the size of the Earth, not the size of the moon. And I got pretty accurately the correct distance.
You're saying that they just looked up at the blob of light that was Venus and they were able to get right to the center of it, and that's how they figured
I
out the
didn't say
distance?
that.
Holy dude.
I didn't say that at all.
Okay.
They wouldn't need to know the size if they, for instance, had an accurate measurement for the distance from the Earth to the Sun. Then they would have established the distance to Venus through that. Of course,
Yeah,
they
but
didn't
that's
do
how
it
they
that
got
way.
the AU. Yeah. So.
Yeah, they did it the other way around. Yeah.
Exactly. So they had a lucky guess about Venus that built the whole model. Like, we don't have to go in circles. But my point is that, like, if you just look at it from the other angle, right? It's like, okay, well, say that they use this idea to build the whole model, and they put tons of effort into building the model, right? And so they're answering all these questions, they're updating everything, they're building it, they're writing out all the equations for the dynamic relationships and stuff like that. If you were to, in the future, find something that showed that you were wrong about the assumption of Venus, for example, or something fundamentally wrong, all that work that you did would go out the window, and you would have to admit you were wrong for like hundreds of years. So you can obviously see, just using logic, right, that there's a situation in which people just wouldn't want to admit that they had been wrong that whole time, and they would force the data into the model they were currently working with. And that's what actually happened. Now, I know you guys disagree with the last sentence, but that's not the point.
Well, you can just get a wrong model. I mean, maybe you can, but it's very hard to get a wrong model and fit a lot of real data in that model and make it work.
How so? It's the process of hundreds of years of refinement, trying to put it into. If you have hundreds of years of refining and changing and moving around to fit into the model, and then you get to make up scientific theories to explain the discrepancies in the model. No, if you have hundreds of years and everyone working on this, and you have free reign to make up unfounded ideas of what happens in the sky, you can make anything work. Just like Professor
No, I don't
Parks was
think
talking
so.
about dark. Yes, Professor Parks was talking about the problem with dark matter. He said the most popular explanation is that it actually is baryonic matter. It's just so tiny and minute that you can't see it. And it's just like little dust particles that came off of asteroids, and that's the actual dark matter. It's just it's a completely made up
I'm not
story.
talking about that. All I'm trying to say is that, like, for example, let's say we get some distances, right? If we get distances between some points over the surface, they're very far away. If those distances aren't coplanar, you're not on a plane. There's no planar.
Oh my god!
There's no planar method model you can create that is going to comport those distances.
You just totally diverted back to the talking point you
No,
always make.
I was explaining my claim that I don't think you can just get a lot of data and fit into any wrong model. Some models are going to have some implications, and if you have the data regarding those implications, then you can make that model correct, even if you
Dude,
want
if you
to,
think that the
no matter
sky
how much
couldn't
you
move
refine
over,
it.
dude, the fact you think the sky couldn't move over a plane is not my problem, man. You deal with that in your own little way there.
I didn't
But
say that.
well, that is what you're insinuating. But the
No,
actual
I said
point.
if you get distances. I didn't mention the sky.
Okay.
It was an
So
example.
we're talking about the sky though. So
Right.
what I actually said was, yes, you could obviously make a model and then build upon that and refine it over time with everyone trying to fit it into your model. And then you get to make up stories about the sky that can't be verified to explain discrepancies and make the model work. And that's what they did. And that's what they still do.
Yeah, but a lot of things like, for example, if you start with the model with the assumption that you're in a spinning globe, and you see this star trails or the path of the stars, then the tilt of their rotation has to be the tilt of your orientation on the Earth, which would have to be your latitude. So if you're on a spherical Earth, that would have to be your latitude, and also the offset of the stars time-wise would have to be your longitude. Given those two values, you can't then refine what is the latitude and longitude of each position on the Earth, because the sky would dictate that. That's one starting point. Another thing is that if you're still on a sphere, if that's still what's going on, you have stars far away and the Earth spinning, then the angles to the stars would have to comport to, for example, to Haversine equation. Like the Haversine between two coordinates should give you the zenith angle between the star that is above one point to an observer in the other point. That's something would have to be true on a globe model, and it happens to be what we observe. And that's not something you can force feed.
Dude, this is what's so funny. You guys always say stuff like that. But in reality, the positions of the stars consistently didn't match the globe heliocentric miles prediction. In fact, they saw observations where they said, oh, it looks like it's going the wrong direction. Oh, it's changing over time. Oh, it doesn't match the predicted position. Oh, well, never mind. Maybe it's actually a binary star system. You know what? Actually, no, it's 3-star.
What are you
Oh, no,
talking about?
Dude, every position of the stuff in the sky, it doesn't work perfectly on the model's predictions. They consistently don't. And this is the main point. You don't want to acknowledge like the substance of the point, which is that your model has had hundreds of years of free reign to make up stories. So like whenever the model doesn't match or the predictions don't match what we observe, you guys have free reign to just make stuff up. Oh, it must be a binary star.
Can we get some information on those claims you're making, like that the positions of stars?
Oh my god!
Because
so many dark matter, Oh, my bad. Go
What?
ahead,
That's
Bacon.
that's not related to positional star. We're talking about positional star. What you talking about, Joe?
Yeah, I'll have a list of
So
them in
I
the
specifically
house.
said
The claims, the ad hoc claims. I thought he was talking about the ad hoc claims you guys
no.
make.
I was making a claim that the the zenith angle of a star would have to comport to the Haver sign between your location and the ground position of the star, and the latitude and longitude of your position and the ground position can't be just force fitted. It can be backward engineered. It's something. It's
You just always you always
dictated.
take whatever point someone else makes and you just like trample all over it and then just immediately make it about your like celestial navigation point like every time. Like we were
No,
talking
that's
about
one example. Like
no, it's not an example of what we were talking about at all.
no, it was because you said that the model was just refined by hundreds of years, and my response was that if you start with the wrong model, that might not be enough. And one example I gave you is that like if the coordinates of the star wouldn't comport to the Haver sign between their ground position and the observed ground position, that wouldn't fit the model.
Dude,
But they
that's how
do
they
actually
made the
comport to the
model.
Haver sign, and you
Oh my god.
said that there are observations that contradict that. So I wanted
They
to see
made
what the observations were.
okay, first of all, they made the model from the sky. Like I don't know why you do this every day, all day. You come in here
I
and you
already
say,
said that.
okay, so the fact it wasn't that the globe model makes predictions and then it just matches the sky. The globe model was made from the sky. Okay, that's it. The globe
Yeah,
model
but
was made from the
it
sky.
can't control how the sky behaves. Like if you can get ground positions from the stars. So the tilt of the horizon will have to dictate your latitude, and the time offset of the sky will have to dictate your longitude.
Dude, that's how we got
That's
latitudes.
yeah,
What are you
exactly. I
talking
agree
about?
with you there. Okay, that's a starting point. That's not my point. Once you have latitude and longitudes are dictated by the sky and the idea the Earth is a spinning globe, now you can have angles to start that are not above your head. You're not at your zenith. There are different ground positions. That would change that relationship would change based on the shape of the Earth. And the one expected for a sphere that we can't control would be the Haver sign equation. And that is
Dude,
the
that's
one that is used to predict those zenith angles.
it's just
It's the
so
one that
annoying that it's like I have to just keep repeating myself that the model was made from the sky and we have a consistent linear relationship with how we observe the sky. You guys assume that it was the Earth curving that did that, and then you just keep on bringing up that the globe model that was engineered from the sky matches the sky. And what
Well,
I'm talking about,
if there is a linear relationship, you get distances that are not coplanar.
A
Like
quick
that's the
question.
thing.
You keep comparing it to like the globular longitude and latitude, like a spherical coordinate system. You compare it to that and go, see, ta-da, it matches.
Well, I think you didn't hear what I said then.
Well, you said
Because
longitude and latitude, right?
Yeah,
see,
before
he's going to
I use the
successfully
word.
get to like derail the comma. This is what Bacon does. Like,
1 second, I was responding to Shane.
oh my
So
god.
I specifically said that the tilt of the celestial equator would dictate your latitude. So we don't have to assume a sphere. The latitude and longitude are simply giving each point on the surface a number. They might be on a flat surface, they might be on whatever surface. We're just establishing them based on the tilt of the celestial equator and the time offset of the stars. Right?
Well,
That
cool.
alone doesn't tell you Earth is a sphere. I agree.
Bacon, would you agree that it is possible to create a completely fictional story about how cars work?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you agree if you observe the luminaries, the sky, and its ongoing motion, would you agree that it's possible to create a fictional story based on a fictional premise?
You can always do that. Yeah.
Okay, so what makes you believe that the stories you have been told about the sky are the true purpose or the true explanation of it?
Because it can accurately predict observations. The one in the way you can't
Well,
without that same story.
You just agreed that I can write a fictional story about how a car works. The car
Yeah.
will still do the things I observe the car doing while I'm inserting my fictional explanation of why the car does it. Does it
Can
make
you
sense to you?
repeat back my last answer to you? Because I think you missed the very last sentence.
What?
Can you repeat back what I
Yes.
said? Because I think you missed the very last sentence.
No, but what he's described, you could also make predictions from it, even if you make up a false story. About
No,
it.
what I said after that, the very last sentence.
I could have a clock on the wall. I'm gonna go. Is that cool if I go?
Yeah.
Did you want to respond, Clay, or?
No, it's okay, man. Go on.
All right. So yeah, if I have a clock on the wall, I can make up all kinds of stories. There's magical midgets in there, and they turn dials that make the clocks move, or whatever fantastical story I want about how this clock works. And I can say, look at I can predict all kinds of stuff about when the hands are going to land on other hands, and when they're going to be pointing
So you
straight
also
up
didn't
and
hear what I
straight
said
down.
last
It's awesome. I can predict all types of shit.
That's actually a great example.
So you also missed what I said. I think no one got it. Maybe one was saying
Maybe only the Globers
no
got
one
it,
heard
Bacon.
it. Yeah, maybe no one heard it because maybe I was saying that with Clay, but I said predictions you wouldn't make without it. It's not just predictions you can make because you already know it. That's how it works and what it does.
So we
That's
novel
predictions we
predictions.
needed to make.
Dude, it's definitely like saying, okay, tomorrow when the minute hand passes 6, it's actually because the middle dwarf moved the crank 3 years, and there's no way you could disprove me otherwise. That's a situation you're putting me in, dude.
If
Why
we
you just said that?
if we had a super
because I
slow
just
clock,
said
real
I
quick.
just
If
said
we had a super real quick, guys, hello, real quick. If we had a super slow clock, and we never saw the hands be on, both pointing straight up, I can be like, yo, we've never seen this before. I'm about to predict this. You guys ready for this? My magical midgets I know exactly how they're turning the clock, and it's gonna be on both hands are gonna be pointing straight up.
Exactly.
Now
You
what?
understand? You have to make novel predictions, and the prediction has to follow from the premise. It has to logically follow from the
What
premise.
novel
You can't
predictions are you guys making?
you can't just arbitrarily say that this thing
You guys
happens
predict
because of this
sunset.
thing.
What are you talking about?
It would have to logically follow from what the premise is.
By the way,
Let's do
Jeremy,
something.
it's little people, Jeremy. By the way,
Globers they can predict
I
sunsets,
propose
and
something.
sunrises, and eclipses.
Right.
Dude, Globe
That's
literally
all
run
posted.
the internet bragging about how the globe can predict eclipses.
Well, what
It just-
novel prediction do you guys make? Really?
Real fast.
I can try.
Did you see what Gleam dropped? Apparently, Walter updated the description under his model to put my name in it.
Stay on track. Stay on track.
I didn't
No left
oh, look at that! He added
That's good.
vision.
Dude, he says, how does the
Yo, let's
know its
go.
latitude so it knows how to bend light as needed for a specific location? What's it?
Dude, someone was wagging that on my face earlier. I never even read it out. I thought it sounded more descriptively combative than I remembered it. But yeah, it's definitely updated. Wow.
Well, it's successfully diverted from the topic.
No,
Yeah.
this is better.
No, it's not. No, follow to the conclusion.
Yeah, I mean the thing I was going to say to you,
We don't
the thing is you don't have the real map of the Earth, so you don't have anything. You think that the fabricated kind of ad hoc geometric transform one that you're given is making quote unquote novel predictions, but you don't have the real map of the Earth to compare. So you're just going off the system that they're given and being like, look, it gives a novel prediction, even though all you have to go off is the other information on the internet, like the WGS84 and all these other models given to you to compare it to.
Oh, no one heard what I said about latitude and longitude? How you can get them without any map or any authority or anything? You can simply get a tilt of the horizon and the time offset of any star. You can get your latitude and latitude like that. It's simple as that. So it's something that doesn't
Yeah.
depend on any map or any
Yeah.
authority.
Yeah, why is that, Bacon? Why is that?
You can match the sky to the
they're
ground in
defined.
a local area, but you'd have to match the sky to the ground over the entire Earth to actually get the entire model. You can't just do it in one local area.
Bacon, I
You
predict
can't-
that
you can-
I predict that the small little gnomes in my clock that is hanging in the kitchen is going to be at 2 a.m. and 4 minutes because they're turning 3 little wheels that are within that miniature city they live in within that clock. I bet you in 4 minutes it's going to be 2
Yeah,
a.m.
I got
on
your
that
point
clock.
when you made that first time.
Yeah,
But I'll
so
make a-
why are you
I'll
still
make a
referring
proposition.
back to these predictions, dude?
Yeah, I'll make a proposition, right? So I'll give you how tilted the celestial equator is for where I am right now, and at which point in time a certain star gets at its highest point in the sky, right? And I'll do that for another point on the Earth. I'm not giving latitude and longitude because those are globe ones, right? So I'm just giving you observation from that location, so you can figure out where the location is regardless on what shape of the Earth you believe it is. Now, I want to tell me if a star gets overhead the first position, how high is going to be for the second observer for that second position. And if you can do that for me, and you can show how your story leads you to that value, then you have a prediction. You can just say I'm invoking unicorns, but I'm googling the answer. That doesn't connect them, right?
Well, it's already built into Stellarium. Just click on azimuthal grid.
Yeah, but show how you're getting that value. If you use a star, you don't know what star is doing in the
angles to
background.
objects.
Yeah, so show how you get the elevation angle between those two positions. No, I'm asking you to predict. If I look, I'm just confirming your prediction.
I'm predicting you're going to see stars tomorrow, Bacon.
Well, that's very easy prediction to make, right?
Isn't
it's
it?
a bit easier than the one I'm asking.
Right, so if there was like a 19-year and a 15-year repeatable cycle in the sky that always repeated, do you think that it's fair to say that you could predict what it's going to do at any point in time?
I'm not predicting where what's going to do.
What do you mean?
I'm giving
You
you
said
two
you used heliocentrism aspects to predict stuff like that. You just said that, no?
No, I'm saying challenge you guys to do that.
You know what
I'm giving you information about observations of the sky for one position and another position, and I'm asking you, given this celestial body here, how are they going to observe it? Right.
Okay, so you're
And
telling
you
us
can work that out.
just turn on Stellarium? Is that what you're telling us to do?
Oh, you're not doing what Stellarium is doing that for you. You're not doing that. I'm asking you to do that.
No matter
I don't know
how
what Stellarium is doing in the background, unless you read the source code and you go. But if you can do that, I guess you can do your own way instead of using Stellarium.
Well, because Stellarium is built from ephemeris, and the ephemeris has been utilized for as long as we know.
Have you seen how the math of the ephemeris is get the position on the planets?
No matter what the great story is of time span that needed to build the pyramids in Egypt, they were always could be sure that they will line up with the exact position of the constellations they needed to have it line up at a certain point of time.
What in line with? What is constellations do the pyramids line with?
Well, the Egyptians before heliocentrism used the sky to determine, for example, through star constellations when the Nile River is going to flood the land to give fruitful ground for planting.
Well, let's check one of those claims that are easier to validate. So
I can show it you. It's in an astronomy book.
Which
they
star
introduce
constellations is the pyramids
claim-
aligned to?
People claim it's supposed to coincide with Orion's belt, but it doesn't. It's neither near where
Well, then
Orion's
I
belt
guess
is.
the astronomy book
way
is
off,
lying,
isn't it?
right?
No, it gives you an information in such a way that you think they're aligned. That's not
Well,
true.
Okay, so astronomy books are now filled with false information, right? I have a German astronomy
Easily
book.
check that. You can easily check that, Clay. How do you think they're aligned? When I say the stars are aligned with the pyramids, what are you picturing? Do you think that the stars are going overhead at the pyramids? Is that what you're picturing? Because that's what I was picturing, and it turned out that's very far from happening.
Well, Bacon, what I just wanted to point out blatantly or obviously is that we have star constellations because the star constellations are fixed within the firmament or the 2D dome that is rotating above you. That's why every time something goes into space, it's just vast blackness of nothingness, because it would be a very hard time recreating that 2D dome that is right above your head.
Except they're not. If you
except they're not, right.
Yeah, we have positional stars being documented with very high accuracy for at least the past decades, where you can compare positions of a decade ago with today, or even last year with this year, and they don't match.
Mm-hmm.
If you get a single almanac and you go through pick any star, you go from its position in January and its position in December, more often than not, they're not gonna match. Even that's 1 year.
Yeah, even the stars in Orion's belt. I think the first almanac they have, I think, goes back to like the 70s or something. Yeah. If you go back, you look at it like every year up until today or this year, you can see that the stars are migrating, not
So
together.
They
so
process.
the positions between the stars have been measured and they changed.
Never. Yeah.
Is that right? Is that right? Is that what you guys saying, or is it just from the observation of the ground, looking at the stars, they supposedly have changed? Like, what is it? Is it like
both
Is there
those.
any star that has been recorded to move further away from another star?
Yes.
Yeah, their relative distance change.
Okay, can you cite these things? Like,
I can show it to you.
how?
You can get it from the almanac. From the almanacs.
Okay, how can you show it to me?
You can get any pair of stars. Oh, it might not happen with all pairs of stars, but likely, if you're getting pick up two almanacs from a couple of years apart, and then pick your
How
two
should
pairs
I
of
do
stars.
this?
Well, I can do it with you if you don't know if you need instructions.
Is Bacon and Kosho going to show us?
No, how can I go back 2 years and look at the same stars again and be sure that they actually moved?
Well, you don't have to. That's why they have all that recording in almanacs.
Is Kosho and Bacon going to show us redshift?
So you're trying to divert?
No, I'm just wondering if they're going to tell us about redshift because stars are moving away from each other.
Well,
in an ever-expanding universe.
I don't
Well,
remember.
Bacon. Is this the stuff you were going to go into? What I just put in live stream, like all that nice observations compared relatively, and then you can apply your wonderful linear relationship of 60 nautical miles per degree, and that's how you get the ground distance, right? So we're back to the same optical, observations proving the model, right? As Whitson said, you made the globe model from looking at the sky, and now we're going to use the sky to prove the globe model.
So, Kosho,
I'm not even talking
assuming
about proving the globe model. I'm just addressing the claim that the constellations are not changing.
Kosho, assuming that the GIF you posted is real, okay, and not just white dots someone drew into a picture. Assuming that is real, why is it that you see the pyramid constellation on the far top left? Why is that
believe
not
that's
changing by a
Taurus.
bit?
I mean, you can kind of work it out if you really think about it, my man. But it turns out Barnard's
Okay,
star
explain
happens
it
to be
to
much
me.
closer. Happens to be much closer than those stars, which I believe are in Taurus.
Okay, how is it that light is not spreading equally like the sun does?
The proper term is
Why
Bernard
why
Star
why
has a much higher proper motion.
why do we see these cartoons? Sorry, why do we see these stars as dots? Why is all these suns, which are supposedly these stars lighting up the sky, why is the light not spreading out?
You mean why there's no glare?
No, why is the light not spreading out? Why do we see them as dots?
Do you think that it's not spreading out? I think that the light is spreading out.
Why can we see the angular size of the sun, but the stars appear as a dot?
I'm saying
so
Go further. There has less glare. They have less glare.
Why is every star and each individual dot? Why is not the light spreading out like every light does?
So the light is spreading out.
I don't get what you mean.
No, dude,
Yeah, these weird questions. I mean, why don't you address the fact that the stars are changing from year to year rather than resetting every year?
No one denies the precession of the equinox.
Dude, I have not seen, apart from some
that's not
gifs
true.
that look
A
like
lot of people do.
comics. I have not seen what you guys talk about. And by the way, there is such a thing called wandering stars, right? So that's also nothing new, that stars are moving. But there's also something called celestial. There's something called. Sorry, my brain is
melting
right now. Constellations that
Oh wait,
don't
Bacon,
change.
should we pause the whole VC and allow incessant interruptions because you said a joke about him? Should we cry about it? Should we all cry about you attacking his character? And
I mean, why ask?
No,
What we're
I
doing?
don't care. I don't care about.
I know, I'm just making a
just
point. Bacon cried in
yeah,
Virtue
well,
Signal for like
it's
20
not the
minutes.
same situation.
Yeah, it's not the same when you do it. Gotcha. Okay, we can move on.
Well, I just gave the word he was looking for. He even said himself.
It's
just because it's funny doesn't mean I'm being competitive or trying to insult.
Anyways, so even the agents knew that wandering stars exist. So yeah, there is indeed stars moving along the sky and changing their position, but still we have the constellations that go back to 5,000 years of recorded history, and they
Sure
didn't
about that?
really change. Yeah.
Can you be so sure?
Left lane.
What did
What
you
is
say?
left lane? What is
He said the
left?
constellations haven't changed in 5,000 years.
Left lane. What is the name of that?
General shape.
What is the name of that object that's moving in your GIF? What is it? What star? What what's the name of that one?
It's Barnard Star.
What is it?
Barnard Star.
Barnard Star. What? Why are no other stars moving? You got lots
Because
of them. in there.
Barnard Star's much closer than the other ones.
I see. Okay.
I think it's like 6 light years away.
Okay.
You know what's funny is you guys say the distances, but like I've already looked into it, and you guys, your model changes the distances all the time.
Okay.
And no, it's not just
makes
always
sense.
more and more accurate. It goes up and down.
Yeah, I think everybody knows that Polaris was 434 light years away in the 1990s, and then in 2012, you got it to 323 light years away, which is like 26% off. Oops. And so, how can we trust you?
No,
And
there's
can
a
you-
chart of all the different distances of Polaris.
It's 447, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I
you
think
got
you're gonna-
330, you got 330, 433, 350. This is from 2006 to 2000. 330 light years, 433, 359, 323, 385, 521, 445, 447.
And it's not just going up; it's going up and down, right? So
Exactly.
What I'm willing to bet,
it really means you have no idea.
I'm willing
You
to
have
bet
no
in
idea.
20, 30 years, it will change again. The number that
You
they have
can-
right now is not the final answer.
Dude,
yeah, you
it's
can just
changing
keep making
every
wild
year.
guesses. I know you proved that. You'll keep making wild guesses. It will always change. Great.
Or not,
Why did
or
you
not
just
wild
say it would
guessing.
change in 20 years when it's changing every year?
Okay, well, that's not really.
Okay,
whatever.
and
It'll
it's
change
changing by
constantly.
hundreds of light years.
So what they're saying is they don't have a working model because they keep having to constantly update it, and it's still not going to be correct. Is that what you're saying, guys?
Yeah, and they love the narrative that it's like always getting more accurate, but it's not, right? Because it's changing by like, look, there's 200 light year difference in this list. 200 light year difference in the current distance they claim is around 330 light years, I think, so the latest I saw. So you were off by almost 2/3 the current estimate.
What happened
I mean,
to the
earlier were
being
you
able
not
to
trying to
predict
make the
model?
point that earlier were you not trying to make the point that that they had hundreds of years to add all this ad hoc stuff onto the model, like their gravity model didn't work, ad hoc dark matter in, like shit like that, the ionosphere, whatever they need, right? Just all over the place. Tons of
Yeah, and
ad
he was
hocs all over.
yeah, and they were trying to act like that's not what happens, but it is to this day. They just constantly shift things and like drastic amounts. But it's okay when they do it. That's science. But if Flat Earth doesn't know a definitive answer, then it debunks Flat Earth and it proves the globe.
But what happened to the talk about making predictions and all that? Did we get away from that?
Dude, how do you not understand the concept of looking at the precession of the sky and then knowing it's a cycle and then being able to predict it regardless of what you think the Earth is?
He might have missed him. He might have missed the magical the magical midgets with the clocks. Maybe refresh them on that one.
Oh, I
About how much the
remember hearing that
predictions
part,
matter.
and we were
Oh,
addressing why that wasn't a good thing,
You
and
didn't.
then it got sidetracked.
Well, you guys
Well,
said we
this is
didn't
the
get the
point.
analogy, but we did, though, right?
Well, Left Lane, you say that, and then when I point out that your predictions don't work, it somehow doesn't refute your claim. So the globe model's legitimacy is demonstrated through its ability to accurately predict future events. Then I can list hundreds of times that it didn't match the prediction, but that doesn't count.
Oh, it does count.
Oh, so then you don't have the legitimacy of the globe model being able to predict things.
I'm actually not
Yeah, not
surprised
all
that
predictions are gonna
yeah,
be absolutely
yeah,
correct.
yeah.
I think
I'm not
a lot of
surprised
things
that I'm sorry,
Sorry, go
Big.
ahead, Left Lane. No, go ahead.
I'm just not surprised that the distance to the stars can vary from observation to observation depending on the method.
No, the
Like,
predictions are wrong. What do you understand with that? Not just the distances, the
what kind of
predictions.
prediction are we talking about?
Like I have a whole list of them in the house. I'll show them in a second. But this is what's funny. You guys right now are breaking. You're asking it as if that doesn't exist or something, right? And that's what's so weird.
Not really.
No,
I just acknowledged that it
you're
does
acting
exist.
like it
and
doesn't exist. So this is the problem.
I acknowledged that. What the fuck?
Okay, so you agree that the globe's predictions don't actually match reality.
Yeah, I said not all of them are absolutely correct.
No, sometimes they predict the wrong direction. I have situations listed, and I'm still looking through a bunch of different things, and I'm writing them down, right? Because it's so hard to find the actual discrepancies because they're hidden, which is a joke, and that's the opposite of science. But anyway, it's like, oh, the prediction was that it's going to precess this much in this direction, and then the observation showed it was in the opposite direction. And they're like, oh, maybe it's because it's actually more than one star. Maybe it's actually just there's something out there around that star that's causing it to look like it went the other way, right?
Yeah, but
And then when you
don't
get far enough
confirm
away,
that?
you can just take the negatives and make them positive. And these are
Yeah,
there are
not
close
all.
stars. There are close stars they observed like to go the wrong direction.
Well, not all discrepancies are equally problematic to the model. For example, stars are very far. They have very little parallax. It's much harder to get their distances. So if you get distances wrong to stars, it's actually a big deal. That doesn't impact the model that much. Just
But then you guys can invoke parallax.
It can easily
as,
be.
Go ahead. Well, I'm saying, but you guys turn around and invoke parallax as the primary rebuttal to me as the evidence that shows that the Earth is orbiting. And then you turn around and say, oh, well, our parallax predictions are trash. They're not consistent. They don't work. They're just estimates.
Well, yeah, if you're talking about like parallax to close objects like the moon, that's much more pronounced. So if you get that very wrong, that's a very big problem for the globe. But now, when you're dealing with stars that are not in the solar system, they're light years away, then they have much smaller parallax. So of course, measurements to how far they are going to be much more easily wrong than the
Wait, are you
distance to the
saying
moon,
that
for example.
parallax to the moon proves that the Earth is orbiting the sun?
No, I was giving you one example. Like if you're taking parallax to objects in the solar system, that we would have to have a much smaller error bar than compared to
Yeah,
stars.
but do you agree that
So
whenever you guys invoke... Sorry, I keep thinking that you're done, dude.
That's okay. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, every time I ask, okay, I know for a fact that your model is actually claiming that you can't tell for sure if it's geocentric or not, and that it's interchangeable and that the observations would be the same, and that's what Einstein and relativity say. But every time I say that, I have people that don't understand anything about relativity, right, that jump in and say, no, parallax, okay? They think that that's their go-to. Parallax of stars proves that the Earth orbits the sun, and it proves it can't be geocentric.
Yeah, I don't think parallax distinguishes between a geocentric and a heliocentric model. Like if we
so
have
there's
the
no
same model,
then there's nothing then, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'd say the laws of physics too, because maybe there are laws of physics that work with the Earth being geocentric that could compare with observation. But aside from that, I don't see how. That would be my way to know we don't live in a geocentric system.
Well, how about this? What
I wouldn't argue.
measurement? Go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't argue that parallax is how we distinguish between geocentric and heliocentric. I don't think anyone will do that.
Well, you say I don't think did you just say I don't think anyone will do that, because 99% of Globers do that. But if you're not doing that, then I'm not going to straw man you with it. But what I want to know is, like, what do we have any actual measurements of the Earth orbiting the sun? Like any?
I'm not sure how we measure that, but I think that's implied by the laws of physics we use.
Okay, that's just a begging the question fallacy, man. So, like, first of all, our current quote unquote laws of physics, like, they're just what we currently know, right? Like, if you observe superfluid, you could say, we talked about this today, like, Rakia said superfluid defies physics. I'm like, well, no. It defies, like, known physics. It defines, like, our current understanding of physics. It happens in physical reality, so it can't be defying physics because it is physics. So it's like, yeah, you have a dynamic relationship, a theory of gravity. You worked out this dynamic relationship, built up with the kinematic relationship of the sky, blah, 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 blah. You mathed out a theory. But my point is, like, we have no actual measurement of the Earth orbiting the sun. So relativity says you can't make a direct measurement of the motion of the Earth around the sun. So
yeah, I also don't see how you do that. But what I was saying before is that we can distinguish between those two systems by the laws of physics that govern them, and only one of them seems to be what matches what we experience here.
this
Go ahead.
is where I can give Bacon, like, I can tip my hat to Bacon. Bacon is much better at like having this conversation than most of the Globers. Like, Bacon will say stuff like, well, it just makes the most sense to me. I don't know. Do you have another model that would math it out and explain it? I don't know how it would work based on what I know. It's the best we have, blah, blah, blah. But most Globers claim they defend the heliocentric portion as adamantly as the globular portion. And I'm saying this is actually a disservice to you guys, right? Like, when other people hear that, but then they really look into it and they find out that that's not true, it kind of discredits your entire position in their eyes. They're like, oh, well, they claim the same thing about the globe as they claim about heliocentrism. But when I looked into it, I found out that relativity says that the coordinate systems are interchangeable in arbitrary determinations based on a preferred coordinate system or interpretation, and that everything occurs as if the Earth is at rest and as if the Earth is stationary, and that the Earth being stationary can't be disproven, and there's no exclusive observation or measurement that proves the Earth is orbiting. And they're like, wait, why are these guys on the internet pretending they know for a fact that we revolve around the sun, that there's no way around it? So then it actually kind of, it taints your globe argument's credibility, right? Like, it would be really cool if the Globers could just concede ground on the heliocentric geocentric portion of it. I've never understood why every aspect of the model has to be defended so, dare I say, religiously. And I'll stop talking so much, but I do actually know what it is. It's because the whole thing is that the idea that the current model that is scientific consensus could be wrong is what's being defended. The model is either completely right, or we'd rather, like, delete our Discord accounts and disappear. So I know that was a lot, but like, if I was a Glober, dude, if I like woke up tomorrow and I was a Globe, like, within a week I'd be a geocentric electric universe proponent.
It could, even if it is a globe, it's definitely not spinning. I'll tell you right now, guys. There's no way it's spinning.
How do you come to that conclusion, Jared? Let's try this again.
You guys don't understand that argument, so it's not worth it.
Well, I try to be more accepting than last time we spoke.
We've been going over it for 5 days now. If you didn't get it by now, I don't know.
Oh, not me and you. I think we had a conversation once or twice.
No, it's simple, dude. Let me
But
summarize the whole thing, dude. If you lead an object if there's an object that's moving and you want to reach the object, leading the object is the shortest path, as opposed to just following it and updating it the whole way. Pretty
Well,
simple stuff.
would you think that's the case for that fish tank scenario?
Oh my God, we're all talking about fish tanks now, dude. Just like, what the?
Anytime
it's
there's
an example.
Coriolis, anytime, hey, yo, anytime there's Coriolis, this happens. You can either lead the target or you can chase it the whole time. Anytime there's Coriolis in a fish tank, whatever you got.
You know what's funny about
Yeah.
that? Go ahead, man.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say the funny thing about those. Let's call those method A and method B. Method A is leading the target, and method B is making corrections. Great circle. The funny thing about method A and method B is, depending on which frame you're describing the motion in, for instance, in the inertial frame, method A will be a straight line path, and method B will be a curved, longer path. And then in the non-inertial frame, method B is going to be a straight line, and method A is going to be a curved line and a longer path. So it really just depends on what frame is more appropriate to use.
I think I can still measure quantity.
Oh my
we can
God.
simply talk about energy-wise. If you want to get to that point, how would you spend the less amount of energy? That no longer.
Just talking about distance. No, it's not about energy. It's about distance.
Oh, so you're making your argument worse, sir. I'm trying to help.
My argument has nothing to do with energy. I don't need your help.
Oh, yeah, dude, it's just annoying, man. The fact you guys are talking about, like, are we on the ground, blah, 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 blah. It's like, this is why the argument gets annoying, because it's like, I thought we would just conclude it within one sentence, and you guys just can't freaking do it, man.
I'll say this I'll say this, at 20 minutes after the hour, Shane posted an absolute awesome little gift with Einstein in the middle. You know the difference between those two coordinate systems is the Lorentz transform. That's it. In the math, through science, you can change the Earth going around the sun to the sun going around the Earth using math only. That is why your heliocentrism, one of the reasons, it's just the most pathetic thing. Once you open your eyes and see what's going on, that gift that Shane put up there is perfect analogy for anybody who might be interested in what we're doing.
It agrees with what I said. You could describe the motion of the relationship between which object's orbiting what, depending on which frame you're using, and it really just matters what's more appropriate.
But the Lorentz transform, my friend, always takes you back to the coordinate system that the world or Einstein desires, which is the Earth going around the sun. Always. It's never the other way. And so if you start to lose your ball going around the sun, they invoke the Lorentz transform, and everything suddenly is just wonderful again because you have the coordinate system that you want. It's total bunk.
That's not how that works at all.
No.
Where the hell did you get that from?
They're just out of his rear. The thing about the plane and the shortest route, the only route that matters are the coordinates within the reference frame that you're moving, and you're moving across the surface of the Earth. In a plane or a car, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line.
The fact you think a plane and a car are the same pretty much just sums up the whole problem here.
Can I fly down a straight road the same as I can drive down it?
Hey, do we fly planes on the ground?
I can fly 10 feet off the ground. I'll scud run it all the way and fly right over the road.
If you flew off the ground, would it be the same as the car driving on the ground?
I could probably get there faster in the plane.
Yeah.
But would it be the same?
Yeah.
In what sense?
Coordinate.
So you guys just don't
Coordinate-wise, it would be
understand
identical.
anything.
Yeah, coordinate-wise, it would be identical.
No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it would actually.
So the atmosphere moves in lockstep with the Earth.
No, that's not part of the
Close
argument.
enough.
Oh, that's not part of it. It's not part of it. You can just fly the plane. It's identical to driving on the Earth. but the Earth doesn't move in lockstep with the atmosphere. But if you're in the atmosphere, it's identical to moving in lockstep with the Earth. Oh, it gets worse every day.
If you describe both their movements in the same coordinate system, then the paths would be identical. Just one would be higher than the other.
Hey, Kosho, is driving a car on the ground the same as flying a plane in the air?
No, they're two different things. But in the case of what we're talking about, what Left Lane had brought up, and what we're talking about altogether about the path that it's taking, it turns out that the path is identical if it was flying above the road. It just would be slightly higher.
How is the path identical if we have Coriolis?
Coriolis in both cases.
So
and
if
both
I
are just following the road, so that's not the Coriolis could even be more significant for one and the other. You'd still have.
So if I'm flying in the air that's rotating separately from the Earth, it's identical to driving directly on the Earth, rotating with it perfectly.
What Left Lane said was he followed the road.
Yeah.
Yeah, if
Hey,
you're flying the road.
I'll keep asking the same question. Is flying a plane in the air that's detached from the Earth the same as driving a car on the Earth?
Obviously, there are differences in when you're driving a car, when you're driving a plane. Navigationally, no, I'm going to follow the road. It's the same as driving the car because I'm following the road.
If you follow the road, then you're going to have to adjust for the separation of the atmos and the air. You wouldn't have to do that driving on the Earth.
They claim cars have Coriolis. They claim cars have the Coriolis effect. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Anything that that's affected.
Cars correct for the spin of the Earth.
In the same hidden way that planes do. Like the plane doesn't have to consciously do it. It just correct for crosswinds and make sure it's in the air. And a car is just going to make sure that it's on the road, and it's the friction of the tires in the road are going to obviously be.
For it to be the same as the car, it would require the atmos move in lockstep with the Earth.
Yo, so if we drove a car down a longitude line, had it towed back, drove it down a longitude line, kept doing that, you're telling me would this have some kind of effect on the tires or something? Like where?
Well, I mean, it's just natural wear of the tires. I mean, I always bring it back to like a person running on a track and field or a jet ski in the lake with a crosswind. Like if the jet ski is determined to go from A to B, and he's following the route, he can see where he's going. And if he deviates from that, then he's gonna get back on it. The same way a runner, if he's running, if he takes a misstep and he starts turning another way, he's gonna turn back to the direction that he's supposed to be going, because every single step he takes, he has the ability to make corrections. So it's if you have a plane that's following a road, or a car that's driving on a road, like you're constantly doing it, you're not gonna recognize that Coriolis is affecting you.
Anyways, what else we got? Anything else?
It's either that or
I didn't mean to bring it. I didn't mean to bring it back to this again. Gio's gonna be yelling at me.
Hey, do we have to when we do all assessment of the ocean, whether that be sea level or bathymetry, or which is how we map out the topography of the ocean, or whenever we denote how the sonar waves travel from the well, 10,000 miles, do we always have to treat it as if it's comprised of parallel horizontal lines?
Horizontal lines?
We to do everything that I just named, we have to treat the ocean as if it's comprised of parallel horizontals.
Oh, what was the guy you debated who said it works great when you use horizontal something?
I don't know.
I mean, it makes sense.
They all blend together.
Something in the ocean or S&P waves or something. Remember?
Oh, yeah. PhD Tony said that like whenever you use horizontal for flat Earth seismology, it works incredibly accurate.
Yeah, that
Makes sense.
was it. Yeah.
Seems like
That's dope.
thinking about the curvature of the Earth in those instances would sort of confuse things unnecessarily.
Really? So if we interpret seismology up to 250 miles, assuming that it's parallel horizontal layers, wouldn't that be inaccurate if the Earth was actually a globe?
Well, I was talking specifically about what you were saying before about the sonar, but yeah, I guess in the case of, I guess it depends on what kind of waves, because there's ground waves and then there's like a subsurface. I don't know. I really have to think about it. We had 250 miles.
Yeah, pretty sure he said that up to 250 miles it works perfect.
I mean,
Because it's the
maybe
most
it probably has
accurate.
something to do. It might have something to do with how far below the surface the epicenter is. I don't know.
But that wouldn't matter, right? Like just 250 miles has a drop of curvature regardless of the depth. And in fact, the deeper, the better for the globe, right? Because, well, no, actually, I guess the worse. The deeper, the worse for the globe, for sure, right? Because the curvature rate's going to be greater.
Yeah, I
But
don't know. I
yeah,
don't know
like
much
even
about
at the
seismology.
surface, it's 250 miles has a lot of drop. That's all I know.
Yeah, but how far? That's like how far is that? That's something like 30,000 feet below the surface. But yeah, but I don't imagine that they go horizontally. They probably travel. I mean, don't the ground waves travel like follow the curvature or whatever?
Well,
Well,
they assume it does, but he said that when they map it out, they assume horizontal.
and
He
that's
said
what
he got
works
his
best.
PhD.
That's
Yeah,
the best
exactly.
way to do it is horizontal. Yeah.
You mean horizontal on a flat plane, right?
Well, on the Earth, yeah, for up to 250. Now I can't remember if it was 250 square miles or not. I can't remember. But he said he got his PhD in flat Earth seismology, and he said that it works the best using horizontal.
Yo, he literally said that.
Yes.
Yeah, but
That's a
that's
real
just
thing.
Yes.
Horizontal on a flat plane. Like imagine the Earth were a flat plane, then doing horizontals would be the same thing as it following the curve, or following the same elevation or depth or whatever. So I mean, it kind of makes sense, but I don't know why that. If that were the case, I don't know why you'd have that limit.
I mean, whatever.
Yeah,
We have a
'cause I don't know
PhD
much
flat
about
Earth.
it.
We have a PhD flat Earth seismologist
You have
on our
several,
side.
dude. There's several people who wrote their thesis on flat Earth in seismology. Because I saw there's a girl in South America who did it, and there's somebody else.
Yeah, there's
somewhere else.
a Brazilian geologist. That is a flat Earth.
Well, they're not legit a flat Earth. It's just that that's how they wrote their thesis.
Oh, the one I'm referring to is a legit flat Earth. PhD geologist.
Nope.
What's his name?
Nope. They don't exist. According to Globers,
What's
they
his
don't
name,
exist.
Bacon?
I don't
Bacon, what's
remember.
his name?
I had
You
to
know?
look it up.
Look it up, please, because that'd be cool to have somebody that's actually legit flat Earth. But if the other guy or whoever you're talking about, Kosho, isn't
The
legit,
Bilu
then
guy.
oh, the Bilu guy, is that what you're talking about?
No.
Bacon knows
Those guys for the
those are
Bill guys
scammers.
don't have the credentials they claim. One of them do, I think, which is a electronic engineer. I think the only one that actually has the credentials they claim on the.
I was just going to point out if they did their thesis on how it would work on a flat Earth, why wouldn't they be legit flat Earthers? Because how else would it work?
No, this guy, I don't think he did any thesis on flat Earth because
totally
I think he became a flat
Talking
Earther
about
after they
Kosho's guy.
stopped.
Talking about the guy Kosho was
No,
talking about.
it was the dude I was talking about. PhD Tony. He is an anti-flat earther.
Oh yeah. That's the flat Earth seismologist, right? But I thought Kosho was talking about somebody else that's not legit flat Earth.
Yeah, there's a chick. There was this chick I saw. And there's two people I saw. Bacon said that he knows somebody else, but I'm saying these people they wrote their thesis on probably doing the same thing that PhD Tony did. I don't know.
It's just so
the
funny though,
his or
because
theirs.
he's calling himself a flat earth seismologist, but he's an anti-flat earther. Doesn't that sound funny?
That's
Does
why
it
he
seem
said
like
it.
there couldn't be? Yeah, no, it
Yeah,
seems
that's
like
weird.
there couldn't be somebody that realizes how it works on a flat earth and just thinks, oh, it's the same thing as the ball, just like everything else. It just seems flat, but it's actually a ball. It makes no sense.
They made it weird.
I'm sorry.
Well, when
did
it
I?
comes to money and like actual efficacy, the Earth becomes flat real quick.
Exactly.
And stationary now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And mass invariant.
What's super funny is like, dude, it would be different on a globe. So
Yeah, of course.
looking
Yeah,
at
mass would change for sure.
looking at the dispersion of waves, and you're mapping them out horizontally with parallel horizontal layers. That's distinctly different than a curve.
No, it's the same thing. If you do a flat plane with the horizontals, and you do a globe with following the curve or keeping the same elevation or the same depth, that'd be the same thing.
Would there be any differences at all, Coach?
Oh my!
No,
would
it would be the same. It'd be the same thing. It'd be the same thing if it were a globe and you were modeling it using some sort of projection where you just turn it to a flat
But would there be
plane.
any difference?
Those elevations that you keep in your elevation would transform to being a horizontal.
No,
Right,
they
but I'm saying,
wouldn't.
what would the differences be if you could name any at all? Coach.
What are you asking?
Just in
I'm just
general,
telling you
like
that
if
how
it
you
was
can. I'm
actually
telling you how you can
one
model
way
it
or the other.
and project it.
No, I'm not talking about the models. I'm talking about what in reality would be different at all if it was a ball or flat.
In what case? What are you talking? Like, what are you asking?
Just trying to say, dude, it's like you could say it's the same thing, but there's differences that you can't think of.
I don't even know, but I don't know I don't know what topic you're talking about specifically.
I know.
I'm just saying. I'm saying.
Compartmentalized, though. It's obviously
So
there'd
what?
be lots of differences, right? Well, you're
So I
saying
have to
No,
create
in
a
what case?
cartoon.
I was speaking about several
I know.
different
I
methods.
realize that.
I'm not sure which one.
All right, I'll create a
Well,
cartoon.
depends on what reference frame you're in, right? Go ahead.
I didn't know we needed cartoons again. Seriously.
We're not talking about like the idea of reality. We're talking about what in reality would be different about the two that we could obviously know is the case, right? That's what we're looking for.
I know, but in what case? Because, like I said, I was speaking generally, like about. So, for instance, about the we said the other day about the whale sounds, like the whale sounds in the ocean. Whether you modeled that on a flat plane and just had those lines be horizontal, or you modeled those on a globe and just had those lines be keep their same depth, right? Those would be the one. If you were transforming one to the other, that's how you would do it.
Well, it's just like this, like the scenario that I put to you about the airplanes. Like if it was a video game that came out and it's like, here's all of the different parameters that we would have to deal with. If we're on a spinning ball, it'd be this big, be going this fast at the equator, and you're on a plane, and the video game is great and it's awesome because you're dodging buildings as you go through cities because they're coming from the other side, and you're in a separate reference frame, so everything moves separately from you. So it'd be like a lot of dynamics to it. And then and every time you try to land, you crash, but you have unlimited guys. But then there's this other video game, and it's like a stationary because you're trying to land on a moving runway when it's not in sync with the plane, right? Because you would be at a different tangential velocity. But regardless of that, it's like if I said to you the scenario, regardless of the details of it yet, saying it'd be like if I had said that that's the video game that you just came out, and then there's one that's a stationary level Earth, the way that all flight simulators are, and then you say, oh, but you know what's crazy? It's the exact same game.
Yeah,
It's not
like when they make
exactly
Grand Theft Auto. Yeah, go ahead, man.
There wouldn't be any dynamical differences in your mind.
Well, yeah, we could actually make that game where we treat the Earth as a rotating sphere, and an atmosphere that rotate with it, and then and then put you to play that game and see if you notice if that's the game where the Earth rotates.
Yeah, can you guys tell me? Can you tell me how these are the same?
Is what the games?
No, like this picture here. Oh, I dropped in the wrong thing. I want to know how these pictures are the same. Kosho said they're the same. And I just want to know, like, how we're going to interpret data the same on these two things.
Those are two different things.
Well, yeah. So those are horizontal parallel lines on the left, and then that's a globe on the right.
So if you were on the globe on the ball, and you were going around, you were following some path that was one of those bars, and you wanted to instead model that as being a flat plane, like just for representation purposes, then what was going around as a circle in the case of being the globe would transform to being in a horizontal, which is just what I said.
Okay, if I'm sitting at the top of this globe on the surface, we're sitting at the top, okay, and I'm going to interpret waves that are dispersing underneath me. So I'm sitting at the top. Now waves are going out left and right, say 250 miles. And then I put the person on the top of these horizontal planes and waves are going out. And I'm going to interpret the disbursement of the waves going 250 miles. Those are going to be distinctly different from my position because they're dispersing parallel to horizontal lines. And this is going to be the top of the wave is going to be going through a different layer on the globe than on the assumption of horizontal layers.
Yeah, but
I
if
don't understand.
we were talking in the case of something following a curvature. So if one of those waves was following around the ball, it was keeping the same depth or the same elevation. When you modeled that on the flat plane, it would just you would transform that the equal depth around the ball as a horizontal.
So what you're saying is that the waves just all follow perfect lines as if horizontal, but it's a globe.
No.
That is what you're saying. All right, how about this? So when he says it doesn't work over 250 miles, and they have to start accounting for the Earth being a ball for long distance, like worldwide propagation, then what's the difference? If they're the same, then why couldn't we do it infinitely?
That's what I said. That was the question I had. I admitted I have no idea how that method works or why that's allowed in what he does. I don't know about seismology like that.
Yeah, it's because they're different. That's why they're different. So,
well, in the case of sound waves, though, you could do it the other way, and it does work out that way.
Just because you say so, though.
No,
because
I've checked the that Tonga blast and the different readings around the Earth, and it did match. It matched the speed of sound as if it were, like if you were to model what is the globe as a flat plane, they would act like it's horizontals.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that the data is that it would be on a flat Earth, but if we assume it has to be on a globe, then we'll just take the data that works exactly like it is on a flat Earth and we'll transform it into a globe assumption, which means it has to just be following a particular depth and layer around the globe.
No. I'm not saying that it looks like it's happening on a flat Earth. I'm saying that the thing that's happening on a globe, if you wanted to model it as a flat plane, like if you were presenting it as a plane, then that data that was keeping the same elevation or whatever and traveling around the Earth, you would just transform to being a horizontal or keeping it a single horizontal.
I'm just gonna make a cartoon, man.
Word, I need some cartoons made up too.
Yeah, you do. You need like a little GIF.
Yeah, I need some.
Wouldn't we just refer the scientists that already tested for movement of the Earth, the ones who established the values for Coriolis force? Because when you read on the history when they established that, it says they argued that the Earth's rotation should create the effect. So failure to detect the effect was evidence for an immobile Earth.
Yep.
Nothing is evidence for an immobile Earth.
No, but they measured it though.
Still saying that?
Foucault's pendulum, it measured it. I mean, that was That's why he's famous.
That's the interpretation of the Foucault's pendulum that you like to,
And that actually, when it first was done, didn't work. They seem to want to leave that part of the history out, I guess.
Yeah, who cares? If it worked, it eventually worked, and then it worked when it went to different latitudes, and So what if
You say that,
if
you say
didn't
that,
know if
but-
he didn't know what he was doing when he started, and he had to make a
I
judgment?
keep asking for evidence that it actually does switch over going south, and no one even has evidence of that. And then I keep asking for evidence that it doesn't process the equator, and no one has evidence of that.
Okay.
It's
Well, we have
2023.
evidence. We have evidence at like many different latitudes, at matching those latitudes. So I don't know.
But there's
So-
already a viable alternative, with the what is it called?
Mach's principle. They just say nuh-uh.
So your alternative is that the universe is rotating at the
Universe.
rate that.
Anything about a
Yeah,
universe.
that would be what's happening in Mach's principle.
The sky
rate
moves around the earth. That's right. You didn't know.
New perspective, maybe didn't know.
Universe
Yeah.
is an idea. No, I'm not saying. I'm saying I know what it is, but I'm saying you termed it as universe, but it kind of implies that there's an infinite universe that's doing the rotating rather than just whatever the sky is.
Well, that was just a glober.
Yeah.
That was a glober move, though.
That's what I'm saying.
And the sky.
No,
it doesn't
you.
matter what
That was a
paradigm you
globe move
have.
of you. Dude, the sky moves around the earth. Yeah, it translates motion.
Yeah, and how does it do that? Because according to Einstein, it would do that through his relativity.
Oh. So you're saying
how
that
does it do it in
without
your endeavor?
relativity? Wait, are you saying that with like Lorentzian ether, there wouldn't be a translation of motion?
No, I'm saying that in the idea, the way it was put out, it was expressed as if the mass of the entire universe is what's causing the pendulum to rotate. That would be how Mach's principle was used in that.
Okay, but if there's a
case of
masses moving through an etheric medium, then that centrifugal force is going to, or centripetal force is going to translate down to the earth.
Yeah, whatever it is. If it's
does
the idea that you have as universe in your mind, or whether it's just whatever the sky is, you can call the universe. Either way, that's the way that.
Yeah, as I said, the entirety of everything
is
is known.
Well, yeah, it's a viable alternative is the point. So the whole idea that the pendulum proves that we're moving when there's no other sense of it, plus there's also a viable alternative, kind of leaves you in the dust,
Okay, but how is the mechanism that Wizzy just said allowed to work on just the pendulum, but we don't see evidence of it like in other places?
What do you mean we don't see evidence of it on other places?
Like if it processes the pendulum, then like whatever means that it does that, how is that not showing up in other places?
Like what?
Well, we might answer the
like
same
in a
question.
car,
Why is it only
like you're
affecting the
driving.
pendulum, but we don't have any sense of motion, or we don't have any other measurement of motion of the Earth?
Wait. Why does the Earth spin not affect the car?
Exactly. See what I'm saying? Same thing.
It does.
You have Foucault's pendulum as your go-to. Like that's the only thing that really tells us.
Oh wait,
moving.
the Earth spin does affect the car.
This interpretation of Michael Morley or whatever.
Earth spin does affect the car.
You have the same Coriolis forces in whatever object is moving.
Oh, but it's just like negligible.
Yeah.
Oh, so why wouldn't the same answer apply then?
To what?
To
Exactly.
what Kosho's question was.
To the Machian principle.
Yeah.
Well, how's that related to?
Oh my God, it's so funny that when you guys are critiquing the alternative, it's like okay to say, well, then why don't we see it anywhere else? But if we ask you guys why we don't see it anywhere else,
I really
then all of a
didn't understand
sudden,
the question.
Hold on, what's this Machian principle thing? This is the first time I'm hearing about
it's
it.
if the sky was moving around the Earth, it would translate motion down to the Earth, and that you could have effects a centrifugal force. And this was even acknowledged originally by Einstein in relativity, but it wasn't.
Like so we would see it in Foucault pendulums, hurricanes, shit like that. You're saying?
Yes.
Gyros.
Yeah, the
Like, so
gyro
we see it
detects
all.
the sidereal
So we
rotation.
see it all over the place. What was Coach Joe talking about? Why don't we see it anywhere else?
I don't know, because anywhere he claims we don't see it applies equally to his position.
No, but no, we do see Coriolis in other places though. In a lot of
Why
other
would it
places.
not apply equally in both positions?
Because
Yeah,
the
my
mechanism for ours,
could
the
be-
mechanism for ours is Coriolis.
Yeah,
So
but when
unless
you-
the mechanism for
first of
yours is
all,
also
Coriolis
Coriolis.
Coriolis applied to the weather, right? Not Coriolis. That's the Coriolis you're talking about, which could be the Machian principle as well. Why wouldn't that be a viable option?
Anywhere you're
you
saying
guys.
that there's Coriolis, why can't we just say it's the Machian principle thing, like that we did for the folk call just now?
Okay, so you'd have to express how that's how it's making hurricanes rotate, how it's making bullets deviate, and making Foucault's pendulum precess. It has to be the same mechanism, because the mechanism that I claim it is would do that to all three in the way that it's shown. So how would your mechanism do that?
Yeah, there's a vortex and anti-vortex within the centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence of the geometric expression of the toroid. You have the hyperboloid and you have the toroid. So you have the conjugate geometric expression with the vortex and the anti-vortex relative to the center, and then the spatial extension out to the outside. You have the breathing in, the breathing out, the contraction and the expansion within this toroid. This ideal rotation of the sky translates motions down to the sky, which are to the earth, that can then be detected.
Yeah, what he said.
Make the bullets precess the way they do.
Well, we don't have like extreme evidence of the bullets actually processing, and even if they did, it would also equally apply.
How? I mean, how in the directions that it does? In the directions that it does, when it's north, it goes one way. It's south, it goes the other way. And depending on how far south and how far north, it's varies in degree. So, how does the things that you just said do that exact thing? North and south.
Again, we actually don't have substantial evidence that when we shoot bullets that Coriolis drifts the bullets. In fact, the barrel spin alone is significantly stronger than any even claimed Coriolis effect. So it's like pretty hilarious that people even say that. So I don't even consider that something I need to address.
And
Well,
by
that's
that
fair.
logic,
That's fair. That's fair that you'd say that, but it's not true. And there's people in this community that have worked in artillery where they have to account for it every single time.
And then when you press them on it, they say that wind is much stronger of an effect. Of
course it is.
Okay, so
what's your
and
point? What does that mean, though? Gravity is a stronger effect.
And that the margin of error is greater than what they account for. So.
Yeah, well, in certain cases that's true, but in other cases it's not. Like
Well,
if you're shooting
if
you're shooting a ballistic, like a heavy artillery, then like if it's coming from a cannon, I guess it wouldn't matter. But there's cases where the precision is necessary, and so you do have to make those corrections, and that's what when Doofus was in the army.
Let's rely on Doofus when
he's an example. He's a perfect example. When he's not the only person that has to do that.
Yeah, we're not using a guy as Doofus as the citation.
Yeah, not to mention Doofus is actually the one, if I'm not mistaken, that admitted that when your original shots are always off, it's just like a foregone conclusion that you make subsequent adjustments. Your first shots are never accurate.
Sure.
Okay, and that the amount that it's off and the adjustments you have to make are way greater than the amount of Coriolis they account for.
Yeah, but whenever they have to make their shots to begin with, they have to add that in there, otherwise they're going to be even further off.
Well, you say that, but they add that in there, then they're just off, and then they have to make adjustments for stuff like wind, which is way greater than that, so then it just gets lost in the sauce, and people just assume that it's there.
I mean, you can measure that it's there, so it's like, to claim that it's a small effect, and so, you know...
How can you measure it's there if the wind is greater effect?
You can measure it's there by a sniper who actually has to make a precision shot and doesn't have the opportunity to make several shots. Like all the long distance snipers who said that they had to account for it.
Snipers do not do that.
The long distance shots where they had to kill in one shot.
Well, we just talked to the guy who broke the world record. He said they don't account for Coriolis.
Yeah, that guy, but the guys who made the longest shot and the furthest kill, and like the what's his name? The Canadian dude who shot like 3 miles or whatever, or 3,000 yards or something like that. They claim they had to do it. But it's different if you're shooting for to beat a record, or if you need a one-shot kill, or it's like you don't.
They had to hit a target from like an insane distance away.
Would this guy win the Olympic gold medal, or what happened here? He hit the world record longest shot.
Yeah, he broke the record for the longest shot, and Jaron emailed him, and he said we don't account for Coriolis.
Well, he said that. He said on the video, I think, on the description of.
What?
The description of the video. I found the video of that There's a video, right, where he shoots like 60 something times, and then
Dude, we emailed him directly. He said he doesn't account for Coriolis.
yeah, but I remember that on the description of a YouTube video from that world record shot. Yeah, I'm not denying that. I'm just saying that you can find that on the description of the video.
Dude, we
We
contacted the dude directly who broke the most recent world record for the longest shot. He said they don't account for Coriolis. I mean, I don't know what a description
Yeah,
of a YouTube video
I'm
has
not
to do with
denying
it.
that. Yeah, I'm just saying you can find that same information on the description of the video of the shot on YouTube. I'm not saying this information is wrong. I'm just commenting how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like this is what's funny about that is that the barrel spin of any gun is greater than alleged Coriolis. So what we got down to real quickly is that artillery, which is the go-to for the Glovers, because they admit that it's like so negligible for bullets and that wind is such a greater variable that it doesn't really matter, gets lost in the sauce. Artillery, same problem. In reality, in actual use, you're so off by the time that you correct for the wind and stuff like that, then Coriolis is not a primary accountant. Like you're just trying to adjust to your previous shot.
Yeah, but there's people who don't have the opportunity. That's why I'm saying those examples, you have to make every single adjustment that you need to possibly make. And snipers in the field, especially in the longest distance shots, they all claim to have to use it. Some snipers at shorter distances don't have to, but at those longest distance shots, when they don't have the opportunity to make, because you're right, most snipers in especially in like sporting and stuff like that, they will just adjust after their initial shot. But in the shots where like one shot, it's like a one shot opportunity. They all claim to have.
Wind is the primary thing you have to account for, and it's very difficult to fully know what the wind is doing between you and the target, especially with that great of a distance.
So you're telling me for the Olympics and shit and all these long distance shots, they just get as many shots as they want? That's why they don't adjust for the Coriolis?
Well, it's easy to be a Glover. He just makes the up. So
I mean, I feel like if it would make your shot more accurate, you would just adjust. I mean, I don't know if they're getting unlimited shots or what. How's it work?
No, they don't shoot that as far as the longest distance one shot kills.
What?
3,000 yards. Yeah, they don't shoot 3,000 yards in the Olympics.
You're saying that the guy that broke the world record didn't shoot as far as the people you're talking about arbitrarily?
No, I'm talking about the longest, the person who has the longest shot kill. I'm not sure if you're talking about some competition or something like that, but the longest shot kills, they all claim to have had to use Coriolis. I'm saying that they don't have to shoot that. They don't have to shoot as far in the Olympics. Is what I was saying.
Who's they all claim? Who is that?
The three people I'm thinking of. The people.
Yeah, cite them because we're gonna go talk to them because that's what we do. We actually go talk.
Okay,
to them.
go talk to them.
You said they all claim, and you were only talking about three people.
Yeah, the longest distance shot, and the guy who beat his shot. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The guys who make the longest distance shots.
Are you guys gonna go clamp on and be like, "What's coming? Make sure you say Coriolis."
No, I don't even know their names. I wouldn't know how to contact them. I'll post their interviews.
All of the other people that are saying that never correct the Coriolis anyway.
Also, by the way, I want to point this out though. It doesn't even matter. Like your north to south contention makes no sense. So like if I have the sky spinning over top of me and I shoot north and I shoot the opposite direction, is the spin gonna affect my shot differently?
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
No, it's the same direction to spin. Doesn't matter where if you're there's one rotation in the sky, then it won't matter which direction you're facing, it's going to be the same rotational direction. So,
but the reason it would be off, Kosho, is because the Earth is moving independently of the projectile. Correct?
What? Because the Earth's moving independently of the projectile? No, it's because the projectile is retaining its initial tangential velocity, and it's traveling to a location that has a different one.
Right? North to south.
Well, it's traveling to positions that have a different tangential velocity.
Absolutely right, and that's the problem with airplanes.
That's what I'm saying. That the thing that you claim would be a problem, like landing a plane, when you talk about the tangential velocity of the plane before it lands and after it lands, the difference in tangential velocity is much less than whatever wind would be acting on that
What do
plane.
you mean?
So,
You think that's predictable?
yes, I
How
think
would
that's
that be
predictable.
predictable when we can't predict the weather and you know that the plane would be out of sync with the Earth automatically when it takes off?
No,
Because the
I'm
atmosphere.
saying at any given instance, before and after it lands. So 1 second after it lands, 1 second before it lands, you can predict what the difference in tangential velocity of the Earth beneath it will be.
Oh, you're saying that the pilot needs to worry about predicting the tangential velocity matching his plane?
No, I'm telling you that it's so small, that difference, that it's not going to need to come up
How
in
do you
his
know?
mind. Because I know how I don't know how I can tell you this, dude, but it's easy to predict. You can actually
Oh, really? Oh,
you
you're
can
saying the
actually
weather's
calculate.
completely predictable.
Now we're not talking about weather, dude. We're talking about the difference in
Oh,
tangential velocity of the surface
yeah. So how would you know?
of
How would
two
you get the plane up?
locations.
How would you get the plane in the same tangential
He's
velocity
saying.
without
Okay,
knowing
let
what
me
you're doing?
try to
You'd have to know what you're
clarify
doing.
it. What he's saying is that
It doesn't work anyway.
never mind. Go ahead.
Man, I gotta admit, man, this is brutal for
Pretty
the
sad.
Globers out here nowadays. Like, just accept that if there was translation of motion, you would get centrifugal forces. It's okay.
Yeah, it's the
I don't
same.
see how
I don't
that.
know how you just deny it. I mean, Bacon, you were saying earlier that it would work just the same. It'd be the same video game if the atmosphere worked like you think it does, but that doesn't even help you.
I didn't say it was the video. I say you wouldn't be able to tell different.
You would be, or you wouldn't be.
You wouldn't.
I wouldn't. I mean, nobody would. I mean, I wouldn't, or anybody.
I don't know. I know someone would be able to spot that.
So how
But
does
it would
that
be very hard. I'm
It
pretty
doesn't
sure you
work.
would.
Because if the plane was forced to be in the same tangential velocity due to the atmosphere, it would never be able to fly against the atmosphere or anywhere, to be honest, because it would be locked in. And the atmosphere is not
Like what?
locked up anyway. So there'd be big differences between the video games based on that alone, with the fluid dynamics that you have to acknowledge are a real thing.
All you would have to do in the video game is that you'd have the tangential velocity of the atmosphere, and you would have the tangential velocity of the airplane. If there's a discrepancy there, the airplane would drift in that atmosphere. That would create resistance to that motion in the opposite direction. That's how air resistance works. It's
So then
against.
what if it goes against the spin? How is it still in lockstep, even though the atmosphere is not in
What
lockstep already?
what it says is true regardless of direction. The discrepancy in tangential velocities creates a force in the opposite direction. That's how drag works.
Right. So that these are things that the pilot would have to be aware of. They were real things to deal with, wouldn't you think?
Why?
Because it
Why?
would create all kinds of dynamical issues,
Like what?
like landing the plane to begin with. Because your tangential velocity that you have supposedly when you're taking off to conserve momentum, it would be a variant already, no matter what, even in the atmosphere because it's not in lockstep. Then you're talking about going over a gradient of tangential velocity.
What about what I just said?
Towards where it would have to have more eastward momentum. And if it goes westward, especially west-southwest, it's not going to be able to even correct. And pilots aren't even trained to do that anyway. So it's all
What about
a
what I
mess.
just said?
Guys have no atmosphere. You have no atmosphere argument for this that works.
I like
about
just
what I
point
just
out
said?
that these two cartoons are fundamentally different and are not the same. Thank you. I just had to throw it in there. It told me I had to make the cartoon, so you know. Yes, this is where we are in the conversation nowadays. We have to point out that these cartoons are different.
Yeah, okay. I don't know why you're not getting this, dude, but if something was traveling at the same elevation or the same depth around a sphere, if you were to translate that to a flat plane, that would turn into a horizontal.
Dude, if you have an epicenter,
I don't know why that's
spreads out
I don't
from
know,
the source,
being confused.
it's going to be different dispersion on a plane with horizontal parallel lines compared to a sphere.
Okay, if that was following a curve, though, if it was following around the Earth as a curve at the same elevation or the same depth,
that's not how it works.
It wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter, though, because that's exactly what was stated. What was stated was if something was keeping the same depth or keeping the same elevation, then when you translate that to a flat plane, that would translate to a horizontal.
So you think that seismic waves bend around the globe and stay in the same layers as if it was a flat Earth?
No, I
Okay,
don't.
well then.
But I was saying that's why I said if that happened, and then somebody went on to talk about how the horizontals, and I say, well, yeah, well, if it was following the
Oh
same
my
elevation, the
God,
same
man.
depth, it would be horizontal.
My bad, I was hot micing.
I don't know what to do with you guys nowadays.
I'm at that point too. It's like I don't even know what to do anymore. Getting fucked crazy. I mean, you've been wrong on that math thing last night, though. I'm not sure. I'm still not sure on that.
That was ridiculous, dude. And then you said you got that from TikTok.
Well, the guy's doing all kinds of crazy math on there. So
Yeah.
I didn't get that argument. I made that argument up by myself. I didn't get the argument. I saw the sevens thing. I already knew about that 7 thing, but then I saw it again. I was like, wait, if it keeps going up to not and just it's infinite nines, obviously, if the numbers keep going, then it's 100%.
Yeah, but you have
which
to
is
phrase
ridiculous.
it correctly. You have to phrase it correctly. So I was telling you, your way you phrased it was didn't make sense. That's why it sounds paradoxical.
And all the numbers there can be, 7 shows up 99.9 repeating.
No, you could say as you expand, as you increase your set. So it's like when you have a set of just 10, then you're right. It's 10% of the numbers have have a number 7 as one of its digits. And if you increase the number of or the range of your set, then that is going to go up. And as you approach infinity, your probability will approach 99.9 repeating percent. But you will never approach infinity, and you will never, approach 100%. So it's just it's a limit. It's a calculus thing.
Yeah, you ready to make this cartoon for me or what?
I don't know, man. It sounds like you don't even like arguing the thing anymore, dude. Why are you gonna have somebody make
Because
animation for it?
this ain't for you guys, bro. This is for my peoples and regular, normal human beings.
Okay, man. TikTok viewers.
Well, his parameters do strictly prohibit you guys.
Yeah,
Bannon has spoken.
Yeah. Once you understand a thing or two, things like that become kind of laughable.
You can say that. But...
yeah. Well, I mean, because the thing is, when you're talking about path of an object, and then you say, well, we're not talking about reference frames, guys. We're just talking about the path it's actually going. Like, okay, well, that's once you say that, you can't really go beyond that because that's not how motion works.
I didn't want to bring it back to this. It's fine. If whenever you're ready, let me know. We'll go down to another room and make this cartoon.
Have time to know through here.
I just think I think it's weird that like, can you guys just accept that you can if you had translation of motion from the sky moving around the earth, that you would have centrifugal effects? Like, can you guys not even like acknowledge it in principle? Is it cut too close to home or something? Because that's the only reason I ever brought up Einstein and relativity in the first place. By the way, was because I know if I had just went online and been like, yeah, I mean, if the sky was moving around the earth, it'd translate motion down to the earth. You had centrifugal. They'd be like, you're so stupid. You made that up. What are you talking about? That makes no sense. So, like, I just used their own paradigm to show, like, dude, even your own paradigms, like glue, acknowledge the validity in principle. In principle. And, I got all kinds of crazy... First of all, it took 3 weeks before I even got rebuttals. And then I got, like, the craziest rebuttals, like... Einstein thinks the Earth is a ball. Einstein thinks the Earth is moving. Einstein eventually said he didn't think that was true because the stars, the furthest distance, would have to go faster than the speed of light. You can't do it without relativity. Like,
you see, that was Godel who said that.
None of those
I remember
acknowledge the point.
I remember on Brandon's one time we were collecting rebuttals for this argument of how does the air stick? How does the atmosphere stick with the globe moving Earth? And there's just some of the rebuttals we got to that were hilarious, all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. Like, I went through all that trouble to find the paper and to translate it, just to cut out the whole like, just because the Glober should just say, okay, I understand the principle. And yeah, sure, in principle it could work, right? Like the idea of translation of motion is not some foreign made up concept. You know, like energy is transferred through mediums constantly. In fact, that's the only way it happens. So, yeah, it's just wild. In fact, knowing what we know, there's no way that there would be no translation. The question would be like, how much would there be? Like, would it be a noticeable amount or not? Right.
Wait, isn't that translation like the space-time rotating around the Earth? The whole universe dragging space-time to rotating
No,
around the
space-time
Earth?
is fake news, dude.
No, I'm saying, yeah, that the principle you mentioned, that they admitted that would work.
Mach
to
didn't
get
care
those-
about space-time. No.
One second. All right. Well, I think that when Einstein acknowledged this, was saying that relativity would allow it. Right.
Yeah. I just pointed out that I only
Yeah,
invoked relativity to acknowledge that even your own side had to acknowledge the validity in principle.
Yeah, but
Like,
again, in very specific circumstances, like where you have the universe spinning around a globe, right?
that's irrelevant.
And that drags space-time with it. In that very specific scenario, relativity would allow that to happen.
Do you guys not know how the word principle is being used or something? Like, I don't. I'm gonna.
Oh, there's the principle, and there's the fact that that principle matches relativity. That doesn't mean the principle is true just because it can apply to relativity.
Duh. That you don't know what principle means, man. So like, here's a screenshot of the definition. Maybe that's what I overlooked. Okay, look at the second definition. A general scientific theorem or law that has numerous special applications across a wide field. A fundamental truth or proposition that serves as the foundation for a system of belief or behavior or for a chain of reasoning. It's the principle. The principle.
Yeah, but this isn't a real principle like that. Like this was just this was like spitballed by Mach. It wasn't formulated in a as an actual principle.
What do you mean a principle like that? A proposition that serves as a foundation for a chain of reasoning.
Well, it's not a fundamental truth, right?
It says or proposition.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
so if
you
that
guys don't know
proposition,
what words mean.
So let's just keep that as a definition.
Yeah,
It's a
but the thing
proposition
are-
that serves as a foundation for a belief.
A chain of reasoning.
Yeah, so it doesn't have to be true. So it does that you mentioning that definition. It's not addressing what I was saying.
That's my whole point, dude. Dude, I didn't bring it up to say, haha, I proved it's true because relativity at one point acknowledged it. I brought it up because the principle would be denied in principle if I didn't invoke relativity because of how you guys instinctively disagree with anything that I say that you think may aid my Earth position. So
No,
technically, I presented it with. See, now you say it doesn't make sense, and that's the point. It does make sense in principle. You can say you don't think that's the case. You can say you don't understand how it's happening, but even your own paradigm acknowledges that it makes sense.
No, it acknowledges that it would match relativity in a spinning universe.
I don't understand how you don't understand it. That's what I'm
because the principle is about it being true. Relativity just says, well, this principle would still match. It could be true.
A principle could be true.
Space-time, if you had the whole space-time spinning on the Earth, that would allow the principle to be true within relativity.
Do you not
Doesn't
understand?
mean the principle would be true without it. Without relativity, I don't see how that principle could work in any way that would give you the all the non-inertial forces.
Do you acknowledge the validity in the principle that motion can be translated through a medium? Yes or no?
I don't think that's Mach's principle.
Do you agree that motion can be
I heard the
translated
question.
through a
You don't
medium?
have to ask slower.
What?
I heard the question. You don't have to ask it again.
Why don't you
Slower.
just answer it then, Bacon?
I did.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, we're talking about Mach's principle, and your
Yeah.
question isn't related to that.
He can understand what you're saying and disagree with it.
No, he didn't disagree with it because he didn't even answer it. This is where you just
Yeah,
stay
the
on
way
mute.
you're both-
You know, you do that every time. You jump
opposing-
in with color commentary. You're always patently wrong, and then when corrected, you just don't respond. It must be fun.
Why are you stuck on this? Why are you stuck on this?
Because you guys make conversation impossible to build. Because you just have to fight any words that come out of my mouth. You guys can't even acknowledge that motion can be translated through a medium.
That
Yeah,
question
that's
isn't
true.
specific enough for me.
Yeah, it doesn't. But that's not really Mach's principle. But of course, in the medium, yeah, you have the because you're transferring. You can transfer your energy to the medium. The medium pour that energy to the objects, and that's simple. But I think his is not about just a medium. His is about the large scale universe affecting things like locally.
That's right.
As
That's
in the
why
case-
I'm just invoking the principle, right? Like not how he chose to apply it to the presupposed model of the universe, which is why I have used the word principle since the first time I invoked the argument. It's the principle.
But when you're say medium, though, that's kind of. I mean, that's to me that seems like it's obvious. Because a medium is good. If something's in a medium, then it can affect the medium, and the medium can affect the object at the center.
So maybe you can understand my frustration then, since you acknowledge that it's just blatantly obvious that the answer is yes. And that's the entire argument, is that if there's motion in the sky around a central Earth and there's a medium, then that motion will translate through the medium. And there will be a force that translates down to the Earth. Right? Like, if you want to say, I don't know what the medium is, I want to see the math, whatever you guys want to come up with to try to make it sound like it doesn't just objectively refute your claim of exclusivity, I don't care. But, like, that's the point, bro. The point is, and what we know is that there's an ether. We know that there's free space impedance. We know that motion is translated in a vacuum. We know that energy is translated in a vacuum. We know that there's electric permittivity and magnetic permeability in a vacuum. We also, it appears that space itself is a medium. And we know we have air on the Earth. So we have the air on the Earth, whatever the medium of space is, and the background medium. And this would translate motion down to the Earth, right? I mean, this is why we detect this ideal rotation.
Yeah, I can't picture any example where it has something rotating around something that only applies force when the thing moves, like with Coriolis. Like Coriolis is not a force that shows up constantly. It's only a force that shows up when you move.
What do you mean?
Change
An
direction
example?
based on how you're moving and where you're moving. I
You
can't
said an
picture
example of something rotating around something else that translates motion when it doesn't move. How does something rotate around something else and not move?
I'm not talking about the rotating thing. I'm saying that the force only gets translated when the subject of that force moves. So if the sky is
What?
rotating, yeah, I'm trying to explain. The sky is rotating, and that somehow is translating motion to the Earth, or creating a force by translating motion to the Earth. Why that force only acts or only shows up when objects move? That force is
It
not
doesn't.
anything.
Wait, what do you what? You just have to detect it. Like the motion, it's such a slight drift that it's only going to be detectable once you introduce a counter motion to it.
Yeah, but it only affects objects in motion.
Because it's such a small light drift that you're only going to be able to detect it when you have a reference. This is the same thing your
I don't
model
think it
claims,
makes sense.
dude.
Like if you
Holy
would
shit.
apply,
It's the same thing your model claims.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you have a feather floating to the ground, it's like a feather just hanging in
not really.
midair.
It's not,
This seems like
it's not
this.
model claims. Like you're not gonna have the same Coriolis force.
Yo, one at a time now. One at a time, please.
Right. You're not
It's
gonna have
the
the
same
same
thing in reverse, though.
if you're moving in different speeds or different directions. Those forces change based on speed and direction. So it's not the same as the globe makes. It's a different plane.
Oh my god, dude! If we have a certain amount of force acting down on the Earth, is the amount of effect perceivable going to change when you change speed?
I don't see why.
Okay.
If
Well,
you're trying to detect a force,
you'll get it one day.
moving. Well, if you're trying to detect a force, and when you move, that force doesn't get bigger or smaller, then how is moving helping you detect the force?
Hey, if I'm if I'm doing a 40-yard dash and there's a 10-mile crosswind, and then I run a 4.340 and I run a 5.340, is the wind going to affect me more when I run faster?
I'm missing a bit of vocabulary here.
Okay.
Why does it change directions below the equator?
If I sprint with wind, if I sprint faster, does the wind affect me
What is
less?
sprint?
Running fast, sprinting.
Right.
If I sprint and the wind is blowing, do you agree that the wind's going to affect me less if I sprint faster?
Yeah.
Right, because I have more energy.
The force is also increasing.
Yeah, I have more energy.
Yeah, so that's not that's now going against your previous claim then. So the force do change when you move. It's not the same force. It's not just easier to detect. It does increase, right?
Increase.
Right. But yeah, so if you're using wind, for example, and you're going with it or against it, you create opposing forces, right? How you get a torque out of that, like with the
Hey,
pendulum?
maybe explain this to me. So, if relativity claimed that if the Earth was stationary and the sky was moving around it, the universe was moving around it, that there would be a translation of motion down to the Earth, and it could be detected. What is it that you're saying is different when I say it? What's different about when I say it?
Well, there are two things here. One is that on that explanation, the Earth is a sphere, so you can get that all that different relationship between latitude and the precession of the pendulums would match, for example, with the amount of with how much the space time is being dragged. No, not dragged.
We already addressed the latitude thing. What else you got?
No, I'm explaining the idea of this spinning universe around the Earth giving you the same inertial forces or non-inertial forces, because in relativity, this space-time pretty much works as a inertial reference frame. So if you have that reference frame rotating around the Earth, that's where things get inertial, right? So if you're with the Earth, you would experience a non-inertial frame. You would experience the same thing as if the Earth rotating and the universe was not, because you're rotating in respect to that reference frame, which is space-time, which works as an inertial frame. So you're just flipping which one's rotating. If it's the rest of the universe and you're stationary, or if the Earth's rotating, the rest of the universe or the space-time is inertial. You just change which one is inertial. So you get the same forces out of it. Now, when you're talking about wind and things like that being working like a resistance, I don't see how that could do anything like what is being described with relativity that would allow Mach's principle to apply.
Dude, okay. I asked you specifically if you take the permitted interpretation of relativity regarding Mach's principle, and then you apply it to a stationary Earth, leave the latitude and planes. I've already explained it. I explained it with hyper specificity. If you don't agree or don't get it, whatever.
Explain what?
The correlation with latitude. Yeah, I already explained it, but I'm not doing that again because you guys aren't even just arguing that. You guys are arguing something else, as if the principle doesn't work somehow. So if on relativity, in relativity, the Earth being stationary and the sky moving would translate force, centrifugal force down to the Earth. Why is it that wouldn't just work for a stationary Earth without relativity? What is the magical component of relativity that somehow allows it to be permitted, but it wouldn't be permitted without it?
Because in relativity, it's not working as a medium or something like that, translating motion. It's the whole coordinate system that works
Space-time
as
is a
inertial.
medium, dude.
Yeah, but in relativity, it works as an inertial coordinate system.
Which is space-time, which is a medium.
Yeah, you can call it that, but your comparisons to exemplify how Mach's principle could work without relativity, you weren't invoking the same concept, were you? You're giving examples of wind or...
It is the same concept, though. You don't need relativity for the concept, dude.
No, I think you do, because...
Okay, well, just forget it.
All right, well...
Well, you're not specifying why. You're just saying it.
Can you give me a more practical example?
I gave you a really crude example before, right? Like if I move my hand over a bathtub, right, without touching the water, I can make the water move. I can move my hand back and forth over top of the bathtub, and the water's going to move without me touching it.
I mean, because of the wind you're creating?
Yeah, the motion, and force is translated through the medium of the air down to the water.
Right. Let's see if we can do anything like Coriolis forces by doing just that, right?
Oh yeah, I'm sure we could. I'm sure we absolutely could.
Well, great, because that's the thing I really don't think you could.
You don't think that you can create a vortexual centrifugal force by moving air over top of water?
I don't even know what that means, but I don't think you can replicate the Coriolis forces we get here on Earth by doing something like moving a medium, forces that would only apply like at moving objects, things like that. Because if you're using a medium like air, so you're pretty much just creating a resistance to add motion or force to an object. You're just adding force in that object in that direction. It's not a force that's going to only show up when the object moves.
Okay.
It's not going to flip directions. The object is going to the right or to the left. Right?
Okay.
So yeah, just to summarize, the way the inertial forces work are very different than the kind of forces you get with moving mediums. That's my whole point.
Yeah, but when we get into the specifics of your claims of Coriolis, they're all trash, right? I mean, the pendulum itself is shoddy, but that's why I asked you, why would relativity explain the pendulum moving, but it couldn't be explained with an ether?
Bro, you gotta go to New Mexico.
If you're defining ether exactly like relativity defines space-time, then yeah, you work on if it's spinning around the sphere, then you get the exact same thing.
So that's all you have. All you have is the latitude it can only happen on a sphere thing. I already explained that it's a toroid and you have the vortex and the anti-vortex, centrifugal divergence, centripetal convergence, the breathing in and the breathing out, the expansion and the contraction. You have a rotation and counter-rotation. Like you have this within a toroid.
What's it? The best? I mean, talking about the pendulum, the best thing. Hold on, Megan. Yeah, I know. The best thing you could do with a pen. Remember, you were talking about going to the equator. I mean, that's neat. But I think it'd be way better to go under a solar eclipse or something, bro. That'd be fire with the Elias effect or whatever it's called, dude. They can't talk it right out of it.
I want to see two pendulums side by side show the same thing. I challenge anybody.
Oh, well, it's just so convoluted that it doesn't matter. When it doesn't show the same thing, you automatically messed up. You messed up, human error.
Let them try it. Let them try it.
I've done it.
Ballers, I want to see 2 or more pendulums side by side show the same thing. Kosho, you said you done it?
No, I haven't done that. I just done one. But whenever you brought up 4 before, actually, I thought that was a good idea. It would be
Oh, I
cool
heard
to
3.
set that up.
Yeah,
4
4 would be
pendulums.
great.
It would be cool to just make sure they're consistent with one another. But yeah, it makes sense. People get errors when they get their first couple attempts because they don't take certain things in consideration. Like those South Pole guys, they used a flat plate as their weight, and they realized that was dumb.
I mean, I'd love to see the pendulums get done all over Earth on a solar eclipse, just everywhere. Get all the pendulums going.
That
Why don't we all just do it all? We can all do it all the time, dude.
No, during a solar eclipse.
Yeah, we'll do it during the solar eclipse as well.
Yeah.
But this is the problem, right? Like if we for sure did the test right and it showed precession at the equator, they would just ignore it.
You did it wrong, obviously.
Yeah. And like they and I'm like, okay, can you show me someone doing it right where it shows no precession? No. So we'll just assume it then.
If you were explicit, if you were like showing what you did and your pendulum, it working in other places, then the same setup at the equator, I don't think people have a problem with that. But if anybody had a video where they just showed it one time, without any explanation or without a thorough walkthrough of their whole setup and everything, then people might have doubts if they show something contrary. But
why is some university like in Brazil or something not just done the pendulum a little bit north and then at the equator and then a little bit south and shown it go one way, then stop and then go the other way?
That would be dope. Yeah.
It would be kind of cool, but for most people, it's enough that it works. Like if it works in your position using the equation, and then somebody else does it in their position using the equation, then it makes sense that that would happen on the equator, just like it would happen.
We don't care about your equations. Your equations are reality.
That's I know you don't, but most people, they satisfied with the fact that it satisfies that equation, or that satisfies the observation.
But it only works in the north, man.
They don't have to see it done in every place.
Where's the southern latitudes, Tess?
I thought Bacon said he did it in the south.
I did it. I didn't.
No, see, no one in the south does it. No, and then Zanuck swore up and down.
I done said before.
Zanuck swore up and down that he knew that it had been done hundreds of times in the south. I'm like, okay, can you just show it to me? Because I'm open to it. I just want to see it. Turns out he's got no one. He brings up one museum that admittedly uses an electromagnetic device to keep it going. And then a flat earther went there and they shut it down because he pointed out it wasn't doing what it was supposed to do. So I'm like, okay. So shouldn't there be thousands of pendulum tests at southern latitudes that we can look at? Because there are in the north.
I mean, there's more people who live in the north. Yeah, but any Foucault's pendulum that you see is usually going to be at a museum, and there's usually going to be running like that. So if that's the problem, then that's going to...
No, that's not what the problem is. The problem is that it didn't match the predictions.
Dude. I'll see if I can try to get my high school to do it.
Okay.
But I don't know.
Have them do it during an eclipse.
But has any of the Globers ever questioned, why is it that I blindly believe it works perfectly based on the globe predictions of latitude, going one direction, then stopping at the equator and going the other direction? When it comes down to it, none of the Globers have actually seen verifiable evidence of it doing the opposite direction below the equator, and none of them have seen it not processing at the equator. You guys just kind of took the inference from the fact that it looks like it correlates to latitude in the north, right? And then you just took that inference and you drew it all the way down.
After you do it a bunch of times. After you guys do it a ton of times too. You just make the confirmation bias. You're saying you could set it up, do it 4 times, get the wrong thing on the 5th time, you got the right thing, you set it up right on the 5th time, apparently.
Yeah.
No, not really.
They do the same thing with Cavendish. They do the same thing with Cavendish.
I think we'll get satisfied with the results when they start getting consistent, not when they start just to make predictions.
This is one of the problems, though. If someone does it just assuming they know the globe is the cause that it spins, so they're just determining their accuracy based on the expected result, they're going to end up with bias tailoring the experiment. Like, say
that's why I said
it's supposed to process this direction, and it's supposed to go this amount, but it goes a little bit less. Well, they may like mess with the mechanism a little bit to where they think it'll go a little